your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shippy!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
And we're back. Oh my goodness. What is up? How have you guys been? Where have y'all been tonight? I think Ted or Dee Dee can't shut Ted's stream down. Oh my God, Dee, what is up? You don't have that power? I think he gave you power of like to do whatever. Oh, if you, I'll try to be. Are you gonna listen, Becky? I'll try to be respectful of people falling asleep. Let me know, guys. Don't you guys fall asleep if you must. Come back and catch the replay. Thank you for being here. You guys never owe me anything. If you catch the replay in a week, I'll be more than grateful. Such a lucky guy. What is up to all my ravaged fans? Oh my God. That was a good live with Ted. I left, I shut mine down. I learned how to shut a dual stream down, I guess. And I was making thumbnails and getting food. And I think Dee can't shut it down. It's still running. Ted's live is still running. Oh my God. Ted's got to wake up. I tried messaging him crazy. Dee probably blowing him up with messages. If you guys fall asleep or if you have elsewhere, I know, look at me. Don't you dare feel obligated. And under whatever predicaments I'm under or whatever, don't you worry about me. Everything is perfect with me. And thank you for being here. Shit happens, right? So we move on, right? I think it's better for me to stay doing stuff than not. So why don't we just dive into this? So we can start with special requests. You guys, okay, Dale was found guilty. I get it. But I still have a bazillion questions. And, we're going to watch it again. One TJ sent me last night of Dale's interview room. Because did you guys see the questions that came up? Oh my God. Fucking the D's brother, Hardy, that guy you see on the media who's a Mr. Righteous Love, Love, Love D. He kind of scammed Dale and her out of some properties. Or it's like 100. He inserted himself in a deal, something about 300 or 400 acres, and then turns out he ends up with 100 acres of their property at a discounted rate of like 4,000 an acre versus the 6 or 7,000 it was worth. And then D was pissed at him, and there's much more going on with this business. D and Dale had a vegetable business. They had 150 Mexicans working there somewhere, and they were growing cabbage. And it turns out there was 25 Mexicans at a time working or something. I don't know if it was a different. And so they would pick, 5 would be in the field picking cabbage on their property, but they lived there too, probably stuffed in a little house. You know how they take advantage of those foreign workers or something? I don't know. Turns out Dale says that the Mexicans were growing, as they were picking the cabbage, they also, in the ditches and everything around their property, were growing marijuana. And it sounds like there's lots of it being grown. And I don't know if it's very legal, like grow up. I think it was, and then turns out the Mexicans, I don't know, Dale seemed to not know, or maybe D did, that the Mexicans were hiding the weed underneath the cabbage. And a D was making, Nicole, how does that work with the trucking? Because they had a trucking company too. So when they drove the vegetables to the grocers, whatever they were, Kroger and some H Heigels or something, the Mexicans were supposedly hiding the weed under and selling it to them too. This was a drug operation. Delivery, grow up on their farm. And then D and Dale got scammed. They bought a business, a potato growing business. And allegedly the people who sold it to him, Dale said that they had contracts and customers, and that's why they paid for the established business. And it turns out they were lied to, and they lost lots of money. I could swear I heard him say 20 million, but it might also be 200 to 1 million. I've listened over and over. Oh my God. Then D calls from Dale one day from soccer field, and turns out everything's great. And then she calls him back 10 minutes later after Brian Bush and Jaron Warner showed up to say something to her, and she calls up, and then 10 minutes later says, the business is over, the business is gone, we've lost it all. And then Dale can't get a hold of her all day long. Oh my God, I'm not even remembering half this stuff, you guys. So much going on. He's got dealerships with equipment, $1 million machines being sold, and he got scammed or buyouts. And this is fucking deep. There's tentacles. There's at least, and there's a guy named Todd who's partners with Dee's brother. There's got to be at least, the only thing I haven't heard anything about is the daughters yet. And that Dustin Lawley, I sussed him from the beginning. Lawley's got to be the muscle for that operation. I feel it. There's something going on, guys. And those fucking tanks with Jaron getting on body cam, and those anhydrous tanks. I think everyone but Dale knew about it. I really feel it. I swear to God to you guys. Make fun of me if you want, V. Go however you want. Say whatever you want. This fucking guy, if he's involved, he's a great actor, but man, there is tentacles in everyone. Jaron and Brian Bush was, Zachary was stealing money. There was like 80,000 missing from a safe that D shared. And then this Brian Bush guy all of a sudden shows up. He's Zach's boyfriend. He's also worked on the farm. He stops working on the farm months after D goes missing. Guys, this is nowhere near over once people start seeing this. You guys can feel free to challenge anything I show you. This whole prosecution statement, you can go on and say but this is her evidence from the trial, the prosecutor. And it's fucking all fabricated and phony. This whole timeline of 641, he's driving here past a camera with a yellow tagged welder. It's a big blue and yellow welder in the what's that thing? The scoop thingy on the front, I forget, of the JCB. He supposedly drives by a camera, but she zooms in and doesn't show you. And she says it's happening behind the trees. Then he pulls up to the building, and he supposedly at 6:42 gets out, takes the welder out, wheels it in the door that she's about to show you, but doesn't show on video, and then parks this welder, and she doesn't show him doing that. And all she does is show him walking near it, which could have mean he could have come from anywhere. Her whole fucking story is a goddamn phony fairy tale. I'm not have to convince you of anything, V. I'd rather you just go watch it. I don't know. You think I'm all this? I'm not convincing you. It's not my. I don't care. You don't see what I see, then you don't need to. I don't know. What do you want me to say? I don't want to convince anyone. I want to look at the evidence and you make up your own mind. And I just find it hard to believe that you're so adamant about none of these other people when it's fucking super sus. Sorry, I don't mean to get out. I'm not talking rude. I'm sorry, but V, I don't want to convince you. Not what I do. I want to talk about it, and I respect whatever decision you come up with. Let's do this. Let's come with it together. I don't know. It's not convincing each other. I don't want to, we discuss and we brainstorm and we throw ideas off each other, and we might both come up with more ideas, and I'd meet anyone halfway. I'll switch to, I don't have a side. I just want to go with what seems like this guy, if he knows about it, he's fucking a great actor. There's a whole bunch of tentacles, businesses, money missing, the older brother jumping in and lying to the media and everything. The guy, that Hardy brother, teamed up with a YouTuber to smear Dale, like the troll stuff. If you're incorrect, I want to be convinced. Well, find someone who wants to convince you. All right? Let me know how that goes. If you're incorrect, you want to be convinced. Well, you can find someone who wants to convince you and let me know how it goes. It's very interesting to me, but I don't care to convince you. It's really not my interest. I take no fun in that. I want to look at the evidence and hear what you have to say and make up, I'm not here to convince anyways. I'm a dope. I'm an idiot. I'm a guy who barely squeaked through high school, and 52-year-old grandpa of two with almost a keg, looking for that muffin top look again to get back out there, and it's warm. I have no idea what I'm doing. You guys are helping me entertain through the night with just a couple of people, friends, having fun, talking. I'm not an entertainer. I'm not an expert. I'm a dope. I got some life experiences, and I got some spidey senses. My mommy always said I was a sensitive boy, so I can, I think. I just want to do the right thing. I don't want to hurt others. Wait. I don't want to hear what you have to say. Who said that? I'd love to. Did you listen to me? I want to hear everything you have to say. You're the greatest. I don't want to hear what you have to say. Oh my goodness. Where did you hear that? You listened to what I just said and came up with that? I'll give you the LOL. But boy, oh boy, I don't want to convince you. I'm not trying to. I care not to. It's not even a good idea. So here, let's do this for V. You guys fucking watch this. TJ brought this to me and then disappeared again. Oh my God. This is so goddamn amazing. That interview with Dale in the room. Where is it? Oh, I gotta find it. That interview. Oh, did we watch it? We just watched it last night. Oh my God, this guy, rugged, handsome. This is it. No, we watched it a little earlier. So, oh my God, wait till you see this. This fucking thing is tentacles 20 deep. This is, oh my God, this is nowhere near, this is about to begin. So where is that? It's like an hour something long interview type of thing where they're showing the body cam of him in the room. Like an hour and something long. TJ sent it to me if TJ's around. Oh my God, I'm going to go find it. I'm finding it. It's so goddamn amazing. You guys, there's so much information. Cabbage businesses, Mexicans growing weed, hiding them in their trucks, and they're delivering them, and they're delivering weed to this fucking that Jaron and Brian show up. It could be this. Del Warner trial day 3. It might be this because yeah, we watched this right after. It's got to be this. Is this where he's in the room basically giving his interview? No, it's not this. I will find it because it's so freaking amazing. I'm gonna go find it. How about that? It should be in my history, but it doesn't seem to be. I do want to hear what you have to say, V. I don't care to convince you. That's what I said. So if that's not what you're hearing, I'll repeat it. Wish not to convince you. I wish to hear your opinion. But man, oh man, wait till you hear this goddamn interview. TJ sent it to me and it's on here, I believe. Tell me why you were talking on YouTube. I'm just talking to keep myself company till I'm done work in the morning. I don't know. I'm creating a show. I'm entertaining you. You think I'm here to convince people? Is that what you think the job is? I don't know. I'm entertaining you, and you're here. I want to talk with you. I'm listening. You think? But I don't want to convince you. It's not my job. It's too much work. I want to show. I'm looking at stuff and making decisions. You should watch the stuff and make decisions. We'll talk about it. It's so fucking fascinating. Wait till you see this interview. I saw it a couple of times and it never really clued in what was, and I'm able to put 2 and 2 now together so much more. And I'm getting familiar with the names and players. And it is fucking 10 tentacles deep. There's at least 6 to 8, 10 people. Then I was right about that in that statement when I was talking about them all sitting around in the office. Dee's missing. Dale's running around trying to keep this farm afloat, and they're all just playing on their phones. Every 2 hours he comes into that office, all of them are sitting in different spots playing on their phones. This guy's fucking got a farm to run around. He's got a suntan on his arms, therefore he welded his wife in a tank. He tries to protect some dogs from getting the body that he allows the cops on his property, then says, hey, that barn, that spray barn, if you go in there, there's chemicals all over the place. We've had a shepherd die in there. And then they act like he's trying to block them from going in there. Then when he's in there, he's probably got every day spray stuff. It's a spray barn. He's using a garden hose to clean the tank and spray and clean the ground. And they fucking talk about him blocking a tank with a garden hose, and the cops are helpless. And they don't even want it. Then at the end, she finishes. They didn't even want to search that barn anyways. Oh my God. It's one of those. Did you land anyone your gun? No. Oh, okay. It was your gun. So fucking ridiculous. He's got a garden hose. And then they show a close-up of him standing by the tank, spraying the ground with a garden hose, which he's probably done 1,000 times because you got to get those chemicals into the gutter and clean up. And this fucking guy is getting railroaded. And if he did it, well, then fucking I doubt. He's a great actor, and maybe he's involved, but the way the state laid it out, it's utterly absurd. Utterly. Her whole, you can go with the statements aren't the timelines, and oh my God. It's what she went with the whole trial. It's her narrative. It's her literal narrative of what happened. And it's, oh, don't you dare with that green dress. Get Nicole, she did it. Oh, again. Oh, stop it. The double green dress. Do we? Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm not even sharing my screen. Thank God. I'm going to share my screen. Oh, I was looking through my videos. Sorry. I did. Probably better. I've been looking for the video. I haven't really showed anything yet. So here's what you missed. The green dress. A double. That's what I was talking about. She's got me. She got me. I'm going to move on. The power of my finger to turn the wheel. I did it. I got past the green dress. Damn you in that green dress. Damn you. Dewey knows. Oh, it's like kryptonite. Fucking kryptonite. Goddamn green dress. Looks like a $5 Walmart dress, and it's so goddamn compelling evidence. Compelling evidence. Oh. Ooh, TJ, is that it? Thank you, lovely lady. I found it. Oh, is this it? We're gonna watch it again, TJ. I have to. So goddamn fascinating. Thank you, lovely young lady. Oh my. God. It is in the house. Shut this down. Go away. She's haunting me. Tell her to stop. Leave me alone. Oh, oh my God. Hope to God I never see that goddamn green dress again. Oh my God, this is fascinating. Fucking fascinating. TJ, the tentacles all up in this hizzle. I'm putting the closed captioning on. Do you want me to make it bigger, V? Because I swear to you, I can make the closed I didn't know I had all these settings for closed captioning somewhere. Where is it? Is it here? No. Or is it here? I have settings somewhere, but they're big enough. They're big enough. So it's basically day 5, but it's going to be all him in this interview room with his lawyer. He's going to be with his lawyer. Oh my God. TJ, I can't even remember half the stuff that went on in this interview. Fucking. Oh, is it part 2? So, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for saying that. Okay. So afterwards, do you want to go back over part 1 and 2 again or what? Because V, I feel like a lot of people didn't see it. Should we watch the first one again? I mean, I got time. I got hours and I want to do this right. I thought there was only one of these. So is there 2 of these where he's sitting here talking with that white-haired lawyer? Oh my God. It's fine. How okay, so V says she's not even going to be around anyway, so forget it. Let's just watch part 2 because I didn't know. Nicole, is anybody besides me and TJ going to be around? Because if it's TJ and I'll go to part 2. But if you guys are going to be sticking around, I mean, I could play part 1 again because so part 1's with the Mexicans and everything, right? Oh my God. I don't think I could take more information. Oh my God. Fucking tentacles are everywhere. Okay, so I'll get it ready. Thank you, TJ. Let me know if you guys are kind of like just gonna sort of fall asleep in that. Not that I won't. I have them both ready here. I'm gonna make a damn playlist with this because this is the most important info in this whole trial I've ever heard. So I'll put it in as a playlist. So I'm not subscribed on this. Oh, I'm not. This is not a good channel for me to be on. Damn you! I gotta get out of here. Do not want. That's the Sweet Dude Shibby channel. You cannot see his history. He's a horrible, horrible human. A horrible human. Horrible. He's so goddamn horrible. There we go. This is the guy you're allowed to see. Yeah, he's done nothing but fun trial stuff. So here it is here. Look, what the hell was that? Dale Warner juror, and they show somebody's boobies? Did you just see that thumbnail? Must have been an accident. Look at. Here's the thumbnail from W2OL. The foreman gives insights. Should we check that out first, TJ? I feel we should. I don't hear much, so they just talk about it. Oh my God. I'm spacing out. I thought I saw some booties. And that was weird. A thumbnail with. So this is the first one we watched. I don't even know anymore. And this is part 2. Oh my God. I'll get them both. So I'll put this on a playlist. So sorry, guys. And this is no. I don't even know anymore. Fuck it. So sorry, TJ. Here we go. Let's go. I'm going to add this to a playlist. And we're going to decide in 1 second because I was only thinking there's one of them and I wanted to watch the first one again. So if other people are here who hadn't seen it, I will watch it because they need to see it. Oh my God. I'm going to put this as the TJ's. TJ's all up in this. TJ's playlist of goddamn of tentacles. There it is. the TJ's playlist of goddamn. I won't use goddamn. DJ's playlist of tentacles. The interviews. Ah, there it is. There it is. Fucking amazing. So there's that. Should I put? I'll get the other one that she sent, just to be copied, and I'll put it on that plate. So maybe I should put this one on. No, that's test one. It's body cam stuff. I'm getting carried away. Sorry. Here we go. Oh my God, she's sending more links. Is it this one? So which one is the play? Which one is the first one? And I'll put it on. I'll put it on the playlist, and I'll show you in a second. That just is where we left off. It looks like so. That's probably the first one we watched. I'll put it on your playlist, and then I'll look for your answer in a second. Where is all? It's got to come up. It's like loading or something. Where are you to put this on a playlist? What? Got to refresh or something. So I've had a bazillion pages. I was running Ted's stream with my computer, and there it is. Okay. So save, right? Yeah, save to a TJ's tentacle playlist. So how about we go there first? No screwing around. I don't even need their page up because I'm wasting resources on my computer with all these screens up. Okay, so I'll play. So before you go, TJ, I'm going to play that playlist. If I do the first one first, is that best? We redo it. But if it's just you and I, I'll play the second one first because the other people, I don't know if they don't care if they have to leave. I'll go with oldest first and see what it does. The oldest would be part one, right? Date published oldest. Yeah, it's switched. So yeah, look at this is the one we watched, right? So this is with all the Mexicans and stuff. But this one is the next one, part 2. So if there's anyone besides TJ, because we've seen this a couple times, but I will watch it again because if you haven't seen it, to jump into part 2 without this part 1, you're going to be missing out. So if you're going to at least be listening, let me know. I'll play part 1. Right, I'm going to. But if everyone else is going to be here, it's almost blasphemous not to listen to part 1. But I definitely want to hear part 2. So for you, TJ, I'll play part 2, and I'm going to go back. I got to repeat this, so this is crazy. Be prepared. I'll put the closed captioning on. Oh, I'll go full screen. Sorry. Look at this. Goddamn full screen, maybe. Hopefully, if that covers the closed captioning, I'll take my face off. You guys are probably sick of me. Let's do it. Closed captioning is on. I'm sharing screen, audio, boom. I'll keep it regular speed. I'm not in any hurry. Wow. So this would be part 2 to the one we watched last night. Basically the same thing. They're in the interrogation room, and he's with his lawyer. So he's saying some. Oh my God. Mexicans with drugs, hiding it under cabbages, potato businesses being ripped off. Oh my God. Here it is. I'll type in chat.
Yes, sir.
All right, so where we left off in the interview, you guys kind of took a break for a little bit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you come back, there's some further discussion about some basic farming and then details of the weekend of April 25th, 2021. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We'll continue to play that, Your Honor. Can we just ask, Your Honor, if it's too loud or if there's an issue with that thing up there?
Oh, I do remember they did this at trial where they made it so it's easier for the jurors to hear, but we don't hear it as good. So sorry. I don't know if I got it as loud as I could. Sorry. Good thing I checked that. I got the closed captioning on. This is part 2 to the other one. We're going to play part 1. And this part 2, they do say after they came back from lunch, they said something about the audio, and I think they made it better for the jurors, but I believe it's worse for us. Here it is. Dale's
Too
with
loud.
his Dale's lawyer, Dale, and this guy's with the cop, the big 6'7" cop sits down here. I don't know. He feels way too polished. He's the one who came in and took over for Greca. Greca took off his body cam to talk to Jaron, and then all of a sudden he's getting almost Ferenczi'd. He ends up like Click getting arrested, turns into a Murphy who just wants to get through the trial and get the hell out of there with his retirement pension. I don't know. Fucking 8 months, the prosecutor hounds his ass. This good Greca cop turns out to be Todd Click in this scenario. Whew. He shows up at trial, and oh my God. And then this cop takes over for that lead cop, and he gets the prosecutor charges that cop for evading and leaving the state, fleeing the state. Dee's brother Hardy hounded the shit out of that cop for 8 months. He kept saying I was out to dinner. Ended up getting arrested. Oh my God.
Okay.
Your Honor, is it appropriate to ask the jury if this is better than before when they were trying to listen, or worse? Because the speaker is supposed to make it better, but we just want to make sure it didn't make it worse.
It's better.
Better? Okay.
Thank you.
Just about after. So DCI used to be for where it is now. Oh, yeah. And they did it right there at the school. So she's taking law school, so they.
Are you talking to me? I'm not trying to convince and persuade you. I'm doing what I like to do, and if you want to join and watch and it's interesting, please. I ain't trying to convince you. By comparing everything to Delphi, they're comparisons. Yeah. You can be as bold and colorful as you want, V. I have no wish to convince you of anything. I'm enjoying this. I'm here. I got to get through the night. I got to stay awake. I enjoy this. I enjoy you guys. We're doing this together. I don't want to convince you of anything. Share with me everything. But comparing to Delphi as in, I'm not comparing it to Delphi. It's the template, V. The template. It's the goddamn exact template. Timestamps, everything. I'm not comparing it literally. I'm comparing the template of the law enforcement and the prosecutor. So take that. Do what you want with it. And pretend I'm saying something else. You see, I told you the audio is much worse. Whatever they did for the jurors, I guess they're convinced it sounds better for them, or if this cameraman's changed, I don't know. Definitely not as good. So, sorry, I've got it. I don't know what else to do. It's on full blast, and I got the closed captioning on.
I actually was working in Washington at the time, and so staying there for law school. They want to be an official. They asked stay there. Little chunks. It was in the 80s. So, yeah, it was awesome. Pretty Yeah, I went to the national championship game in 1991. They lost to the Redskins. The Redskins ended up coming to America in the Super Bowl. It was the last time the Lions were in.
Watch it on the playoff game, maybe one.
Yeah, didn't get the Cowboys at Silver so that game. A couple of years after that, they were in the playoffs.
So they're making niceties here, talking about football. If we could find a better one of this, oh my God, if we can find the real body cam stuff, I wonder if anybody's posted that. So if anyone's looking, this is the day, trial day 5, especially the second half. If we can find the literal body cam video of this, or the interrogation room cam video, because this is definitely not as good as the first one. I heard them no problem. Now I'm hearing fan or something else, but it's picking them up so far. I'll just play it. They're talking about the football. At first, I thought he was yucking it up with all the cops, but his lawyer's there, and people said, I think he's at that point where he has to talk because they're on the verge of ruining his life, and the lawyers obviously recommended he go in here, and it's not at this point. I think he needs to, and he's the first interview. I think he did a good job by at least jumping in when Dale might have going to say something, and Dale got out a whole lot of stuff in this interview I guess we never would have known about. And holy fuck, did he ever get some shit out the first half. Wow. No, it's not. This is them in court zooming in on the cameras, TJ. The cameraman's just zoomed in. This is that camera guy. He's zooming in on a TV in the court. And they've done something different so the jurors can hear this. And I think it's worse for us. Like, I'm not saying it's not the real video. It's in court. The cameraman's zoomed in. Well, that's pretty simple to say that he's guilty because he's the husband. Dude, Lola, have you been watching Lola? Because there's a Mexican gang in here growing weed and hiding in their trucks. There's the brother ripping them off for 100 acres of land. There's fucking Zachary, the son, stealing 80 grand out of her safe. The boyfriend is all running around with Jaron, and she's disappearing for the day after talking with them, saying their business is over. There's, oh my God, you guys. If you want to go with that simple view, I'll allow it. But that is, oh my God, you haven't been listening here. And I'm not trying to convince you, but there's tentacles, there's businesses. This guy's throwing around $5 million. Everyone's got a safe in the room with 100 grand float around with cash. They got that huge safe they wanted to fill with cash for rainy days or whatever. I don't know. Oh my God, guys, this is deep. And I'm not even thinking of how the potato farm. Dee and him got ripped off by buying a potato business farm. Turns out there was no contracts or customers, and they got ripped off. Millions of these heavy equipment, 30 pieces of those big, huge tractors and stuff being sold and bought, and big money. There's 8-9 people I can think of are right up in this. Dee's getting in fights with employees, disappearing for days, going to Jamaica, leaving the kids in the room. Little kids in the room are calling their dads at home, and the two mothers, Amy Jo and him, or whatever, Dee and somebody were in Jamaica, and the little girls were left alone in the rooms, and they called up. This is deep. And she's running around with these people in Jamaica, I guess. Not saying that she can't, but wow. Right. I see what you're saying. Well, perfect. Yeah. Well, because also the brother Hardy went on a YouTube campaign to just make this guy look like an abuser. He got the treatment, the YouTube type troll treatment that V is convinced he's an abusive man. And V, when you see what he's been through, this guy, if he did it, he's fucking so goddamn calm and slick. And every one of these interviews, you get 20 body cams of him trying to help these people, and they did nothing but spin his damn words. He's like, don't bring your dog in there, there's chemicals. And then they play like he's trying to block them from going in there. Yet they're there on the farm with his permission. They're saying that he's driving around playing hot potato with a tank that has a dead body in it. And we don't know which tank he's moving around. And the cops are standing there on his property with his permission. They're about to leave in a couple of hours. They're flying a drone around. You think this guy's going to play hot potato with a tank and almost run these cops over with their dead body tank? Oh my God. There's so much wrong with this.
Had a lot of bad what it was. It's like literally
Well, I'm not saying you did, but the Hardy is joined up with, maybe TJ will be able to tell you. I'm not saying you did, but you seem pretty convinced this guy is an abusive husband. And that's what they did, was went on a troll campaign to smear him. And that Hardy guy was lying to the media. He's no saint, that guy. When he was on stand, I really believed he was hurt and a loving brother. Turns out she was pissed at him too, probably for the way he puts it, and they never protested it. Nobody said anything different. That they got basically ripped off by the older brother or something because they were doing a deal, and something about the 4,000 an acre. He scooped up 1,000 acres by inserting himself, the elder brother, and Dee was mad and upset. So was he at the older Hardy brother. Hardy's out lying to the media about he's the one who recommended the tank. Sounds like the Hardy. Maybe how does he know about the tank, Hardy? He's out there in this cop covered for Hardy by saying, oh, he was lying to the media. That's too cute. Hardy, was he lying to the media when he told him he said found a tank? How does he know about the tank then, Hardy? I believe maybe he was telling the truth. Hardy, how do you know about this tank, the body? Why would you recommend it to everyone? He stood in front of the media saying it was him that recommended a tank to these guys.
And I don't know, they planned to make plans one more time after that until 2016. Right? They were just so bad for so many years.
I still found myself Sunday watching. They're done. Same old lines, and they came through. So
Also, it's got to be passed on radio signs. The Lions could win a playoff game for the first time in my life.
you are old enough to remember that.
If I could ask you a generic farming question, Dale, could you, in 30 seconds if possible, describe like the seasons of a farmer? So winter, spring, summer, what are you doing through those seasons?
I asked you the same question. Right now, we're still, marketing our crop from this year.
When you say marketing, you literally are selling?
Yeah, marketing.
Okay.
Selling. I'm looking at purchasing the inputs, farmers chemicals and fertilizer and seed for next year.
Okay.
We're getting machinery in and getting it retooled, redone for next year. We'll be taking, as we're going through here in February, we'll be getting orders of hopefully what application jobs we're going to do for someone else or what their needs are going to be. Our seed corn will be done, they call it here, they want to bring seed, and I haven't seen yet. But we got the first year to start bringing seed in, we start putting it in the store.
Okay.
And they'll start bringing out soybean seed and putting their own tanks. Basically, we're getting machinery around up until February, March.
And what happens in February?
March is, it depends on what Mother Nature does, but March will be the time that you start putting some next sun. Or you've been putting up some fertilizer, to dries, depends on what crops you're doing. Use out here some wheat,
What does that mean?
put fertilizer.
Hey,
You got wheat, winter wheat was planted, here a month or two ago.
Okay.
You got the fertilizer on it, and put it on once a year. But at least still dormant, it doesn't come out of dormancy till the water starts going up.
Okay.
The yard starts to be ready, you start out of dormancy.
Okay.
So you get fertilizer on something comes out of dormancy. Fertilizers have the nitrogen, here it's not nitrogen. So it's area to go. We sell it for wheat.
See, the closed caption is not picking up what he's saying. He's talking about fertilizers and nitrogen and all this, and said so. Man, definitely, we got to find the original video of this, because this is the camera guy in the courtroom. Looks like he's changed positions. I don't know. It's too bad, because the first half of this, you could hear him clear as day.
Weeds and bugs. Your first application. We spray 4 times. It's gonna be moisture, fungus will grow, for molds and stuff, you have to spray for mold and weed. If you get some weevils or different insects will come in, you can spray for those. And, same time you're doing burn down, which is spraying it around over 240 to kill through the field. So you go through the killing equipment, stem all, and everything, a mess. Unfertilizer dead, for seed, nitrogen seed, fertilizer, or fertilizer. Then you can go out and spray an application of so most emergency spray in, which would be like atrazine, Metacricor, which is all keep the weeds from coming up. You go back out again. July, middle of June, top dress, which is good, more fertilizer through the core. You're looking for insects and weeds, you got spray, and you get towards it.
The guy, he must have moved closer to some fan or something. This camera guy, because there's, sorry, he hasn't really said anything big yet, but hopefully the closed captioning catches it, because I can hear it. I have it cranked, but that whole fan, there's a fan or something blowing, and it's just driving me bonkers. But I'm so sorry. First one is, oh my God, we're gonna play it after this.
Middle to end of July, you're getting close to task, the work's gonna be mounting. We got a thing we call soot, black soot.
Exactly, V. Exactly. We need to get the documents, because we need to be able to read the documents, because but the closed caption is not picking this up, the whole transcript of this, but like from the court releasing stuff, we need some transcripts or the original video of this and of all the stuff. I'll read it all if we can find it. This is deep, guys. He may have done it just nowhere near the way this simplistic prosecutor almost screwed up and let this guy walk, in my opinion. Those jurors were deliberating. There's a couple holdouts, I guarantee you. And they probably browbeat them just like in the Delphi case too. And then it turns out they got a fucking unanimous decision on all that gobbledygook she presented throughout trial. Gobbledygook. This guy here feels like the only guy not involved to me, and he's running around trying to keep this float. He has no idea. You think he can save the farm or something? I don't know. Everyone's out there, 6 or 7 of them in this in the clubhouse play office there. D must have found somebody taking money, or there was money missing. The trucking company was about to fold over, and then they got a PPE loan, which gave them 5 more months to get going. And then people are getting, after D is gone, people are leaving. She's fighting with employees. She's disappearing. There's more to this, guys. And I'm not saying she did anything wrong or was bad. I won't call her a firecracker. I won't call her what a batshit crazy like other people. I would never, ever. So there's a name for it. They literally give her a name for what she has. Not manic, but they said something. Mood person. There's a proper term. The doc or somebody. I wish not to. I don't want to demean or belittle or say anything bad about her because she's a victim. But I'm not sure it was at this guy's hands. Every time I hear he's never lost his temper, he's never lost his cool, he's been nothing but helpful to these guys, fucking running around every day, trying to keep this farm afloat. There's 6 people around doing nothing, playing on their phones while D's missing. And if he did it, this guy did it all in 3 hours or so, like the prosecutor said, and tilled the field, and did a 3-day job, chopping open a goddamn 6,000-pound tank, and then wielding it back together. And he walks by all these cameras that he knows are there with the damn grinder in his hand. Think this guy's that dumb? Guy's got $5 million transactions. He's got shit going on. People in the bank, and the bank thought something was going to go on, and they took $800,000 out of his account, and then 35 employees bounced, their checks bounced, and another 1,000 checks bounced. People got pit. There's so much involved here. 5 different companies, 8, 9, 10 different people, millions of dollars. Money goes missing out of safes. There's Zach's boyfriend is running around doing stuff, and Jaron, and oh my God, Dee's brother. This is fucking deep. No, it started with an M, and it's something that sounded reasonable. When I hear it, I'll let you know.
Chinese beetles, different insects, sprays, it never ends.
You just keep track of all the stuff in your head, and you have a schedule, a formal schedule for everything.
A lot of it's in my head, by the seasons. It's just,
And even, I mean,
your body knows when this is coming, or maybe the weather.
that's what I was gonna say, the weather, I mean, you can't predict, like, it's been recently warm, and so coming up right now, you know, not that things we kind
I mean,
of,
it's, that done is a whole lot, it's just, it's
So
like,
you use the buffer zone, right?
you know, like, it's hard to find them anymore. It's hard to do them anymore. Like, when you do, there's a lot of truth to it. Grandpa would say that, what is it, the frogs croak so many times before the hard frost. There's so many different sayings, the locust, you know, it sounds like the frogs at night, you're all the locusts chirping. So many times they chirp at night, you may get frost, so many times they chirp at night, it's the rain. These guys had shit down, let me tell you. And then different ones go, with the cattle, you need one, gotta get cut their horns off, otherwise, they'll gore each other when they get older and bigger. There's sayings out that you don't wanna dehorn cattle after half moon, or you put it after full moon, don't bleed less. Something's true. Dehorn them and bleed.
So what he's talking about here is like the seasons and the different farming seasons, and how like the old tales are there's a lot to them. You know, the harvest, the moon, the times, and planting and locusts, and you know how many times, because these guys are tilling this ground up every, you know, and gets the sound. They need to refresh it with all that stuff because it turns into just like dead soil. And so he's talking about how there's truth to all of that old sayings from the old timers and stuff. So pretty interesting. Every time I've seen this guy, he's been nothing but mild mannered, fucking never freaked out. Forthcoming. He's all those searches. He's allowed them on his property. I think a guy who's done all this allows them on his property and then plays hot potato with a tank with the body in it, and the flying drones overhead, and then they show you that he's moving a tank. Yeah, he probably moves 10, 20 tanks a day, and does this often. And if they fill them up, it's like a self-service, full-service gas station. All those farmers are driving in with those tanks, dropping off and getting a full one and leaving. There's a trucking company where people are coming and going all hours of the night.
One room with blood sprayed everywhere, you know, partners are right up there. Next thing you do, after phone with them, you're bleeding along. There's some truth to this.
affects the tides, so I don't know.
Yeah, sure, enough to make a man snap, but he never does. He doesn't snap. He doesn't snap once. I would have fucking flipped out. I would have ruined. I would have looked so guilty if I knew nothing about it. This guy's done nothing but mild mannered. Everyone says that D can freaking out and yelling, fighting with people, and not that I'm witness shaming or whatever that is. I'm victim. I don't want to do that, but we have to talk about it because she's getting in fights with employees, and it almost feels like she's finding out about money missing, and then maybe she had to disappear. Maybe she's like, maybe she's trying to lay down the law, and they had that little playhouse, all those people hanging out. I don't know. There's more to this, guys. I would never, ever want to talk bad about her. But if he did half the stuff she did, if he took the kids to Jamaica and then ran around with a bunch of women at night and left the kids, little 9-year-old or whatever kids in the room alone, and those kids called the mom, what would you guys be thinking of him? Huh? What would you be thinking of this guy if he did any of those things? Come on now.
But there's so many things. There's so many things that
He also said she's got also like a pinched migraines and pinched nerves in her neck. Talking about getting shots and having 10 bottles of oxycodone at home. And this guy never says anything. He knows that I think he's believing him because they don't protest it or say anything about it. As if he would say that, and it's not really true. I mean, She's going to different pain connect back stuff, and she's running. Oh my god! Not that she was addicted, but they all made it sound like she just took a couple pills and that. I guess she probably needed them. Migraines. I don't get headaches, let alone migraines. I feel for people. He even said she had such bad migraines in the beginning for years that like sometimes she would get like a stroke look where half her face would get droopy and from migraines, and they would take her to the hospital. And there's more to this. I'm not saying she was like but she obviously would need some of that stuff, right? If this is all pinched nerves and stuff in her neck, she had pinched nerves and migraines that made her face droop.
There's so many things that I
He's in
would,
charge of something, so yeah,
there's so many things that I would remember to tell
What do you mean, sure, he's going to be chill with the cops? What do you mean he's going to be chill with the cops? Well, don't we base people on how they act? Like he's not once. He's had 30 times where I've seen him. He's never lost his cool, fucking freaked out or said shit. God, I think you guys have the wrong impression of this guy. Or he's an amazing actor and a devil, evil. I don't know. Not once. Find me once where you see in any of these videos him doing other things than walking around this goddamn farm trying to keep it afloat. There's 5 or 6 people sitting around playing on their phones. Sure, they don't work there. They're not farm hands. But I mean, if I were to go there and he was my father-in-law or brother-in-law, and I saw him run around, I'd fucking grab a broom and sweep the floor. I'd help him with the garbage. I'd fucking change his oil or do something. Shit needs to get done around this farm, and this bunch of sketchy people. D's missing, and they're just sitting around like, yeah, it's over with. Let's sell this, and they're waiting for it. Jaron's going on about the fucking life insurance he's about to get and divvy up with everyone, and there's an LLC involved, and the grandpa gets some of the property that they have had since the year 230 years in their family, and whew, this is deep, man. And the inheritance, they're all going to split up. Prince Jaron elopes with a girl who wouldn't even talk to him in high school, and now she wants him, and he ends up eloping, and then they have 200 people at his wedding, like he's some goddamn Prince of Arabia, this Jaron.
It's all second nature now. I mean, it just,
yeah.
it's like go plant corn. Well, I already know what all of it is.
Right, V. But most of this is not for the cops. It's his own video walking around at this farm, working. Yeah, but he's there. The cops are in his living room, or in his kitchen, and he's allowed them to be there. What else do you? Yeah, you think he's? If he were had intentions, yeah, he would be on his best behavior. But again, I just don't think you can hide that. Hours. They talk to him for 3 hours at a time. You don't think eventually someone's going to lose their cool? And he's done nothing but walk him around, allow them on his property, let them fly drones over his head while he's trying to fucking work on this goddamn farm. All they did was turn it around in his face, saying, "Oh, you're cleaning with a hose, therefore you're blocking a tank. The cops can't, and the dog can't get past this guy's garden hose." Oh, and then he's standing in front of a tank. We don't know which tank. They're showing. Mimi showed us there's different tanks. They're saying the body's in this tank. I compared it with the tank, the body with the tank with the body, and there's a couple of different inconsistencies in the nipples up on top. They're on the left and right, and they're saying it's this tank. Can't be. It's just a fucking. They piecemealed it together, and they did it so sloppy. I could show you 10 different scenarios where the timestamps. I knew the timestamps drove me nuts. Now I know why. Because the defense never protested, because the way they put it, they almost buried themselves, the state. And for some reason, some of those jurors got browbeat into thinking this guy's guilty. It's got to be what happened, man.
That's my son and stuff. And you tell me everything, assuming that I know what you're talking about.
And outside of your, when I say your farming, I'm referring to the land that you own, when it comes to, please correct me if I'm vernacular going to be wrong, when it comes to land.
Again, V, 70-80% of this video, he's just no cops are near him. He's running around his farm trying to keep afloat. So if you could explain that, let me know. I'm not talking about any of the cop body cam video. Do you think this guy It's just on his Pepe here, probably. He might be a maniacal psychotic, but the state did not prove it or even show it once. Hi, Luna. What is up? Where you been?
You were contracted to spray or fertilize. Do you have a formal schedule for that, or how does that work? So let's say
Like, this guy's going in with partners and making businesses with those expensive farm vehicles at dealerships, transactions with people, and not one person said he's ever lost his cool. And I'm talking, he had to pay back $5 million, all this stuff, and buyouts and businesses, and all these other characters and transactions, and he's never once had anybody say anything bad about him. You be the judge. I just think there's nothing to prove he's anything but a hardworking guy or an amazing actor. So, man, I'd love, point me out when you see something, let me know. But this fucking state people and this guy is a cleanup guy. It almost feels like FBI and the CIA or something. I don't want to be conspiratorial. This slick motherfucker, he's just presenting a goddamn, it's a presentation at this when he's on the stand, this guy. Fucking fairy tale. That whole charade in the car is all just a scripted show for the camera. They stop questioning Jared outside the police station before they bring him in, where there's going to be a bazillion cameras, and they could that station would give this guy a room to talk to him in, and then he'd call his lawyer from there. Why that whole charade in the car? They stop outside of the prison, the jail, before they drop Jaron off. We don't even know if Jaron goes in and gets booked and arrested. Find us that info. Like, there's something up with this guy. 6'7", Drudier. He's too slick, too perfect. Cleanup guy. He's taking over for Greca to clean up Greca's honesty mess.
I own 100 acres and I'm going to have you spray. Could you schedule a specific day with me, or how does that work?
You're gonna call me and say, I got 100 acres of corn.
No, V, but when all you see is somebody do hard worker and not lose his cool in situations, what are you to think? What are you to think? You've never seen this guy lose his cool once. You think after all this, a bad guy wouldn't let their true colors show sometime? I think you're mistaken. You can disagree with me if you want. Point me out to something where I don't even think when he's putting that tracker in, you think he's putting a tracker in their car? He's also a diagnostic thing for the OBD2 port to diagnose the vehicle. I have a feeling that Brian Bush paid for it and ordered it and tried to tell him, hey, let's put this in the car because it's, I can help you diagnose it. And he has no clue, I don't think, about the tracking function or 3G function. And he ends up being able to use the tracking function, I guess, a couple times. But why would that other guy be purchasing it? And he set it all up, that Brian Bush guy, and the D's assistant, not her masseuse, but the nanny, whatever that is, person that helped D, is all into her accounts, helping her with passwords and create accounts and stuff. And oh my God.
Last, what was the plan? How big is the corn down? What fertilizer do you have on? What do you have on? You have the chemicals, have you done anything? Did you till it? Or is it those weeds you just don't plant and till the ground? So you didn't kill any weeds or screen the ground. I'll ask you those questions. Then I'm gonna go out with it. Okay, plant it every day, so I know I'm planting it on Monday, well, in the next 2 weeks. Before I really have to be concerned about it. Things like this, I run over it and pop back up. If it gets over this tall, I run over it instead. It's cool. So I'm gonna come out and look at it, and I'm gonna ask you what weeds you have. You have thistles, you have broccoli weeds, grasses, so I know what chemistry I have to use to keep it clean. And if you plant around it anymore, you're gonna live clean. So you have,
Those brands, or what is that?
that's resistance to different herbicides.
Okay.
Roundup Ready is right. Liberty Link, it's straight Liberty, and it won't kill it. There's different ones, there's a BT, or more resistant for bugs that usually die. There's a rootworm resistant, maybe you put like chlorofos on or something for insecticides. And you can answer all those questions, I'm gonna go out and look at it and go, okay, it's decent, it's still we're gonna use, and I'm gonna come back and spray it. It's gonna be driven by.
No, Dale didn't. He didn't buy it. No, Zach did, and Brian Bush ordered it from Amazon. Brian is Brian the boyfriend, TJ, the one that left the farm after Dee went missing. Is that Zach's boyfriend? Because it was Brian Bush who bought the diagnostic thing and set it up. And I believe he says he gave it back to him to plug into the OBD port. I don't even know, but yeah, it was. They showed the order on Amazon, and they for some reason they took out the word diagnostic, and they just wanted us to think it's a tracker only. And this guy's not, with his resources, he's not just plugging a goddamn tracker into an OBD2 port where somebody can see it and remove it. A guy that's an abusive husband tracking his wife can get anyone with his resources. He could hire an investigator to come at 2 a.m. when she's asleep and install it under her car with a magnet, open up, install it in the trunk under the spare tire with a 12-volt constant source. If the guy with this resources wants to track his wife, nobody's going to know about it. It's not going to be a dumb little OBD2 plug with a 3G SIM card or something that can just be pulled out. I can just, in my opinion, sounds ridiculous. You'd put it under the dashboard where nobody would see it. You wire it in under the seats. Man, it's not happening this way. It's fucking fairy tale. This guy's either been set up, duped, there's no clue what's going on. And D maybe caught. I feel like, honestly, in my opinion, that D caught people skimming money. The businesses were, but that business was about to fold, and they got some PPE money. And oh my God, somebody else, I feel, just started taking a bit of money here and there. And turns out that safe was missing like 80 grand of cash. Something else is happening. Everybody but him, or he's an amazing actor. The state proved shit, nothing.
If we had rain today, I'm not going to go out there tomorrow, so I'm not going to sink in on the field of a week was dry, schedule back.
V, how would you know what I've had if I've had an abusive wife or not? Are you saying I couldn't have been? Because I don't talk about it in public? Thank you. Thanks for dismissing me. And what evidence do you have he's an abusive? Tell me. He's fucking checked her location? Wrote some notes? He thinks she's out running around at 2 a.m. What's the abuse? Can you please show me the abuse evidence you've seen? I'd love, I want to document it. So V's going to give me the examples, and I'm going to make a list from V's. This guy's an abusive husband. V, type away. Each comment put in an incident of abuse, especially the ones where her brother, the guy looks like he liked him up until she went missing. So if you think that brother's liking this guy and not beating his ass, or Dustin Lolly and his goddamn beard is kicking his ass, if there's all these things of abuse going on, nobody had a single bad word to say about him. It's like they're all trying to bury him. So let me know. I'm not. You're being pretty dismissive on stuff that may or may not have happened to me, just because I don't talk about it, like you guys may. And you have the courage, and I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing. But how many times have you seen a man run around bragging about if he's been abused or not, or had an abusive relationship? Have you? Tell me that. I don't think you have. No. What? I'm talking as a man, and I know with his resources, I believe he wouldn't track her that way, and she would never know about it. Why would a guy put a tracker in an OBD2 port that can be pulled out? I'm not saying you've shared any. Other people have. Okay, you assert he's an abusive husband? Tell me. List them off, please. Put them in chat. Your next comments, please. You're going on about this abusive husband. Put the list. I want one by one, and I'll investigate it. And if it's all I mean, that would be horrible. Let me know your comments. The top 3 or 4 or 5 things that he's done. Let me know.
You gotta make sure the wind can't blow if you're in a subdivision. They don't want the stuff blowing over on the neighbors, going to grass with the kids are out there. They're gonna be turning in and out, drifting on them. So, I mean, as far as we schedule, it would be there Monday to spray at 9 o'clock. So it's gonna be when the weather's right. You have faith in me that.
Within a window of the appropriate time for that plant, essentially, right? Okay. You look at it, you have 5 days, you're gonna be there within that 5-day period, but it's never, I'm gonna be here this morning or that one.
Right. Okay. Be there when. I mean, there's mornings when it's real calm out and there's no wind. Great, let's go spray. And there's days that it doesn't stop blowing. You can't spray it off. You have the competition on spraying still.
And is what you just described as far as your schedule and things, so is that Dale or the kind of the generic farm? Say, is it kind of everyone operate that way, or is that just your
Everyone
schedule?
should, but
I mean, as far as scheduling, is that,
well, if you go to the different the world, they're gonna schedule, we're gonna be at your farm on Monday, you don't know what time, they're gonna be there Monday, they're gonna be Tuesday. What they're gonna do for much longer, they're gonna do things in tanks, across the $10 an acre. Or they're gonna tweak, there's different chemistries you can do. We're gonna put in more gallons, so we're gonna have more volumes, so we more water. Or we're gonna put in the last week on more acres, because you got 100 acres, we can only carry 80 acres in our tanks, we're gonna cut back to put 50 gallons on, we put 10, so we can get it one job, so we'll put less product on, so my actually more control. So I mean, there's a lot of things you can change, so they can make a schedule. They got young guys that don't have the experience, they're just gonna walk around.
okay.
So they don't care if they get fined for the MDA comes out and spray the wind because they find the operator, not the company. So you lose your license.
Okay.
So I mean, the company probably needs to find everything, don't know, but those aren't, you have to make the determination. Just like driving a car.
Well, if you go with the trial evidence, you're not gonna find anything. So look somewhere, I guess. I don't know. You're so convinced this guy's.
You get it, you're responsible for this, all you yourself, you're responsible for it. That doesn't make a difference. That's like in the morning, I try to get up early because that's when the wind isn't blowing, so I mean.
Like, in all honesty, it's very possibly him. He definitely had the, but everything they've said about him. Oh, I'm not getting I've been through a divorce. I'm not getting a divorce this time and stuff. You could take it either way. It's one of those, did you lend anyone your gun moments with Holman? And it must be you, like, there's just nothing. Hey, Gretch, what's up? How are you? Tell us all about, I guess, are we allowed to talk? Dee Dee, you said you had a little windy incident. Are you okay? Your car, forget it all. You got your cat, we heard. Well, has everyone's lives, like, is everyone okay? And you can get, life is the most important, and the other stuff, hopefully get it all back. Your cat must have scared shitless. Good. Hope he's back. Hope he's, he must have been terrified. Dee Dee, what's up? Yeah, a windy incident for sure. Let us know. I'm going to play this, but I'll be reading in chat. Let us up if you want. If you want to talk about it, or if you don't, if you're going to come here, we're diving into this, and if this guy is guilty, it could nothing like this prosecution and this guy's alleging. The way they got him dead to rights, he's been found guilty. He's been found guilty in a court of law, and I accept it. But I'm also skeptical at the way they say it happened. There's so much wrong here. He would have done it totally different, or anything like the way they said it. I'll accept it, but the way they put it down is utterly ridiculous. This prosecutor almost set this guy free. She must have been shitting bricks since they've been out deliberating all weekend. She's so thankful. those last few jurors kind of got folded to the pressure. Like it seems happening way too much lately. They should get to vote unanimously or something. I don't know, because it seems like they just 3 or 4 people want to, and then it's like they browbeat them. It feels like lock them in a room and just, oh, imagine the tension. It's just like, oh, okay, he did it. Let me out of here. Or they're like voting, yeah, we can't let, if he did it, we can't let a guilty guy go free. We'd rather put innocent guys away. It feels like this is the way things are going. They want to rather lock up innocent people mistakenly than let a guilty guy possibly get away without, but I mean, that's this whole probable cause and court and law and fair trials and reasonable doubt. Oh my God. So hope you're glad you're okay. Update us. And if you want or not, we're here for you. Awesome. You're alive. Kitty's alive. Good stuff.
The day he left, for example, that was a calm day. It was scrambling like hell to get out there because I had a full day that I had to go. And I knew the winds would pick up. So I had to get this done. So I got to go.
Hopefully you have your Halloween decorations down by now, because I guess I'm only kidding. Did they survive? Are we going to, when Halloween rolls around, are we going to be able to redecorate? Or is there pumpkins everywhere in your neighborhood? And Halloween, I'm only kidding.
Okay. And as far as chemicals go, for you owning and selling chemicals, is there a state license for that? Can you tell me about that? Okay. Is that covered by Laura or somebody else?
Laura and FDA.
Okay. And what sort of chemicals do you have on hand on the farm?
Oh, I couldn't tell you for sure about what they use the ground battery. Normal herbicides.
Okay. Anything else? I don't know, it's not on the farm. Oh, somebody just tell me this stuff.
You're gonna have Roundup,
Okay.
you're gonna have atrazine or Talcor, which is a chemical you put down that stays there for 30 or 40 days.
Mm.
You're gonna have some kind of insecticide, kill the bugs. You're gonna have some surfactants to make it stick to the plant so it won't hit. Ammonium sulfate, which is dry and softens the water, makes it slippery, so chemicals work better.
Okay.
As far as you're not gonna have a lot of stuff sitting there. I mean, this is the time of year that we can take an order, so we get a lot of stuff in the spring, so you have it there. But like now, there's hardly anything in the barn because no cured inventory is being.
Right, you don't want to buy something you didn't, right, okay. Okay. Do you have a question on that? I don't want to move into the weekend.
No, please.
Okay. Tell us what you remember, and I'm referring to the weekend that, the weekend of April 24th and 25th, right, that weekend. So tell us what you remember from Saturday.
Saturday, I think, is the day that he called me all upset that she was done with tile. The night before, I was going to tile, and she brought me to the field. It was on Friday night. She brought me to the field, we all were tiling, and we're talking about what we're doing the next morning. We're trying to finish that field tiling for cartridges.
This, I mean, he's saying some important stuff here, and that's not picking it up. Talking about titles, what they're talking about the night before, the next day, the 24th and 25th. Well, can't catch it. I got it cranked in my ear, so sorry. Wish closed captioning is not catching it.
Well, she was going to take Angela into the game. She wanted to know how it's going to go. I said, no, I just so I was there to put the tile and she's going to do the game. And so she called and said, we're done. I was confused and she didn't talk to me the rest of the day. I think that day, Saturday, that's the day I went down to Harrisburg to take a truck back and set. Brought the truck back home. I think I was spraying or something for guys and girls. I went over to television for cattle. That's not you.
Oh no, Lucy, I'm not over what? This trial? You're funny. Have you been watching what's happened here? I don't think you are. If you think I'm just grasping at straws here, you have not watched this trial. I love you being here. You're hilarious. I love this pink emoji. But dude, oh my goodness. If you think I'm over it, I definitely won't be over it. Because this is a fucking travesty of a straight case. If you've watched any minute of what's going on here, I think you might think differently. I hope. But if not, I love it. I love it. The emojis alone, you're amazing. Let's do it. But there's fucking Mexicans growing weed, fucking hiding it under fucking cabbage, trucking companies, transactions of tons of money. Dee getting ripped off by her older brother, and this guy's pissed, and Dee was pissed at him, and jeepers, man, there's so much involved here. Zach, there was missing money. Dee was about to lose the trucking company, and then fucking got in fights with employees, and then fucking they get PPE loans, and Jaron and Zach's boyfriend Brian Bush are running around, and Dee can't be found for the day, and oh my god, this fucking anhydrous stuff is tanks can be used as precursors to make meth. The Prince of Michigan, Jaron, gets about to get all this inheritance, and suddenly he's eloped with a girl who wouldn't talk to him in high school, and now he's got 200 people at a wedding, about to talking, bragging in handcuffs in the back of a car about his fucking inheritance and life insurance of his stepmother, and then he's got all these felony charges, and all of a sudden he's making phone calls to this guy trying to say shit, and then he's walking away with no charges. Oh boy, this is deep. Oh, you're on my side? Good. I'm sorry. You don't have to be on my side, but that's great to know. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. Thank you for being here, everyone. Let's do it. Whatever you decide is great. I just want you to know that. I don't want to convince or browbeat anyone, but I'm definitely interested in this first interview. This guy says so much. My head is spinning. Transactions, money, safes. Oh my God. Cash. Talking about they all have little safes with $100,000 cash. Is there whatever that is, that backup like a rainy day funds? Oh my God. If I had $100 cash, 100,000 cash in a bank account, safe in my room, I'd have a fucking $99,000 Corvette in my driveway the next day. Does who talk to him? Because the victim's dead, if that's who you're asking about. The victim's dead, so that's who his wife is dead. So, yeah. He's about to inherit a fucking $50 million farm. They got married with 200 people.
Spread weed at Leroy's first. Come back, they had it rinse out. Loaded up with herbicide for. It was burned out. Going around at 240. So they headed up back past it. And straight to Brooks. Then from Brooks, I went to Brooklyn, Jared Thompson. I think that's when Stephanie called. is why the staff was called.
I can't hear a word. This cameraman's got a cough. Fuck. The first one is so much better. Damn it. He's saying some great stuff here and we can't hear it all.
Instead of Raquel, she said Raquel Dawkins.
Somebody named Miguel, somebody named Stephanie, all these people are involved.
Three or four times when she answered, and she said, I couldn't find out. Well, she's on the couch, I just left her from an hour ago. She says, no, she's not here. I just look at her, straight in, I'm home. Tag up, back. So that's why I straight the sprayer, go back here at home. I pulled the office, it seemed like I pulled him in the house. I went in the house. He was there, she was in the house there. I walked in the bedroom, looked around. That's when I noticed the bags in the bedroom. Making bags of bathrooms. I said, where all the bags are? She said, next here. She's not there. I made sure she didn't pick them up. She said, oh, the car's here. I said, oh, no, it's here too. I said, it's not no. Then Raquel went in the bathroom, looked around, and she agreed with me because she said, well, mom's hairspray's not off the counter. Hell, I don't know which hairspray she got, or Raquel picked out, and she took her hairspray. She didn't take Raquel's hairspray. So then, thinking about pull out from to the office. Hindsight, now looking back, this is weirder than weird to me. He's been gone an hour to 2 hours, and the kids are here all in panic, and she's left countless times. This is weird. And then Zach's in the office going through the security cameras, trying to figure out where's mom at. He wasn't going through the security cameras, he was deleting shit off the cameras because he figured his mom would be one of the track.
Holy fuck. Did you hear that accusation? As Zach, he's alleging when Zach was supposed to be looking for his mom in the cameras, he says Zach was deleting stuff from those cameras. Holy fuck. That's his attorney there. He has to talk now. I think, or he's recommended we got to get out in front of something big is going on. When this guy stepped in, shit's going down with this fucking cleanup guy. Man, did you hear what he just said? That Zach, when he thought it was weird that when Zach was they were looking for his mom, he tells everyone he's looking for his mom. He said he's really in there deleting stuff off the cameras, not looking at the cameras to find out where she is. He just accused Zach of deleting everything when she went missing. You hear that? I hear. You think this guy's smart enough to come up with that? And they could easily prove it. Is the video still there? V, you think this guy's not able to prove that? Wow. You think you can just make accusations like that? They've got all these videos. They've got it all. They got access to everything, right? This guy's got a cleanup crew here. And is the video gone or not? Should be pretty easy. Wow. Right, TJ. TJ knows what's going on, V. I don't want to try to convince you, but you got the wrong idea about this guy. But you're in the right place because I love hearing your comments. This fucking guy just dropped a bombshell and a half there. Is it all gone? Where's the video? Did Zach really do that? Did he have access to the cameras at that time? Zach's got, oh my God. If he did that, that is telling.
But I think, I'm sorry for cutting off on
Prove Zach? I didn't say he did anything. What? Why do I have to prove Zach did what? What are you saying Zach did? He just said Zach deleted a bunch of stuff while looking for they're supposed to be looking for his mom on the cameras. He accused Zach of deleting all the videos. If that can be proven, that's bad. I don't know what it says. I'm not accusing. I didn't say Zach did it. Who said that? Why are you jumping? What is wrong with you? I never said that. So what would you think if this is true and this guy confirmed that the videos are missing and let's say there's a situation where he couldn't even access those cameras, and instead of Zach was looking for it, Zach was logged in and deleted a bunch of videos or something. What would that say to you? Oh my God. I'm not saying I didn't say he did it. Right. It might have been. Yeah. Right. But this guy should be able to get down to the bottom of it, because there'll be cameras of these people. There'll be video of these people walking into the office to do it. Who's logged in? How are they doing it? Is it a computer? Is it just a hard drive? Well, let's get to the bottom of it. If Dale did that, that's very telling. Right.
I appreciate the information, but specifically the Saturday, can you describe the source of Dee's anger? What caused it?
Did Zach say that Dale did that? Because that would be, they're pointing things at each other. I mean, this is deep. Yeah. If fucking Zach didn't do it and he's making it up, that's telling also. And he was the one who did it. There's lots of times where they said he didn't have access, this and that. I mean, I just don't think he's that good with all that stuff. This IT guys and IP numbers changing. He couldn't access the cameras for a month or two because all the IP addresses changed. He had no idea.
I guess she got into it with Terry, one of our drivers, over something. His girlfriend or his wife or his ex-wife or two ex-wife had done. I guess they had a big argument and he quit. And then she got into an argument with Todd that day over dispatching.
So Todd is, I think, Dee got an argument with that Todd guy who was partners with Dee's brother, I think, or the dispatching in the trucking company. It was about the full, oh my God.
Terry or what else they were arguing. He just said he called her out and said, I know what you're not doing. She's taking this money and doing this. And she'd been hanging something like that.
Fuck's sakes. Half of what he's saying, I can't even hear it. We need to get this video cleaned. We need to get the background noise out of it. There's some and this idiot coughing away over here somewhere in this courtroom, or this camera guy's cucking it. Oh my God. There's a fan or something blowing, or just a hum, something humming. And the first one is so easy to hear. This cameraman's in the courtroom pointing his camera up to this, and he must have moved positions or something. Damn it. We need either this cleaned up or to find the body cam, like this police video of this uploaded somewhere. I'm looking for it.
It's been told to us that you had informed the employees, however, that happened, that she was taking Xanax and she didn't take Maddie to that. Can you describe that to us? So we were told that you had informed whether it was Todd or Carrie or both of them that Dee was taking Xanax, and that was a source, a portion of her being upset that day. Okay. And the way it was presented to us was
He just said, I never told any employees that she was taking Xanax.
and I'm paraphrasing, but Dale went behind her back and told employees she's taking Xanax, and I believe her because she don't be able to know, essentially.
Man, I heard, no, I never told anyone that, employee that, and I can't hear the rest of it. Sorry. We're going to have to find this stuff. This is big.
Okay. So outside of the phone call you had with her at the soccer game, can you go back to that? What happened from that?
So at the soccer game, she calls him up and says everything's great, like they're talking perfectly. And then 10 minutes later, she calls back and says Jaron and Brian just showed up and it's over. Everything's over. We lost it all. It's gone. And then he can't get a hold of her the rest of the day. And that should be easy to tell, because I think Jaron and Brian showed up at his, not at the soccer field, but at the field with him. We'll have to look into that because I might have misunderstood the first time that Jaron and Brian showed up the field with her. They showed up to him asking about stuff, and it was just really, I'm pretty sure he sounded like they showed up in the field where he was working or something. I don't even, and then she calls back 10 minutes later and says, they've lost it all, it's gone, they can't do anything. Like something big happened. And then he tries calling her the rest of the day and can't get a hold of her. And she's got a soccer game. So how did that kid get home from the game? And did she take him somewhere? Did she go somewhere? What? We need to find out. Is that the day she went missing or last seen? Because I'm pretty sure he said he saw her sleeping on couches and when he woke up in the morning. So I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm not even saying anything. That's definitely interesting. The soccer game and which field did the Jaron and Brian show up in? Was it sounded like the field he was working in? Then she calls back 10 minutes later and she says it's gone, it's all over, we lost everything or something. And then he tries calling her back and he can't reach her the rest of the day, and it should be in the phone records. Just that alone, she would be at a soccer field, so she'll be able to check up on that. Man. I know. I'm sorry. Yeah. If you want to say he's lying without proof, you want to hear you want to hear him lying. I hear you. Yep. You want to hear a guy that you have no proof is lying. I want you to hear it too. I want to hear a guy who's fucking only one in this case who's not lied. Did he say tie? Is there a tie? Or is he saying Tylenol like the thing thought he said? He said you had to take Ty to somewhere to practice or basketball or something. I don't know. I'm not going to play it again because I don't think we're going to hear it the second time. Oh boy. You think that? Well, let's find out.
What was your instinct then? Do you think this was going to resolve itself, or what did you think at the time? Is this stack kind of comment?
I figured, you know, I'm going to have to go out and talk to Jerry, go back one day, just all over.
Okay.
Who's Charity? He says he's going to have to go talk to Charity?
I mean, I'm going to go in the house tonight. I'm thinking this. I'm going to go in the house tonight. I asked you for something that I didn't. I had nothing. I went down. I'm going to get you out because I didn't stick up for her with the Cherry argument. So I know it was this bad already, even though she's 100% wrong. So I'm just going to go back to her. She argued with Todd. I think the last thing I did was that Todd quit too, because then we'll really be screwed. So I'm going to ask you to argue screaming out at me tomorrow. I'm going to have to go talk to Cherry. Come back to work. Sit with Todd. It's going to be he's going on that Saturday. So Monday. I have to talk to him, go back. Get it figured out. We should know for a couple of days and just be back.
And at that time, you know, on Saturday, with how upset she was over this argument with her employees, essentially, Tom and Jerry.
This fucking person coughing behind this camera needs to go. Damn it. This first half was so clear to hear exactly what he's saying. Fuckers. It's almost by design. I don't know.
What do you think her mindset was like?
I don't know anymore. It was just thinking.
Some of the statements you had made in the past were that you were concerned she was abusing her pills and that she may be depressed. Is that accurate?
Yeah, she was depressed. I think she was upset, depressed, because she didn't know what she was doing.
just because it is a busy time of year in general.
It's this time of year. Yeah, that's what it is. On the calendar, pretty much every year, I start planning tournament meetings.
Okay. Barring weather or whatever.
Like, you see a liar here? This whole position, he's been nothing but look at this guy straightforward. This isn't somebody lying here.
This is the day I start. 4 weeks is too early. This is the day you start.
Okay. And she come home on Saturday, and what happens then?
I come home on Saturday. This is just the house. And I call my son. He's still spring fertilizer. So I go in the house.
Of course, he looks away when I say it, but
See, she's questioning me about, I asked her what's going on with Angelina. She says Angelina's going to her house, and I'm like, why? It's like 8 o'clock at night. Why is she doing that? I was like, you can call and she's going over. Okay, I got to move times, do chores, check cabs, see Angelina. No, Amy's going to get her. Okay. So I go over, these times.
well, wait till you hear the first half of this interview. This idiot's not coughing in the background, and we hear him perfectly. For whatever reason, they changed up something. Man, I'm kind of being joking and facetious, but oh boy, something's up. I know we can't hear as good as the first half. That's odd.
Come back from the house and it's like that meeting she's coming.
Yes, sit here beside the camera and cough every time he's going to say something exculpatory. When and keep quiet when he's going to incriminate himself. Here, we'll tell you when.
Yeah, I remember Amy was there when I left her when I came back. When Amy was there, she didn't say nothing. She's actually left in the house.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, he's in there, and he's on the other side of the room, and he's signaling to him, touching his nose like a first base, like steal first base. You know, cough, cough.
Tried talking to Dee, and she's all upset. I says, okay, so I will talk about it. She says, well, I know, told him this. Jerry quit. Yeah, I heard Jerry quit. Sounds upset with me. I said, what are you going to do? He said, well, take care of 4 of the kids. What do you want to do? First she tried screaming and started getting fun. I tried to sit down talking to her, and then she got this. She says, you're using this kind of shit on me. And I was trying not to say anything make it worse. And no, this is I don't talk it out. She's talking to me. She's still mad about Terry. She's going to tell me about Terry's girlfriend did this, she did that. Tell Terry what to do. I can see that she's starting to get white. She's over you're here. She's looking over here talking, but she's talking to me. Says you need to white. Yeah, this is you can't see. So I went over and asked her stuff about it. That's what she cooked, and that's what she said. I got some breakfast ingredients to come see. It had steak or something. So she got those out. She got it over. She started to cut it. Then she cut her finger. She was doing this. Stop. I cut it. Warmed up. We ate some breakfast. Are you feeling better? Yeah, I can tell she wasn't. Her face was sadness. Her words were slurred. She said, I gotta take them away, girls. So she went over to her. Her report was like, oh, it's okay. She put it inside out.
Sorry, I got to switch something up here. I think I got my mic jumped from my headset, so I just paused it 1 quick second. I need to fix something, I think. I think my microphone, I gotta check. 1 second. Sorry, guys. System sounds. Sorry, I paused it. Headphones. I don't want to use this as a microphone. No, it's okay. It's okay. Forget it. Do you not hear it? I just paused. One sec. Playing. I'm listening. So something's happened. Sorry, TJ. Sorry. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. What have I done? Oh, I might have to refresh because oops. One sec. I know what I've done. So I switched so I can have my Bluetooth in stereo. I'll have to refresh maybe. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. No, it's not playing. What's going on? I'll fix it, TJ. Sorry. Good. Thank you for letting me know. I'll fix it. Because it was only about 5 minutes ago, I switched my headphones, my Bluetooth headphones. So I got to make sure I'm opening up on my other screen my audio and figure out what's going on. So this is the microphone. Headphones is the default device. How about I do this? I'll open up a fresh page, copy it, and open up a fresh one. Something's happened. I did switch my audio. I didn't think it affected. I'll get it. Oh, I should have checked. Fuck. Where were we? So sorry. Oh, I need to do a share. I need to reshare. I got to put the screen back down probably. And unshare my screen share because I had my Bluetooth. I had to put a new Bluetooth. Can you even hear me?
Look and see if I got any chemistry that'll take the load of the JCB. Come over, front buildings will keep the temps. I keep some back right low, but all the small stuff, it's little jugs, little things we keep up at the office, so somebody shows up to buy some. Just like the market, just need to check outside some small stuff, it's little jugs, little things we keep up.
Okay, I fixed it. One sec. I fixed it, I believe. Let me know. I'm going to play. You hear me? I had to take it down because I did change headphones, and I think it does something. I had to unshare the screen and reshare it. So here we go.
So I'll go there and get ready. From my house, go back to the photo, right back to the barn, walk this morning, fit the photo, I'll take the JCB up there and form the remote out. So that morning, I think I made 2 or 3 trips with the photo, different jugs, because that just, that's all on my sheet right there, sheets.
Okay.
So my log sheets, I mean, if you actually go time out with Leroy's, I mean, go get my sheet, and tell us what time I go to the barn, what time I got to Leroy's, when I'm back, because I'm loading the next one, I write down scales, everything. In the corner. That's the way to, and the sprayer, I write down the sprayer, when I leave the field, I try to write down, the acres in it, whose name it is. So there's, I'm trying to double up so I don't miss it.
Right.
Spring, so that I got those two.
Okay. So you go out of the house, you go to feed the dogs, and what's the next thing you do?
So we got the motor controller done. The sprayer.
And you get a toxicity thing. When you say Kubota, what are you
That
referring to?
four-wheel little, what you call it, a little ATV.
Okay.
What you call it, a little ATV.
Okay. I guess I by side with a,
Yeah.
with a cargo area?
Yeah, it's
Okay. And where is that normally parked?
It's usually parked out by the dogs right
Side by side of the.
Yeah, he's at orange. He's a tenant.
And you get that, and where do you go from there?
That morning, we drove around the spring.
So are you guys hearing it? Or have I done something here? Were you hearing that okay? I switched headphones. Bluetooth headphones. I paused it. If anybody's still here, did you? Oh, got an idea. Something. So it's giving me a warning saying my browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. Try sharing your screen again. Restart your browser. So I'm going to take it down. So something happened. I took it down, the screen share. I'm going to refresh my browser. Changes may not be saved. I'm going to reload any. On stage, worked good. Fresh reshare, share screen. 1 sec, sorry. So sorry, I switched Bluetooth headphones and I'm using Google to stream, but I'm using Firefox browser. Here we go. I put this up. Tell me if you can hear this.
He's at orange. He's a tenant.
And you get that, and where do you go from there?
That morning, we drove around the spring. We drove around the boundary farm. Nice to clean it out. The grass is up, so field grass. See if there's a on it.
Okay, and then what?
Then I go to the sprayer. Started checking the oil, started just pouring down a bit there.
Okay,
That's not what I was. Got low.
okay, and what happened from there?
I went to Leroy's, sprayed that. Back, it was out. Went to the roads, sprayed that.
Okay,
And then I loaded it up. I loaded it. Then I'll say I'm spraying for me.
okay. And, can you describe to us what you do with the JCB that morning?
I would have pulled up, that was, pulled it at the barn, pulled up by the house. Oh, I think it was just for trash that I, well, no, I had to put the forks in, I pulled that back, and there was a pallet that I had to put ammonium sulfate in the barn.
Okay,
Usually, there's a bucket, there's double check, those, so, all that trash goes in the bucket.
okay. You said you pulled it up to the house, and just grab that to us?
I think I pulled up behind the house, I think I had to run and grab my name sheet, my little sheet, for sure. I took the loader around, it was out, the sprayer started, I got JCB the loader, pulled around by the house, and I run in, I had to grab something out of the house, I go back out, got the loader, back I go. Put the forks on it.
And what did you see in the house when you had run back in there?
Still sitting.
Okay, still asleep. And at this point, it seems like it's a question, was anyone else on the property or in the house? Okay. And
It's still about 6:30.
that was my next question, how long had it been? Okay.
It's about 6:30 now. I think that maybe close to 6, 7. You got that around moving and start to spray her up.
Mhm.
You know, just run it. Kind of loud. Red on the loader, pull out your paddle, forks.
Okay. Hear that? Yeah. This is going to help me, just because I don't want to farm talk. When you say
And I'm back, I believe. Stuff looks different. Let me get this screen going again. 1 second. I'll get that video going right now. So sorry. I'm sure you can hear me. That was weird. My fucking everything froze up. So I just paused. Yeah, it feels great. So snappy. Like you can tell when your computer's like working good again. Get a screen share. Okay, here we go. Really feels good. Oh, much better. Sometimes you just need to reboot, right? Comes. Oh boy, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. What are you looking? Oh, wrong screen. Not that screen, you idiot. Sorry, 1 sec. 1 sec. 1 sec. Wrong screen share. Stop screen share. Fresh one. Shared my other screen. It starts doing that loopy loop. It's this one. I'm so sorry. Here it is. At the stage. Here we go. Tell me if you can hear this and see it.
And it's
Still got about 6:30.
that was my next question. How long
Full
is that?
screen.
Next about 6:30 now.
So I'll go back a little bit because I'm not sure where it started or where I finished. I have a feeling that it's back a bit. I could hear it good though. Let me know. I'm gonna just play.
This is going to help me just because I don't talk farm talk. When you say you leave the house, you go and just show me, I think I know, show me where the dogs are. Okay, and then you jump in the Kubota? Okay. I was gonna ask which field you're referring to. Okay. Okay.
You know what it is.
Okay. Is that common for the farmers to check the grass each morning, and that's part of what you do, so you can schedule? Okay, okay. And then where was the sprayer parked? Is that where? Okay. And you started, and you there while you're loading everything else up, you said it goes up air, is that so, like, wiggle air and spray?
There's also suspension goes up those areas.
Which you started, okay. And where was the JCB part? Okay. And you said you pulled up to the house, can you show me?
Pull out here, pull around this way, come over here. Grab our meeting house and back down.
Okay, can I make some notes on here with you, okay? She said this is the Kubota?
Yeah.
Can you just draw next to the Kubota bus? You got a better pen anywhere? Might work. Where's going on all fronts here for me?
Maybe it's paper.
And then, where is the, if you can mark the sprayer, is it out of the paper, that part? Okay. And where's the JCB part? And then just draw X on it for me, just to make sure I understand. Different people call the buildings different things, so I don't want to make sure. Okay, what do they call the dry bar? Oh, okay, and there's the wet bar, does that make sense? That's, see, that's what I mean, it's different people. Okay. Okay, and then you pull on the JCB and you show it where you parked it by the house?
No, pull up here.
Okay, can you mark that for me? Okay, and then, where do you go from there? Yeah. Okay. And then what happens after that? You try the JCB over there, you hear the JCB, and then what happens? Okay. And when you, how many minutes do you think from when you were in the house to when you got over here and left in the sprayer, how many minutes is that, if you had to guess, that Sunday morning? Yes, and is this an hour-long process? Is this
half an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay.
And
And
I don't, I'm trying to remember if I had to rinse before I loaded the weed spray out, or if I rinsed. I don't remember, so I looked at my book, I actually did have to slow down my book.
not with me now. So,
See, because I keep that book in there on the shelf, so if I spray for accuracy, say, with it yesterday, now I'm going out there and I got spray weed, I'll look at that book, I had accuracy in there, I'll fucking get that spray weed with accuracy.
I see.
So now I'm gonna try rinse out, so I got.
Those are the gamers that you gave me.
Yeah,
We were out there one game.
yeah. They would have ran on the Hummer.
That was a
Do you guys know what his nickname is now? Hummer. Oh, really?
I've been not looking at the book, I came like I had to come out and rinse. I had to rinse it in an hour. If I didn't rinse out, I looked at half an hour, 45 minutes, I might get all the chemicals. The sprayer's in here. JCB's here, I can walk here, got some stuff out of the building up front here. Took back. Measured it out, because it's an ounce, this was a lot healthy, I really measured the shit out, right? Put the sprayer and I would pull it out.
Okay.
I mean, it should be on the camera, because the camera, I pulled the bar, will show you pulling it out the sprayer.
Okay, and specifically with the JCB, I think this is the most question I have to ask that's out there. So the Justice Brigade crew, at the time, I think the adult children perhaps Parker had seen the JCB tracks, and that's why they had asked you why you pulled up to the house. Is that accurate?
They didn't ask me.
That's
They asked me.
correct.
They didn't ask me.
Okay. Okay, that was my understanding, because the JCB tracks were for the Hummer Spark. Was that news to you? Yeah, so,
Then I pulled it on back around behind the house later that day, and I pulled it up next to the grass where I was parked.
right, so when they had seen the Hummer, they already put it back to the house, and the JCB tracks were underneath it.
All private.
Okay, and that's from when you pulled up the house?
Yeah.
Okay, and the JCB,
Yeah, the JCB, I pulled up there, the Hummer was out front, and never leaving anything out front. That's because they leave the keys and everything.
yeah,
So
okay,
I drove the Hummer, pulled back around the house, and I pulled it over next to the grass and parked it.
in the normal spot essentially.
Well, normal spot's the garage, but we've been parking it outside because I think she had something else in the garage with her caddy, or she parked in the middle of her caddy. So I just pulled it over next to the garage, was out late, because the rest of the area there is where the rest of us park. You know, where I park mine, I pick upstairs, here, whoever pulls in, that's where they park.
Okay, so you got the JCB, pulled back into the house, because you forgot your sheet or something, and you get back in and you go back to the barn and load the sprayer. And when you're in the house, she's sleeping. Right, okay, so how did the Hummer get from behind the house to the office?
In that one,
Yeah,
that was there when I came back, that's where Kelly was sitting out front.
okay, where was it when you left?
When I left, it was on my house. I think there was a bumper, I don't remember.
Okay,
Seeing the number, I mean, it's a lot, I don't
okay,
remember. But I do remember grabbing it from in front of the office, and parking it back on the house, because we never leave anything else on the roof.
okay. So it was behind the house you got?
I don't remember. I don't.
Okay,
Well, I guess
Like, this isn't fair. Them asking him car park. You know, they got all these cameras. Go look. If you had a farm like this and had cars moved around, parked here, parked there, I mean, going back in time, how long ago was this? Like, to ask if you moved your car from here to there, if you moved her car, if it was parked here, this is why you don't talk to the police, because they're going to spin it. I mean, they're using this against him.
easier when you left to go to Brooks or whatever.
Like, there's 10 cameras. Go look at the camera. You'll see exactly what he did.
I wasn't parked in front of it.
I don't remember seeing it out there. I don't.
okay,
I mean, I don't remember something up there. I almost think I didn't look that way. I mean, I can tell you where a piece of farm machine is. I can't tell you what Homer's at. It's just not something that I'm paying attention to.
okay. So then you, get in a sprayer, you go out to Leroy's, and you spray, you said, Ryan, I'm sorry, how many acres at a time?
It was
10 acres?
that.
Okay, when you come back and then what happens?
I had to flush out the goes in that spray can. I jumped in the Kubota again and pulled out front, or I had enough, I don't remember, but I had to kind of shoot the bar.
Okay,
I loaded up, if I had rinsed out, I'd pull them back in, and I just rinsed out, pull back in, loaded. What's the next time?
and the next time, remind me, I'm sorry, you're going to, was it towards Brooklyn?
It was on Brooks.
Brooks, I'm sorry, okay. And then where do you go from there? Okay. And then what happens then?
That's when the stuff becomes, that's what we do that.
Okay. And what do you do after that?
I had back to the house, make that spray.
Okay. And who's there when you get home?
Kids were there.
The kids meeting, I'm sorry.
So then Zach, Cal. Zach, Cal, Dustin. TJ was there.
Okay. And you said they're in the office, and what are they doing?
They're going to the computers. For the security things.
Okay.
Because I was dumbfounded they had the codes to get into it.
Yeah. And when you access the cameras, what were you looking for?
I never accessed it, I didn't have the code to get into it.
Yeah, when you did access the cameras, what were you looking for? I know this is a question, but
I was looking to see, what was going on there.
So he's saying that day in the prosecution video, when they're all in that office, they're accessing the cameras and he had no access to the cameras. So how is he's not the one deleting those videos. They're gone.
I didn't look at anything other than Zach was there because they had the lockdown.
okay, well, there's actually no value access to cameras that line. I'm just asking what you were looking for. It's just like, we're trying to move the sheriff's department, so we just need you to explain everything as silly as it sounds, you know?
They were looking to see what cars were by the video.
Okay, and that's what you did, you access them?
I didn't access it. Zach already had it on the screen.
Yeah, we promised to be honest with each other.
I didn't look.
Just listen, there's actually no value access to cameras. If you were just looking for your wife, then just say you're just looking for your wife, I don't
I was
understand.
looking for my wife, but I didn't access the shit. Security.
Ah, so he goes in there. He has no access to it, but when he's in there, Zach has him up and he's looking at the cameras. This guy's trying to shake him down and pressure him into, like, he's not sure. So he's doing the whole, come on, tell me the truth kind of deal, like trying to pressure him to crack here. But mind you, remember, this is all on camera, and he never goes behind this desk. He walks up to that desk that morning, walks around, they don't show him behind this. So I don't see how he can lie about this, because this whole interaction is on camera, looking down at that little clubhouse where they're all sitting around, and there's the desk, I'm sure, would be D's.
You have access to them on your phone, correct?
Yes, if it'll work, it would not work.
Okay, so when you tried to access the cameras, what were you doing?
I was looking to see who was in the office, if he was on the cameras.
Okay, so you're just looking for Dee, that's all I'm trying to get.
Yeah, looking for me, see where she's at, but I already figured she's the tax officer.
Okay. And that's specifically from your phone, that's what you're trying to do, correct? Okay, and is that, I think it's called Milestone? Milestone? Is that the app you typically have problems with? I'm not familiar with it. Is it?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Okay. What are you supposed to be able to do from the app?
We're supposed to be able to see the cameras and see what's going on all the cameras.
Okay. And is it, how often would you try to use it?
I would try to look at it, I'll work on it off. I'll work every day, and once a week or something, I look at it.
And what percentage of the time do you think it works?
5-10%.
Too good of a track
No,
record.
I mean, if you're in the office, and you wanna look at the camera system when you're in the office, it'll work. If you're in the house, it'll work. If you're works, it don't work.
Okay.
Because you got internet access, I guess, but with your phone, you shouldn't have to, and it don't work.
And do you have any other issues with your phone, or is it with that app, do you think? It's the application itself?
I don't know, your phone's always have glitch, and a lot of stuff don't work.
But by and large, it's this application that gives you issues. Okay. Do you pretty much carry your phone with you at all times?
Most of the time.
know that?
I'm pretty sure that was one of them.
Okay,
The only time you know is if you drop it somewhere or backtrack and try to find it.
yeah, you and me both. And, that Sunday, do you remember, about what time, Stephanie called you to ask where he was?
I was thinking it was around 9:00, 9:30.
Okay, and until that point, as far as you knew, she was at home, right? Okay.
I think I texted her, telling her elsewhere, so that she.
Okay, but until then, things are normal, you don't know any different, right, essentially, okay? And then, what were you doing, okay, why did you access the Cadillac that morning? What did you go to the Cadillac for in the garage? You accessed the Cadillac, you couldn't do what you done that. I'm not
There
sure,
was something in that, yeah, that car.
I'm not sure.
If I opened the door, got it out, but I didn't. She's got a key.
I'm not saying you drove it, I'm just saying you accessed it for some reason. Don't recall why. Okay.
Access it, and I got it, you mean?
I
I looked at it on my app on my phone.
I'm not certain what you did physically with the vehicle, but you had access to the car.
No, because I probably looked at my phone to see where it's at.
Okay.
That would be access.
Okay, I'm not familiar with what you can do with that.
And
So
then I'm sorry, I mean, I see down there on my phone, it tells me where it's at.
okay, and
Tell us about that.
yeah, tell us about that. I'm not familiar with that.
Just, you know, I'm sorry, I mean, you're down there at my phone, you can start the car, lock it, zero your phone.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I did a little bit about the time what car's at in the garage.
Okay. And for what purpose were you doing that morning?
It's only when it's not there, I see the car's there.
Okay, so you would have accessed that app and it tells you where the car is, and that's why you would have done to see where she was.
Yeah, see my car's, the car's almost supposed to come home.
Okay. And what about when you tried to locate your iPhone? For what purpose was that?
See what she's at.
Same thing.
Everybody was trying to find her on my phone.
Okay. Okay. And it had been described to us that when things weren't comfortable between the two of you, she didn't like you knowing where she was. Did she know you had access to those things at the time?
So,
Was that ever a point of contention in recent times? You know, overall, there had been disagreements about that. What about leading up to this incident? Okay.
I mean, she were out there, she could access my phone.
Okay.
It's kind of safe, if I don't, she can't get a hold of me, she can find my phone, see where I'm at, with her, you know, she knows, same everything, find her.
Okay. Do you have any more questions about Sunday?
No.
Okay.
Now I paused it because I had my volume cranked up. So I don't know. I'm turning my headphones down, but keeping this up to 100%. So they might start talking. I don't know if it's going to be too loud here.
All right, so during the course of
That's
that
okay.
interview, you had the defendant draw on something. What was that?
It was here to you a satellite image of the Munger farm.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 124, and we are going to, okay, we're going to switch it out on the iPad. I'm going to have you get it out, though. Exhibit 124. Is that the exhibit I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was the point of that exercise?
The intention of reviewing this with Mr. Warner was to have him specifically mark where he parked the front end loader on 425, the morning of 425.
Okay. If I recall correctly, you had him draw 4 different X's on this map. Do you recall what the other X's were for?
Yes, there's one X in the very top right-hand corner that was to get the pen to work. There is one X directly north of the house where he indicated that he parked the front end loader. The other 2 X's.
Hold on, I'm gonna have you stop. So you said directly north of the house?
So in the image, you can see a white car
Yes.
north of the house. There is an X to the right of that.
Okay,
That is where he indicated that he parked the front end loader.
okay. And do you recall what the other 2 X's are?
The other 2 X's are, I asked him miscellaneous questions about where he picked up the side-by-side from and where the front end loader was initially parked.
Okay. And why are you asking these questions?
The other 2 questions, honestly, were more of a decoy. The only thing I really wanted to know was where he parked that front end loader that morning.
And so at this point in time, had you reviewed some of the stuff, but not all of the discovery in the case or the evidence that had been gathered so far?
I had reviewed probably in the high 90% of everything, if not everything in its entirety.
Okay, so why do you care where the JCB was parked that morning?
It was observed, there were tire tracks observed from the front end loader. And when asked about it, Mr. Warner later explained that he returned to the house in the front end loader.
Okay.
Where this X is marked and where those tracks were is also where the Hummer is typically parked and where it was parked that day. His statements were that D must have moved the Hummer to the office, but he states when he returns to the house in the front end loader and parks in this spot that she's inside sleeping. So then it begs the question of these 2 objects cannot be in the same place at the same time, which means the Hummer must have already have been moved when he pulled up to the house.
Okay. And you asked about a number, 3 other items. So first you asked about I believe the milestone.
Yes.
What was that?
Milestone is the application used to access the surveillance cameras on the Munger property.
Okay. And Find My iPhone, what's that?
Find My iPhone is an application. If you're granted permission between different Apple products, you can look at their geographic location on a map.
And the My Cadillac app, what's that?
That is another application offered by General Motors and or OnStar in which you can do a variety of things, including looking up the geographic location of a vehicle.
Why are you asking these questions?
All of those applications were accessed by Mr. Warner that morning, and they were all done prior to when he states that she realizes she's missing.
Prior to when he realizes she's missing?
He's very consistent in that the first time he knows that she's missing is when he receives a phone call at approximately 10:30. However, he accessed all of these applications, in his words, to find her well before he knows that she's missing.
Okay. So after you do this interview, you kind of continue this investigation for a couple years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, we're going to get into the rest of the details of that investigation at a later point in time. I want to focus right now on August 16th of 2024. What happened on that day?
On August 16th of 24, I executed a search warrant to look for anhydrous ammonia tanks at a property on Paragon Road.
Okay. Were there 2 properties that were searched for anhydrous tanks?
Yes, there was also a property searched on Carson, just north of Munger, kitty corner from the Munger property.
Okay. I'm going to show you a handful of exhibits, sir. First, exhibit 90. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Okay, where's that location?
that is at The barn I searched on Paragon Road.
Okay, and was this photograph taken August 16th, 24?
Yes.
Exhibit 91. What's this?
This is at the same location. This photo was also taken on that date.
Okay, 92.
The same thing, ma'am, on Paragon Road, also taken on that date.
Okay, 93.
This is outside of that barn, the same location, also taken on that date.
Exhibit 94.
The same, ma'am.
Exhibit 95.
The same.
Same date and location.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, exhibit 96.
Same date and location, ma'am.
Okay, exhibit 97.
Same date and location, just outside of the barn.
Exhibit 98.
Same date and location inside of that barn.
Exhibit 99.
Same date and location on the outside of the barn.
Exhibit 100. Okay, what's this?
This is inside of a separate portion of the barn, taken on that same date at that same location on Paragon Road.
Did you make observations on this tank?
Yes, initially it stood out because all of the other tanks were outside and or in the open portion of the barns by one another. However, this tank was by itself in this area.
Okay. Did you make any other observations?
Yes. On the in this image, what would be the back or the left-hand side of the tank, there was a non-factory weld visible from the outside.
Okay. Exhibit 105, I'm gonna have you look at that. Is that one of the welds you were just discussing?
Yes, this is that back end of the tank. Obviously, this is the top of the picture is the top end of the tank.
All right. Exhibit 73. Is this another portion of the weld that you observed?
Yeah, so this would be the bottom of the tank, and or if you're going from top to bottom, a continuation going downward from the previous photo.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit 101. What's this?
This was a handwritten note that was wire tied to the valve on top of the tank.
When you say the tank, are you referring to tank 34 that was in exhibit 100 that you just detailed?
The previous photos, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you exhibit 102. You still have the scissors?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to go and play that first one. One sec. Grab it. It's on my other screen here. Sorry. If anyone's still here, I'm going to play that first one again because the first one was, oh my gosh, it was 10 times more. Sorry, 10 times more stuff. Okay, come back. Playlist up. Come on. So it was, which one did we just listen to? Shit. Yes, this is the first one. This isn't the one we just watched because if anybody's even, oh, hey, what's up, Luna? TJ? Yeah. But the only thing with those tags is that those tags are just like twist tied on. Like what? Not like what does that mean if this tags twist tied? These guys fucking taking care of these tags 10 a day, it sounds like. Or they gotta, if they need to be decommissioned and cleaned up and painted, and you need to have them protected because there's chemicals all over them. Probably putting decals on them, and yeah, you're probably gonna touch your finger on the inside of that decal. And I mean, I gotta watch. This is the first one, TJ. So listen up. This is a good one.
All right, people may call their next witness.
The people would call Detective Daniel.
So it's Daniel Drew, your and it's going to start in the first few minutes, and all of it's going to be, this is going to be about the Mexicans, and we're going to hear it good too, because this is a good one, right? Even when they start, I will put the closed captioning on, but it's in 2 minutes, so we're going to listen to that first part, and boy, oh boy, there's Mexicans hiding weed under cabbage. There's $80,000 or so going missing, and Zach supposedly is taking money, and Daniel D. Hardy's brother is doing a transaction, or he helps him out with some transaction at a bank and all this, or I don't know if he inserted himself or tried to help him, and then ends up getting 100 acres out of the deal himself at a special price of $4,000 an acre instead of the 6 or 7 it was worth. And I think D and Dale were mad at the older brother. I mean, it's got to be a record of all this, right?
Dreher.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes, sir.
You can have a seat.
Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
My name is Daniel Drewer, Daniel Drewer.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed by the Michigan Department of State Police.
And what's your title?
I'm currently a detective lieutenant.
How long have you been a detective lieutenant?
For approximately 15 months.
And what was your title prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a detective sergeant.
Okay. And how long were you a detective sergeant prior?
I was a detective sergeant for 3 or 4 years.
How long have you worked for the Michigan State Police in total?
We just eclipsed 12 years, ma'am.
At some point in time, did you become involved in this?
He said, we? Does he have a canine? How long have you been working with them? He says, we just eclipsed 12 years. Has he got a partner, I guess, or we? Or a dog? 12 years?
This case?
Yes.
When was that?
That was in March of 2022.
And what was your involvement at that time?
I was a detective sergeant for the State Police Monroe Post, which covers Monroe and Lenawee counties. And the Sheriff's Department Lenawee County Sheriff's Department had contacted the post and asked for some assistance with this investigation. So I was assigned to assist the detective from the county.
Oh, sorry. What the hell happened there? So sorry. I hit a pause. Oh my God, what's going on?
Also involved.
Oh, I was going to pause. I was just going to pause to say he's been brought in to clean up Greca, who's on the run from this prosecutor, because he's going to be the cleanup guy to spin this little fairy tale. The fucking jumping in a safe that they have no idea it's even used. Oh my God, this is a cleanup guy. Greca's on the run from Hardy and his investigator, and this prosecutor flees the state. 8 months, tells him he's gone out to dinner because he doesn't think Dale's guilty after talking to Jaron with the no body cam on. Holy fuck. This is a cleanup guy. Too polished. This is, sure. CIA, FBI. This is not no fucking Michigan cop. He's way too polished. This is a whole presentation here. This guy is way too polished.
At some point in time, did you completely take over the investigation?
Yes, that would have been August of the same year.
And when you took over the investigation, what was the first thing you did?
There were a number of administrative things that need to be completed, primarily taking all the...
And we had to get Jaron in a car and do a whole charade for the cameras before we took him inside to get in front of a bunch of cameras and book him.
current evidence and documents from the Sheriff's Department, inventorying them and entering them into our report writing system and property.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes.
And what types of evidence did you take from the Sheriff's Department?
There was a volume of documents, video, surveillance video, body cam video. There was some physical evidence, some things that have been sent to the lab for miscellaneous testing, and electronic media.
When you took over the case and took that evidence, did you start from the beginning, or what was your goal?
Kind of a combination. So we conducted a complete review of everything that we took from the sheriff's department. So that was reviewing all the evidence, all the reports, all the videos, but then also starting our own investigation from the beginning.
Right. And he's taken over for this Greca guy, but he wants to start fresh.
And after reviewing at least a portion of that evidence, did you interview the defendant?
Yes,
Do you recall when that was?
that was in December of 22.
Where was that at?
That was at the Michigan State Police Monroe Post.
And would you say approximately the first 45 minutes or so was just building some rapport with the defendant?
Yes, practically the first 45 minutes were not necessarily case specific, more just introducing myself to Mr. Warner.
Okay. Now we're going to get into the actual details of your investigation at a later point in time, next week maybe. So right now I just want to focus on kind of the interview you did. So when you, after that first 45 minutes, what was the first topic of discussion that you had with the defendant?
That would be the weekend of April 24 and April 25, 2021, which is the weekend that D. Warner disappeared.
So after the first 45 minutes, did you get some general background information from the defendant, such as the businesses and relationships and finances before you got into the weekend?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, we'll play the first portion of Exhibit 221.
Why wouldn't you do something to me?
My soulmate, I love her.
Okay. And what do you think should happen to someone that did do something there? Why wouldn't you do something to me?
My soulmate, I love her.
Okay. And what do you think should happen to someone that did do something there?
I'm not so sure that someone did anything to her. I think she just left. Because
Okay.
with someone, I mean, she obviously had a couple of good plan.
Okay.
She left with someone who they did something. I don't. Anyone's talking to me.
Okay. Can you, kind of in your own words, can you describe Dee to me as a person?
The most beautiful one in the world.
And how about her personality, when you talk about her as a person?
You know, she could be hot and cold.
What do you mean by that?
She could be sweet and seductive and just the nicest person in the world. And she could be saying, within 2 seconds.
How would you describe your marriage overall?
I would describe our marriage as a normal marriage. We had a lot of arguments and disagreements, but I mean, business is something you run. You're going to have disagreements sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a hard time leaving business in the office, you bring it home. If you didn't agree with her way of thinking, then she'd keep on doing it, she'd convince you what she was saying was right.
Okay. And how would you describe kind of a normal argument with her? What is that like? The two of you, you and her.
A normal argument.
Yeah, what's a typical argument like for you two?
Which started out, she would say I accuse her of doing something, or if I catch her, I catch her doing something. No, she told me she was gonna go pick something up, but she didn't do it because she went shopping. I said, how come you didn't get this part? You know, I had to have it. Well, you know, I was busy and I had to go do this. And she, by the end of the argument, she had it completely so far away from the park, it'd be my fault, and I walked away.
You're apologizing at the end?
She's a master of manipulating her own.
I sure got married to my wife. What's going on here? I got the same treatment.
That's what I did divorce for 13. I think they're all sisters in the end. Well, that was my biggest thing when we were both on the house where, after the fact, she left the couple months after you went, no, she left because you were getting better. You were understanding how to talk to her when you had an argument. You have to, say, okay, honey, and before you get out in the middle of something that you want to argue. He says, you have to stop. You have to sit down and say, okay, what's bothering me? Let's talk about it. And I would never do that until close to before she left. And that's when I was finally, boom, the light goes on. This is what I gotta do. Men from Mars, women from Venus or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I have to sit down and talk to her. As soon as I started doing that, she didn't know how to argue anymore. It's like, oh shit, I'm screwed. Because I sat down, okay, Dee, tell me what you're doing, what you need to do, and how we can fix it. And she didn't know how to handle it. And she just get pissed and take off and walk away or leave.
How often would that happen?
Oh, it was once or twice a week. We'd have an argument over something.
Okay.
I shouldn't say an argument, we disagree on how to do things, or where this truck is going, or who this guy's gonna get done. It was always a disagreement on things that are getting done for the business.
Okay. And how often would she, to my understanding, it wasn't uncommon for her to leave for a night and go stay somewhere. How often would that happen?
That was random. I don't know,
If you had to guess, how many times a month?
like once or twice.
Okay. And that was
But
consistent?
it wouldn't be, she would get pissed off and leave, and she'd just go time to go shopping for the day, and won't answer her phone. Or if she's really pissed off, she'd take off and go over to Zach's house and stay for a day or two, or you didn't know. I mean, you never knew how long before she'd be back.
Okay.
So that's why I never was worried until Walter sold it by it. And it was wrong because it was took off and come back.
And before, I have a few questions for you. And again, before I ask these, some of these are just reports we have from other people. So me asking it does not mean that I think it's true. I want you to understand that, okay? And I mean that sincerely. So we have reports from different people regarding there being violence in your household historically between you and Dee. Can you describe that to us?
I know, through this, high level conversation back and forth with each other.
Can you describe what you mean by high level?
Just hollering at each other. He would be saying that about and screaming, hollering, talking around at me, and I'd be hollering back at her. There was a very violence.
And how often would those types of discussions occur?
A couple times on the ground, just happened to depend on if the truck got rolled over that day, or if somebody smashed something up, or before we were running the business.
I see, okay. So what would you say if the person that had given us that information regarding violence in the household was here, what would you say to them?
He's got to know that hearsay from what someone else told him.
Okay. What can you tell us specifically about the device that was installed on Dee's car, on her Escalade? Some people refer to it as a tracking device. What can you tell us about that? Okay, so we had received information that there was a device installed in the Escalade and that she had discovered it and it resulted in an argument between the two of you.
There's never anything, I've never heard about an argument over this device in there.
Okay, do you know anything about any device in general that she felt was tracking her or something on her vehicle? Is that?
She thought I put one in the Hummer.
Okay, can you tell us a little about that?
I put a diagnostic device plugged into it to see how it's running.
Okay.
There's no run or change in it. She figured it was a tracking device. I could tell where she was at.
Okay, well, then why do you think she would feel that way?
She was paranoid. She didn't want anyone to know where she was at, what she was doing. I mean, this is me finding out after the fact.
Okay.
And the Escalade had a hot star on it, so I could tell where the Escalade was at anytime, every time.
Okay.
The last Escalade, not the first one, just the second one.
Okay, and what about there being rumors of her being involved with other men? What would you say to that?
At the time when she left, I would say no, but now I really don't know how to answer that question.
Okay. You've had a lot of time to think about it. Do you think it was possible? Do you think it was true?
I am leaning towards that it was true, but in my mind, I still think in my life my wife was true to me.
Okay.
What else? I don't know until she's here before I can ask her in her front. I guess I want to say she's innocent until she tells me otherwise. It was proof.
Okay. Had that been a suspicion due to the past? Something you had confronted her on prior to this?
The Draper should be having an affair.
Looking back, were there any indicators that may have been the case back then?
Looking back, there's a lot of things that make me question. Like I say,
What things? Can you describe it to me?
being gone for hours at a time, being gone, not being able to account for where you've been, or not wanting to tell me where you've been.
Okay.
So,
Anything else? Okay.
I mean, this is all stuff that I found out in the last 3-4 months, you know. And a lot of it, maybe it's always, there's so many rumors and so much shit going on.
I'm sure.
Like I say, I'm not gonna believe any of it until she's in front of me, I can ask her.
Several people have reported instances where you would show up to where Dee was unannounced without having knowledge of your knowledge from her where she was. Can you explain that to us a little bit?
That's news to me.
Okay, so I can think, correct me if I'm wrong, partner, but one specific example was she was out to lunch with someone and she had made a statement about not wanting to be around you. You're having some argument or disagreement on that specific day, and you had showed up to where that lunch was occurring.
That's completely.
Okay. And again, I'm just asking what's been reported to us. I'm not saying there's any truth to it, okay? And there's a lot of things like that it's important to hear your side, because when you're only getting one side, it makes it look horrible, right? So we want you to.
Wait, Luna, wait. I think the YouTube is choppy. I'm going to stop and start. Wait. I see it now. I'm going to unshare and share. Give me 1 sec. Let me just try this. If you still want to watch, I'm going to unshare it. Something is wrong. I just noticed. For me, it's perfect, but I'm sorry. I should have listened to you better. Now it makes sense. Give me 1 sec. I've reshared it. And now I'm going to watch my YouTube and see what happens.
Can you think of a reason why, it's obvious, but can you think of a reason why someone would say that about you?
I mean, unless she was saying something negative about me, that person.
Okay.
That's a huge thing in a high functioning borderline personality. That's what they do.
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
My wife, that's her diagnosis is a high functioning borderline personality.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do.
Okay.
Is they put the other person down there.
Okay.
Is it? Oh, you're perfect. I will never ever doubt you again. I was wondering because when I'm sharing this screen, my StreamYard, my YouTube was playing it perfectly on this screen, and my StreamYard, I can hear it perfectly. But when I look over at my other screen, my YouTube, I can see it choppy. And I will never, ever, ever doubt you again, young lady. Here we go. I'm so sorry. I should have clued up. Sometimes, I don't clue in. I should have clued in. I got to check on other devices because everything was perfect for mine. I was like, what? Must be just her. Never, ever again will Luna ever be doubted. Here we go. For Luna.
In some previous interviews and to other people, you had stated that you were not going to get divorced. But that is a topic of discussion. Can you explain that a little bit to us?
I don't really have this topic of discussion.
Well, that was something that Dee had made sentiments and remarks to other people that was an interest of hers, and that you two had argued or discussed. I don't want to use the wrong word. Can you describe that to us a little bit?
Divorce was a word that we didn't bring up between each other because that was, we're going to counseling. We had a lot of things going on. And that was one of the things that we told each other, we're never going to say each other's divorce because that's not what either one of us wanted as an end result. And once you say the word divorce, then you just start throwing it. It's like a word that you can't take back. If I say I hate you, Well, that's in your mind now. You can never take that back.
Mhm.
You know, we're going to counseling. If you say, I want a divorce, just because you're pissed, it's in that person's mind now forever.
Yeah,
So
so
you
it's
can't
on
get
there.
it out. There's certain things that you don't want to cross the line and say because you can't never take them back. And that's one of those things that he and I had between each other before never telling each other that. Invitation, yeah, it came out once in a while. But, you know, with the counselor, you can't, there's words that you can't say because you can't take them back. And that's the understanding where we were at.
Okay. A couple of things about the business, I'm sorry. Can you kind of briefly describe the business entities you currently have? I know there's a few different ones.
I guess, can you clarify?
So I know you have the essentially the farming business, and you've got buyback, which owns some property, and then you do some agricultural work and spraying, and then there's a trucking company. Can you just describe kind of that empire in its entirety?
There was Warwick Farms LLC, it was our farming machine. Warwick Farms Services LLC was the spraying fertilizer custom application business. There is Buyback, which is the entity that has all the property in it. Cedar Creek Express is the company that owns all of the trucks and trailers
Mm-hmm.
for the trucking company. The trucking company leased all the trucks and trailers from Cedar Creek. So, what do you want to know?
Just want to get a good understanding of what you have. I know you know a lot of things essentially, that's all. So, and I wasn't clear on, we were familiar with buyback, and then I know that the other company owned trucks, and I'm not in the farming, so I couldn't tell you.
Yes,
You know, one of the
DEW investments, that's the biggest, you know, like he claimed that I sold all the assets of DEW investments. DEW investments didn't own anything other than the Cadillac from Toxic. That's one of the things they're not.
I see.
Can I just interject for 1 second? You should tell them about your Warwick Farms and your DBA, because that is something that has become, I think, for the conservative, an issue now, because they were never aware that Dale Warner.
I've always had Dale Warner, DBA, Warwick Farms from the beginning.
Okay.
And I've still had, well, this last year, the previous year, everything is farming with DBA now. That LLCs are not meetings, they're all still there. Everything's going through my personal.
May I ask why?
I'm not gonna deal with conservative. I'm not gonna work my ass off 20 hours a day to pay them.
Okay.
And as far as I'm concerned, the companies are out there without me. So there's nothing there.
You see what he's saying there? Like now that he's can't go work on the farm, he knows without him running around all day, these jobs are all gonna collapse. Obviously, D did a lot of the stuff too, but between the two of them, she's not there and he's not there now, he knows that they're not going to succeed, especially all that physical work he ran around doing. I mean, I'm sure she took care of a lot of the important things too, right?
As far as
Because anytime you see those videos, you're going to see 5 or 6 people sitting around that office, and Dee's missing. They're not looking for her. They're just sitting there playing on their phones 4, 5, 6 hours straight, playing musical chairs in that little clubhouse, just waiting for feels like they're just waiting for those life and this LLC and the inheritances and all the life insurances and everything. Just sitting there like, why bother looking at this guy running around trying to save this farm? His wife's missing. I mean, I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm just saying when you see those videos, he's running around working and there's 4 or 5 people who are sitting around doing absolutely nothing. And even if they weren't farm hands, man, oh man, if I showed up and I'm telling you, if my father-in-law or brother-in-law or somebody had a farm and I was there, especially if my mom's missing or what, I wouldn't sit around dogging it. I'd be like fucking cutting grass, helping them with the tractor, moving shit, or fucking sweeping the floor, empty a garbage, something, change the oil, anything. Just 4 or 5 of them just dogging around in that office.
I'll say day-to-day responsibilities, for lack of a better term. Can you describe kind of your responsibilities and Dee's responsibilities when it came to business?
his responsibility was to make sure all bills and payments were made, and everybody was paid. Mine was to make sure all the work got done, everybody got it, made trucks are on the road, things got planted, things got sprayed. I mean, that was my job.
Okay. So I understand Dee had expressed the interest in being done with the trucking business. Can you talk us a little about that? Describe it to us.
I was confused on what she was talking about on being done with the trucking business. I understand it clearly now. There's, she took so much money out of the company that there was no way to survive.
Can you,
So he thought she's taking too much money out and the trucking company couldn't survive. Now, just think of it as a possibility that somebody was one of the either helpers or accountant or somebody was robbing the money out of there. And D finds out, and then maybe does D have to disappear? Because that, I mean, how could he go on with all these? There's going to be such a paper trail here. I mean, to sit there and try to bluff, you couldn't lie about this because he's saying that the trucking company was about to go under because she was taking too much money out, and maybe he thought it was her, but maybe he didn't even know about it, and somebody else was doing it, and she found it and wanted to stop. And then that's always in a lot of these YouTube true crime things. Somebody's dipping in, and when the person finds out about it, they try to, and then they disappear, not say anything, because then after D goes missing, Zach's boyfriend, I think, which one it is, I don't think it's Ivan Boyd. I think it's that Brian Bush. I don't know. One of them is, I don't know, but I think one of them stops work, leaves the farm a couple months after, and I don't know if they were arguing, and she's getting in a fight. Dee's getting in fights with the employees, and Zach is stealing money out of safes. Like something, he said there's 80,000 cash missing for something, and I don't know exactly the amounts, but there's a lot going on. And just that sounded pretty. How can you sit here and lie to this guy? This guy has access to all the info, the numbers, and everything. So, if D was doing it and living a lifestyle and the business was about to fold, it sounds like that trucking company, because they took some money out, I would put it past one of the employees or somebody else doing it. And then when D found out, it's like, what? She probably tried to put a stop to it, possibly. Because, although she did have a lash tech, I mean, it sounds like she had more money. I'm not saying, but a lash technicians and nannies, there's people, masseuse, and does he have imagine he had a mustache technician and a boot shiner. Somebody would shine his boots every time he went, and just like somebody would make him a belt buckle I don't know, just, they would be all over him if he was running for a massage every day and getting his lashes done, something guys would do. I don't know. It's ridiculous. She probably earned it and deserved it and could afford it. I have a feeling that somebody was dipping into this, and then she found out about it and maybe tried to stop it because Zach was dipping in and taking cash out of their safe, they say. He's stealing money from the business. Wow.
kind of tell us what she had told you back then about being done, so to speak?
She just kept telling me that the trucking, we're done, the trucking company, we're done. She just kept saying, I didn't understand what the hell she's talking about. And I never knew until a couple months ago where we figured out 6 months after she left what she was talking about. Because I had no clue what she was talking about. She's saying we're done. I mean, we got a couple notices that, delinquent taxes are going to garnish your wages, take money out. Tell me about taking your money out of the account. They're going to do that. The account's like sort of questioning. I go, what is this? Don't worry, it's just you missed a check, you didn't get to them in time. You got to well, hindsight looking back, when you get one of these, it's more than just a missed a check. Just flat out not paid. So they were scrambling around, pay that one was delinquent at that moment.
So you hear that? He said they would scramble around and pay that. Who's they? Who's helping her do this? They. Like there's she had an assistant, right? That assistant was helping deal with her passwords and all these accounts and stuff too. So this assistant was really in there helping her out. I'm not sure that one was a nanny. It wasn't the lash technician. It was somebody else. I forget.
So that you'd be off that collection list again. I'm thinking, everything's fine and dandy. Well, it wasn't fine and dandy. Her and Zach.
And there was that Vocalo, Stephanie Vocalo. He's about to say something about Zach. Sorry, I paused it. The Zoke Vocalo or something. The one that was chewing gum. That annoyed Mimi. I'm not saying, I'm just like, well, what if what if they're all dipping money in, and when she finds out, I don't know. Then there's something about some PPP loan for the COVID era protection stuff that they got, and it helped keep the business afloat for another 5 months. Sounds like a lot. So.
Taking and stealing so much money out of accounts. You know, there was a godsend when she got the PPP money because that gave.
So Zach was taking out so much money from the accounts that when they got the PPP loan, it's what helped them stay afloat. You hear that? I'm going to play that again. So 21, Zach was taking tons of money. So here, I'll go back to, they're talking about the money here and checks, and then he goes on about Zach taking so much money out.
Money in the account. They're going to do that. The accounts might start questioning, what is this? Don't worry, it's just, they missed the check, it didn't get to them in time. We got it. Well, hindsight looking back, when you get one of these, it's more than just a missed the check. Just flat out not me. So they were scrambling around, pay that one that was delinquent at that moment, so that you'd be off the collection list again, and I'm thinking everything's fine and dandy. Well, it wasn't fine and dandy. Her and Zach had been taking and stealing so much money out of the accounts. You know, there was a godsend when she got the PPP money, because that gave another shot in the arm that they could cover that up for another fucking 5.
You say that gave them or him? Because he's saying Zach took so much money out of the account that the business is about to fold down, go under. But then they got the PPP, and I don't know if this is, he says that gave him or them a shot in the arm. Like, you know, it kept them going for like 5 more months, that loan money.
Again, I'm thinking everything's fine and dandy. Well, it wasn't fine and dandy. Her and Zach had been taking and stealing so much money out of the accounts. You know, there was a godsend when she got the PPP money, because that gave another shot in the arm that they could cover that up.
I don't know if he said the closed captioning seems to think he says him, but I think he says them, and I think he says her and Zach were taking so much money out. It wasn't just Zach by himself. I'm gonna go back. Let me know what you hear. I'm gonna go play it again. Last time I'll let it play through. It sounded like it was her and Zach taking so much money out, not just Zach. Let me know what you hear.
Don't worry, it's just they missed the check, it didn't get to them in time. We got it. Well, hindsight looking back, when you get one of these, it's more than just a missed the check. Just flat out not me. So they were scrambling around, pay that one that was delinquent that moment, so that you'd be off the collection list again, and I'm thinking everything's fine and dandy. Well, it wasn't fine and dandy. Her and Zach had been taking and stealing so much money out of the.
Yeah, he's saying they and her and Zach. He says her and Zach had been taking so much money. This trucking business was about to collapse. Yeah. Well, Zach was in there helping her. They shared a safe together in Zach's room, remember? Zach was right in there helping her. Zach and her, but Zach had access to the money. You know, they even say it in this trial that Zach took money from her. Maybe it was just him taking it out of their shared, because she wanted to put a safe in Zach's room separately from him. So Zach and her. I mean, if that's not provable, I mean, why don't you just find out? This guy's not questioning anything here. I don't think he's really lied about anything. He's got his lawyer here. I think he's going to fucking lie about stuff that you can trace. Zach is probably, I don't know. That's suspicious. And then Zach's boyfriend, is he the one that leaves the farm a couple months after D is gone missing? I'm not saying anything, but these are all, we need to cover everything here. This guy, look at this. Does he think you see a liar here? I just don't see this guy. He's been forthcoming. And he's either a great liar, which is possible, just that the whole state narrative is a gobbledygook fairy tale. He didn't, 641, he drives past this tree. I see a yellow tank. 642, he walks in a door, dragging a fucking goddamn huge torch on wheels. Yet I can't show you this on the video. I have perfect video of it. I choose not to show you. I can't even show you him walking away from this welder. I just show you him walking by this welder at 6:43. It's what? Show me 6:42. He's bringing it in that door and then curving himself away from that welder. She doesn't. He could have been over in the corner in the toilet taking a dump and walking past that welder. Such a fairy tale. I mean, it would be so easy to show in her narrative, and she just chooses not to. It's really suspicious. Right. His lawyer, yeah. The other day we thought somebody said his lawyer's dumb for letting, but I don't think this. I think he's done the right thing, because he, at this point, this is not. This is a serious point now. You know. So, yeah, he's jumped in at all the right times. I don't think it's. I mean, obviously, all those other ones when he's alone and his, on body cam chatting away with them and that, he probably realizes he screwed up. But I mean, at this time is probably almost necessary, because he's gonna be like, he can easily come up with something even to just block him up. I don't know. It doesn't feel like he's getting a lot out in this interview. The Mexicans and everything. He's arrested in 2024. Yeah, so he goes 2 years after this, right? Right. Yeah, he's been forthcoming, and then why would they wait 2 years? I mean, you're right, TJ. And it's only after Jaron talks to Greca and Greca's body cam disappears, and then Jaron is in 20. There's way more to this. Here's the PPP money. I'll go back a little bit again, and I won't interrupt. Sorry.
Back. If you get one of these, it's more than just a missed check. Just flat out not paid. So they were scrambling around, pay that one that was delinquent at that moment, so that you'd be off that collection list again. And I'm thinking everything's fine and dandy. Well, it wasn't fine and dandy. Her and Zach had been taking and stealing so much money out of the accounts. There was a godsend when she got the DP.
He said her and Zach have been taking and scamming, right? So scamming money, and this business is about to go down without this PPP loan. And then, oh my God. And then so they get the PPP loan, and then she goes disappearing or whatever.
PPP money, because that gave another shot in the arm that they could cover that up for another fucking 5-6 months. And it was down.
They could cover what? Zach or her? You said they can cover what with that? Cover something. It sounds like he says cover Zach or something.
Her and Zach had been taking and stealing so much money out of the accounts. There was a godsend when she got the PPP money, because that gave another shot in the arm that they could cover that up for another fucking 5-6 months.
Or they can cover that up or things up.
And it was down to the point where they couldn't be covered up anymore.
I see, okay.
And I was gonna find it, because they were gonna have to complain.
So it wasn't a surprise to D. He's saying that it's both of them trying to hide it from him.
That was how trucking company's done. How am I gonna deal with it? How am I gonna tell Dale this? I mean, she was at my daughter's soccer game when she called, told me we're all done.
See? This is the soccer game. And you watched. Jaron. And so Zach is stealing money. And then Jaron, and they come to the field. I thought it was a soccer field. I think it's to him out in the field working. Listen, he's going to talk about Jaron and Brian coming to, I believe him. But she's called up to say, she went to the soccer game and she's saying, we're all done. Like this PPP money can't save him anymore. But he's going to say something about Jaron. At first I thought they went to the field where she's at the soccer game. I think it's to him out in the field. So Jaron and Brian. And just know, I believe Brian is Zach's boyfriend. I believe.
10 minutes ago, everything was fine. The day before, we had pizza in the field, everything was great. What's changed?
So the day before, they had pizza in the field?
What's happened?
Tell us more about that conversation.
When she was at the soccer game, you told her. She called me, it was 9 or 10 in the morning, she was at the soccer game, and I says, Jaron, and I think Brian was there, we're talking.
You're right, TJ. Like they had one of those. What is that again? When they look over to make sure they go over everything. The tax people do it to you. They give you not an assessment, like when they check everything. There's a name for it. I can't. I know exactly what it is, and it's slipping me. You get shit. And the tax people want to kind of look through everything to make sure it's all adds up. Ugh, such an easy word. I'm having a brain fart. I'm sure you're going to type it in the chat and make me sound like a dummy. Here we go.
Tell us more about that conversation.
Which one?
When she was at the soccer game, you told her.
Audit. Oh, God. Forensics, even next level. Audit would have been enough to show I was a dope. Thanks, TJ. But forensics, even better. Audit. I'm an idiot. And away we go. Here's about the soccer game. And there's something with the field the day before. It's almost like they're out in the field and somebody brought a pizza. They're all kind of like out in the farm, taking a break and having lunch and eating pizza and having a yuck and all, everything was great the day before. But then they talk about soccer. I don't think it's that field. I think it's a different field where Jaron and them come to, or I don't know. Maybe it is the soccer field because she calls and says everything's within 10 minutes, everything's gone downhill. And it's gone.
She called me, it was 9 or 10 in the morning, she was at the soccer game, and I says, Jaron, and I think Brian was there, we're tied on the field in Tipton. And my phone rings, and I said, I gotta take it.
So they were with him. Jaron and Brian were in the field in Tipton or something. And they were doing, I guess and then she calls up and says everything's over. And then he can't get her the rest of the day. Listen. And if that's not true, how can he just go and say that? Like, wouldn't they be able to check her phone records and his? And like, does she call him and then he tried calling her the whole day and not get a hold of her? Like, that should be pretty easy for them to find out. This guy has the resources and all those. So.
This is Steve. Because I figured she's calling, telling me how happy he's doing with the soccer game. And she was very upset, and she says, we're all done. I got into a tie, we're all done. She hang up. That's it.
We're all done. We got into a tie. Does that mean it's in the game tied? Ugh. That drives me bonkers. We're all done. We got into a tie. That's it. Wait. Oh my God. She's calling to tell me how to sock. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back a few more seconds. 21:49. 20 seconds I went back. I'm not going to interrupt. Just what does he say about the tie? Like, let me know if you think it's implying it's a tie game, like the kids, and do we leave them at tie game and just, it's probably better with these kids to let them think it's a tie game. And it's like everyone gets a participation trophy. Nobody loses. Great game. We tied. Everyone, you win and everyone, nobody's lost. Everyone gets a score goal. Everyone gets a trophy. You're last place, everyone, the first trophies. We're not even keeping track of goals. Everyone's great. Here we go. So the tie. It says that we got into a tie or I don't know.
We're tied on the field in Tipton. And my phone rings, and I said, I gotta take this to Steve. Because I figured she's calling, telling me how happy he's doing with the soccer game. And she was very upset, and she says, we're all done. I got into a tie, we're all done. She hang up. That's it. And she would answer my calls all day long. So I'm in complete limbo thinking, what the hell is going on?
Okay. We'll come back to that. I have a couple of questions for you.
Come back to that? What? He just told you his wife, he tried calling her all day and couldn't get a hold of her? And you just want to fucking blow over that? What? Why aren't you saying, well, we looked into the records and yeah, she fucking drove here, went way over here. And or you know, my God, you're lying. You didn't call her and try to, oh my God. Oh, with Todd? Get out. I gotta listen to that again. You think so it wasn't Ty? Is Todd with the trucking company? Oh, and that's what she got in a fight with. He's the one she got in a fight with at the trucking company. Oh my God. Let's do it again, TJ. Here we go. I'm going back to 2149 again. That was a good one. See if I can get this there. Oh, let's go to 21. Oh, come on. I was moving my mouse so slow. Oh, there it is. 2149 for TJ. Whew, Todd. Maybe.
She called me, it was 9 or 10 in the morning, she was at a soccer game, and I says, Jaron, and I think Brian's here, we're tied on the field tip, and my phone rings, and I said, I gotta take this, it's Steve. Because I figured she's calling, telling me how she's doing the soccer game. And she was very upset, and she says, we're all done, I got into a tie, we're all done. She hang up. That's it. And she would answer.
I got into it with Todd. Yeah, this is the fight. And then so she gets into it with Todd. The trucking business is over, and then she's gone. Is Hardy's friend too? And Hardy's talking about he's the one who goes and recommends the tank. So it's like oh my God, what if they put her in the tank and then try to make it sound like, yeah, go look in his tank. Like how if and then they say that he was lying about the tank in the media, that Hardy brother. Oh my God. What? Why would the Hardy lie about that and to the media that he recommended? Maybe he's trying to set him up. Hardy. The brother. That's why he's on this whole campaign of YouTube stuff. She gets into it with Todd. Todd's partners with that other guy too, Hardy. And then Hardy's the one who recommends the tank. And then he says that he's lied to the media. But what if he wasn't lying to the media? What if he was the one who how did they find his tank without being told about it? And then how would he know to tell about the tank? It's kind of like you put her in there and then say it's like a setup to set him up. Yeah, look at Tank 34, I bet you. Like, how did Hardy know? What did Hardy say to the media? Oh my God, if he said Tank 34 way back when, oh my God, we got to find what Hardy said to the media. And then he turns around and said Hardy was lying about. Because if he fucking says tank, if he said he was a tank before they knew anything about the tank, oh my God, they're saying he lied to the media? When? Before we knew anything about a tank? Wow, that's going to be a box cutter moment, TJ. Because if that Hardy lies about the tank before everyone knows about a tank, that's a fucking box cutter. That's a Ron Logan, Reese Davis box cutter moment. If they're out blabbing to the media about a tank, and he says he told the media about that, he told law enforcement about to look in the tank or something like that. Why would he claim that? I got to find out how he says that to the media. That I went and told them that to look in the tank. I bet or something like that. And when did he tell the media? When does he say he told law enforcement that? Was there any record of that? Because this guy says, oh, he was lying and just blows it off. Like, why would he lie to the media about a tank? That's huge. Hey, Didi, what's up? This is your box cutter moment, man. This is Reese's box cutter moment right here. If that Hardy fucker, he says Hardy lied to the media. He covered up and said Hardy lied to the media about telling them about the tank, that these guys just figured it out. Like, come on. How in the hell did they know? The only way they find out about it is somebody alerted them. Jaron alerted them because he cracked when they all came, the whole NASCAR 50 with all those police trucks rushing in to the farm. Jaron choked. And Greca takes that body cam off and fucking blabs his ass off. Tells him right about Tank 34. Like, I mean, wouldn't they have cut 10 of those tanks open or x-rayed a bunch of them? How did they get straight to Tank 34? Because it looked a little different. Fuck those guys. That's bullshit. Bullshit. Nobody's thinking of those tanks. Nobody. This is a fucking setup, or he's a fucking mad genius and the best actor in the world. Look at this whole interview. You don't see a liar here. Or he's fucking so goddamn good and I'm an idiot. I doubt it. I got like almost 5 or 6 years of high school experience. I'm only kidding. And some summer school. Oh my God. And I got 2 credits. I had to go back and get some. As I was like 20 something, I had to go back and get an adult credit because I'm an idiot. But I just don't. I'm just my spidey sense is going up here, and this guy is too slick. This guy is just too calm. I mean, he's either the. If I'm wrong, like if they get some evidence, I will be helping on the firing squad. But I just don't see it. It's prosecutor. The woman is a hack. She fucked up so bad. How they obtained a conviction on that gobbledygook that she presented in her closing statements is a goddamn, what's that word? Travesty. And if he did it, it's nothing like they said. And she almost set this guy free. And I mean, if he did it, let's nail him. But they didn't nail him at trial. So, but he's guilty. He's guilty. He's been found guilty in a court of law. But I tell you, dude, you're way too fucking polished. I'm an idiot. In my Amazon stretchy jeans and t-shirts, I'm going to figure you out.
So I'm in complete limbo thinking, what the hell is going on?
Okay. We'll come back. I have a couple of questions for you. Ready?
So did you understand why I said that, Dee Dee? Because the Hardy, the brother, told them about, he goes in the media and says that he told the police about the tank. And how would Hardy know about the tank? Did he just have a suspicion? Like what? Did he just see a weld out of shit? What? It's 30. There's a bunch of tanks. How do you know the exact number? Wouldn't they start x-raying a bunch of them? They can just hit that first tank. They just got the right one. Did they must have searched 2 or 3 before they found the right one? There's fucking how many of these tanks on this property? 30 of them? What would happen if they filled it up and used it? They could have just, if he was just psychotic, why wouldn't he just fill it up with something and start using it as a spray? They would never think to look in it, ever. No way. And he would make it, so they wouldn't even, there's no way they're finding this without being tipped off. And it's got to be either Jaron choked when they rolled in with the fucking cavalry, rolled in and Jaron choked and went to Greca and Greca took the body cam off. We got to get that audio because it turns out that guy, FBI guy, cleaned up the audio of him outside his car talking to Greca, Jaron, that conversation. We're going to get that. This fucking guy is way too polished. He's way too calm. He's did nothing incriminating here. He's fucking dropping bombs. We haven't even got to the Mexicans and the marijuana and the cabbage. And oh my God. If he's involved, fine, but this is not the way they're saying it happened. This fucking guy is getting inside a safe. That's not even the same safe. He goes to the store and finds a similar safe and climbs his 6'7" ass in and says, yeah, hey, look at, he's guilty. This is what could have happened. Or they pull up his JCB to the back door because he drove to his house and parked and ran inside and got something in that big JCB. Coolest vehicle I've seen in a long time. He parks it and he's driving it around his farm all day. He's moving tank after tank. He's hanging them from chains. They're acting like he's got chains. Look at all these chains he's got. Well, chains are fucking great to do stuff with in a farm. Welders are a great tool. It's more than just for fucking tombing your wife in a tank. Oh my God. And those tans on your arm. Yeah, you wear gloves and you're fucking, it's called a farmer's tan. This motherfucker's a real farmer. He's going to have a farmer's tan. Does that mean he welded his wife in a tank? Because it could have happened. He could have got that tan from he could have got that tan from fucking fixing a fence in the field. He could have got it from welding 10 other things he welds. I mean, yeah, should he put a jacket on him? Yeah, I'm sure he's always got eye protection on because you'd go goddamn blind when you're looking at those welders, the light. This is nuts. So even if he's either involved or been set up or did it all by himself, nothing the way they said it happened. This fucking guy in his little fairy tale, and he's fighting them off. The police, he's defending the tank with a goddamn garden hose, spraying water, and the cops can't get past this 10 pounds of water spraying out this garden hose. He's defended the whole. He's defeated the Michigan police with a goddamn garden hose. This man, a fucking garden hose he got away. This is the whole. He might as well have told him his last name was his street name, and that he's 2 inches taller on his fishing license. He could have bought himself another 5 years, like Delphi. And they didn't even want to search in that barn. And they were on the property with his permission. And then they're saying he's allowed them to drive those drones around. He gave them permission. Turns out, you think he's going to fucking play hot? They're on his property for 2 or 3 hours with his permission for driving drones. And you think he's going to go and play hot potato with the goddamn tank with the body in it for no reason and start driving it around to just, these people are nuts. And then they look down at the tank from 200 feet in the air and say, he's got a tank. Well, yeah, he's probably done that 100 times. They've got to take a tank. The path is so well worn for him to grab a tank and take it to that spray barn. Oh my God, he sprayed something in the barn. The barn, it's called the spray barn. And he sprayed a garden hose. And then the cops were going to bring their dogs in there. And he's like, fuck, man, there's chemicals. There's fungicides and herbicides. These are toxic chemicals. When you walk your dog in there, be careful. I'm spraying, I'm cleaning. It's all over I got to spray it down I've got boots on. But your dog's got we've had a shepherd die. And he's nice enough to tell him. And it's like, oh, then he's he's defending the body in the tank that they're not even able to prove at that point. It's one of a bazillion tanks. Oh my God. Then they show a close-up of him standing near this tank as if he's like he's fending off the Michigan police with a goddamn garden hose. And then they turn around and leave. And then at the very end of it all, the prosecutor says, they didn't even want to search in that barn anyways. Like this fucking garden. So if the Michigan police come to your home to search any of your barns, you just pull out the fucking garden hose, even though you gave them permission to go on your property. Take out your goddamn garden hose and you can fend off after giving them complete permission to do whatever they want. Oh my God. This is nuts. The fucking guy walked them around everywhere. Wow. Oh my God. You guys think this guy did it? Oh, this is nuts. Or he's a fucking mad genius and did a whole other way than this gobbledygook fucking fairy tale. 641. He drives past his camera. We can't show you. 642. He walks in on camera. We can't show you. 643. He just put that welder there and walked away from it. We can't even show you that. Oh, we'll show you him walking here. Like, what? Got it on video. I don't care if the timestamps are off. Show me. There's 1203 is 643. He's walking away. They didn't even show you him curving away from this dumb welder that they didn't show him putting there for some reason. Show me 1202. I want 1202 with him walking in that door and parking that welder there. Where? None of these fucking screenshots. This is the template. They're using screenshots, fucked up timestamps. They just pieced together a fairy tale that Ivan Boyd is teleporting and transporting, and that he's standing here. Dale pulls up in the JCB and gets out and then disappears. Then click. And then it's like they disappear. There's an edit. Then Ivan Boyd pops out from behind it. Then he disappears, and all of a sudden he reappears from under the screen, throws like 2 pieces of garbage in the goddamn JCB, and then kapow, he disappears, and all the fucking garbage in the back of the truck is shuffled. Could have been a half an hour later. They're acting like they got this down pat to the minute, like he's driving here, driving there. And then they show the garbage in that JCB, and they're implying that the person who drove the JCB over there to dump that white pile of garbage on the fucking fire pit is also the same person who went and got the tank and put it there, I guess, because they show the JCB nowhere near either of them. And they didn't show who got back in this JCB. What if it's Ivan? This is a fucking nut show. They got a conviction on this? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dang, Dee. Dang. This is a box cutter and a half. I don't even remember. What was the box? Oh yeah. So let's remember with the Hardy in the tank. Why would Hardy go to the media and say that I told the cops about the tank? There's a slip up. I'm telling you. This Hardy thought he was some great. He going out there and he spoiled this whole guy's plan. Hardy went and told the truth, I bet you. And he says he's lying. What was Hardy's excuse? Did he say he was lying? I doubt it, because he wanted to take credit for it. Or he wanted to let them know about this tank so they could find the body and then nail this guy, because he's the only one who could have done it. Right. He's the only one. There's fucking 6 other people that could have easily done. If this guy did it, he would do it in the cover of night. He would never even know. He wouldn't be walking past cameras holding the fucking grinder he's about to use to entomb his wife in a tank. He's gonna walk by a 10 cameras, 4 cameras. Hey, I got a grinder. I'm about to go hide my wife with a grinder. Here's my grinder. What the fuck? The GPS. I bet you that Bush guy set him up and said he wanted to help him with the diagnostic thing for the vehicle. Turns out that it's a tracker too. And that Bush guy, maybe he bought it and said, yeah, he probably could even told him it's just a diagnostic thing. Put it in your wife's car. And then it looks like he's tracking her. Holy, this is next level. And that fucking anhydrous stuff, is it really a precursor for meth? Because, I mean, if those tanks, what? That would be worth big bucks to these people. In fact, you can use that for making meth? Anhydrous ammonia shit? Is it really? Oh my God. And the cabbages, the Mexicans growing fucking weed all in all the ditches and everywhere, and they're shipping it in the trucks, and D's making 30%. And it's only standard, you usually would only make 5 to 6%. Oh my God. Can't even think of it. My brain is about to melt.
What year did things?
The 3:30 a.m. trucker took her. Whew. Oh my God. What makes you think that? I think I heard you say that. What is it? She had sludge on her pajamas. And I think they said they couldn't even tell if it was pajamas. So like the ME said pajamas, right? But to the prosecution questions, but when the defense asked, the ME couldn't state conclusively that they were pajamas or a tracksuit or something like that. But either way, there was also, I think Mimi said that she didn't have a bra on and pointed out that would be more of a sign that you're sleeping because you would take your bra off. But yeah, she had her earrings on. Yeah, what type of earrings? Is there types that are good to sleep in? And wow. So were they pajamas? Like, why can't they look and see if they were pajamas? Like, why couldn't they look in her Amazon cart to see if she bought pajamas and show us a photo of ones that or something? We'll watch anything you want, TJ. Let me know, because you're on fire. I don't know about the trucker, but everything else you got us to this interview. You got me to this fucking case, TJ. So as much as we sometimes we rub each other the wrong way, we got to rubbing each other the right way. You know what I didn't mean it like that. It just, oh my God. You know what I mean? That actually was pretty funny. That's a good line. We're rubbing each other the wrong way. Let's rub each other the right way more. I didn't mean it like that, but it's definitely funny. Oh my God.
It was the year after we bought it. We went through 14 of our bought.
Okay, here's the vegetable farm. Oh my God. The business. I think he's going to start out with 150 Mexicans. He's about to say something racist almost. I don't know. I can get past this because he really doesn't say much. I think he wanted to, but didn't. And then there's a potato farm. I think the potato farm's first. He and him bought a potato business. They lied and said there was customers and contracts. Turns out there wasn't, and they got scammed. It sounded like $20 million when he says it. I think it could be 200 to 1 million. I'm not even sure. Then there's going to be 150 Mexicans. Then there's going to be 25 Mexicans picking cabbage, living on this fucking farm of theirs. And then they're growing weed, marijuana in the ditches everywhere. Turns out they were delivering the cabbage, unknowingly delivering weed underneath the cabbages to, oh my God. Is this like a Mexican cartel weed? Like, how much weed did they have to deliver? Like an ounce or a fucking 10 pounds?
15. Okay. And a lot of things went bad there because when we purchased it, we were also the people we purchased from told us they had contracts for potatoes and different things for the next year. And they didn't. So we were all
Okay. And then, talk to us a little about your finances leading that. What did that look like?
Financing, what we left.
Yeah, your overall, the company and your business finances.
Oh, business finances were in turmoil. I mean, we lost, oh God, close to probably $20 million.
Yes, that's like you're saying 200 million. It's got to be, has to be 200 to 1 million, like 200,000 to 1 million. Oh my God, I can't get past that. That's a lot. Even if it's 200 to a million, it's got to be 200,000 to a million, which is a big loss because they got lied to about these contracts that were never. That's why you buy an established business, because they have the customer's contracts. You kind of just jump in and you're making money instantly. You don't have to build a business. It's there. You're buying a. Here, listen. I'm not going to play it again, but let me know if you guys could pick up how much he says.
Talk to us a little about your finances leading that. What did that look like?
Financing, what we left.
Yeah, your overall, the company and your business finances.
Oh, business finances were in turmoil. I mean, we lost, oh God, close to probably $20 million. We put hundreds of thousands of dollars in redoing buildings and redoing all stuff, a lot of equipment for up there. Because we couldn't pay for, we were rolling the John Deere equipment, which you get a new piece every year. And since we couldn't do that in our dealership here in Tecumseh, we were rolling 30 pieces every year. So he would get 30 pieces and it had just very few hours on it, and he could sell it. A competitive edge over everybody else around. Well, he was getting, the economy was slowing down, things were slowing down. Pieces weren't selling, his lots were getting fuller and fuller, and my machinery didn't trade every year. We did this 7 years, so he's got 210 pieces of equipment that he's got in the last 7 years from us. We can't.
So he's each year trading up and like renting the stuff from some guy who's paying for these, like those big red equipment. Those are worth tons of money. And every year he's getting 30 fresh ones and taking them back. So he's basically returned in the past 7 years 210 pieces of equipment. Each equipment is like a 30, 40, 50, $100,000. That JCB is a piece of equipment. That big ass red tractor with the fucking awesome tracks on it. It's triangular shaped wheels. It's an amazing piece of equipment. That's what he's talking about. Each year he's getting the best, so he's got a competitive edge over the other farms. And the other guy, the dealership was doing it because he would kind of rent it out to him, and the other guy would pay the bills, and he'd bring it back and get the fresh one the next year, new ones. So it's like he was leasing them or whatever kind of deal. Turns out that guy ran down with returning 210 pieces of those 10 of them. Wow, that's a big box. That big red tractor he's got on that farm there, and that thing's worth a fucking ton. 300 grand probably up. 500. That's a massive piece of it. Oh my God.
So what the deal was, I paid the rental payment, or lease, whatever you call it. He pays the note off. Well, they talked me into signing a note with Deere, just a 1 year note. So every year with Deere, I'm supposed to pay that piece off. Well, I don't pay it off. The dealership pays it off. I pay the rental. Well, they had so much machinery they didn't want to pay for the notes off. So they had to pay all these notes off. $5 million I'm supposed to come up with. Well, I can't. So now all my notes are due. My $1 million operating line at the bank is due. My other $500,000 line at the other bank is due. Well, there's this little clause in the bank's thing, even though you've got all your money in the bank, you make payments to them. If they feel threatened in any way, they can take all the money out of your account and pay all the debts off. And that's the same bank. Cleans out of my accounts $800,000 that was set to pay everybody else. They took it all. They paid themselves off. We're pretty clear. They bounced 35 payroll checks. They bounced a couple hundred other checks that we sent off to make all these meetings. So where do you think that left me financially? In turmoil.
We had heard that,
So the bank was worried that he wasn't going to not be able to pay his bills, so they tipped the money. They took the money before he had paid it back. They just took it before they were, because there was a clause in their contract that the bank could just take it if they felt anything was going to happen, maybe. So they took the 800,000 from his account, and it turns out they bounced 35 payroll checks and 100 or so other checks, and he's got like 5 million in the hole. I don't know. This is big bucks. And there's other people involved. But she's going to now talk about the next deal.
Notes we called back, but we didn't know that those pieces of information, how it specifically played out.
Yeah, the roll program that we had set up with Deere, and it was my own fault. I should have never let him talk to me.
He said Deere, as in John Deere, like to get the, he said the roll program, that Deere was like scamming these farmers too. Like they couldn't work on their own vehicles, and sounds like he kind of joined in to something that sounded good, but he regretted it. His own fault. It was with Deere, John Deere.
I was paying a quarter of the amount I would pay in a normal market. I mean, kind of my payment would be $50,000. I was paying 20. Same $30,000. Who would do that?
Yeah.
And that was the same on all these pieces. Well, the dealership, instead of them saying, "Hey, we can't take these in that trade. Let's keep these pieces another year. We'll roll them back in and go through it." They didn't do that. They just didn't do that here.
Just let you hold the bag.
Yeah, going back. But a lot of it was the manager of the dealership was not telling the owner, Paul Baker, what's going on. Because Paul Baker and I have a great relationship right now. I mean, I own $5-6 million right now with him. So if he didn't know what was going on, then this other shit would happen. It all goes back to communication. There was a failure in communication. I assumed the dealership's manager was doing his job. He wasn't. He was covering his own ass. So that's every to the woods. By the time me and Paul Baker got together, talked about what was going on. It wasn't a shit around.
And coming out of that financially,
What I had to do to survive is we sold off all the property we had in Manchester. The Sears Farms, I wrote a check and bought that. I had to sell another 300-400 acres I had in Britain to pay off the bank to get them off. Well, I didn't pay them off to get them satisfied. And Greg Hardy was in this deal because he's this great fucking guy. He's negotiating this deal.
Okay, so this is the Greg Hardy deal. Greg Hardy's Dee's brother. He's going to tell you basically that Dee and him were going to make a deal at the bank, and Greg came in, and then it turns out Greg ends up, I don't know, with 100 acres, and he gets them at $4,000 an acre instead of the 6 or 7. But it helped cover him somehow because some other stuff he had committed to, he got out of because of it. But then Dee and him were mad at the brother, I guess. They felt scammed. But he's like, oh, but it happened with family, so you can kind of get over it, overlook it. And then go back a second or two, 27, 17. Here's the brothers going to help him with the bank and negotiating or something. And then Dee and him end up feeling taken advantage of by the older brother.
I had to sell another 300-400 acres I had in Britain to pay off the bank to get them off. Well, I didn't pay them off to get them satisfied. And Greg Hardy was in this deal because he's this great fucking guy. He's negotiating this deal and help, which I've been better off not even had him involved. He ends up with 100 acres of land and he negotiated the deal that they needed another $500,000 to keep him from losing everything. Greg negotiated this deal. The deal, he only got 2 weeks to come up with this money. I'm such this Greg Hardy, this good guy.
This is the rub they had with him. Greg helped him negotiate and set them up to fail, he thinks. And Dee and him felt slighted from Greg, the older brother. He's like, this is a great guy. But watch, he says Greg did it, and then Greg would swoop in to get the saving by buying the property is what he's saying. It should be easy to find out.
I'll buy that piece of ground from you. But I'm only gonna give you this much money. You know, it's worth this much money. He set up the deal to cover his own fucking pocket. It cost me over $100,000.
Okay.
But he set the deal up, I only had 2 weeks. Where are you gonna come up with millions of dollars in 2 weeks? No. He set me up to fail.
So he negotiated this deal directly with the bank.
So this guy Hardy's a wheeler dealer. What if he did set him up to fail and to get fucking hooked on murder? That makes this Hardy gets a lot. Oh my god. He jumps in to wheel and deal with the bank and ends up with getting a great deal on 100 acres. He thinks he's set him up to fail, and then he comes in swooping in, and I'll save you. Oh my god. This Hardy's right up in this. Right there's a reason Hardy would want this guy. And I don't know. Maybe, and what if she did kind of do that? What TJ said? I don't know. And then they try to cover it up and at the same time get rid of this guy by covering up a suicide? I don't even know. Is that possible? Those are just angles we're going to look at. Where nobody here is suggesting or saying anything. He's been convicted of, he's found guilty in a court of law. But, I mean, there's a lot of questions here that just aren't adding up. That are pointing to a whole lot of other people. No wonder this Hardy guy's pushed so hard against him. He's the devil. Because then, if D did however D got gone, if it's looked like he did it, that's two birds. One stone. Not. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to be pushing off, dismissive about D. That's two. That's. I mean, if they wanted to cover up something, yeah. Let's just suggest a theory that if D did it, if she did suicide, then yeah, I guess you wouldn't get all the life insurance and stuff. But if it's made to look like a murder or something, then he's gone in the process. And they're all, Jaron's in the cop car talking about the fucking goddamn life insurances and inheritance. They're all about to divvy up. And the Prince of Michigan, Jaron's got 200 people at his wedding with a girl who wouldn't give him the time of day in high school. And oh my God. Then the grandfather is Hardy, his grandfather that got the properties that they wanted that were in the family for 230 years. Wow.
For you to have whatever extension they come up with X amount, and they need you X amount for that property, basically, right? That's for sure. Okay.
So he fucked me in the deal.
Not this.
So I'm still here.
I'm not saying this to make you mad, but it was explained to us that you two, meaning you and D, were in turmoil, and I'm being dramatic, ran down the street to Greg's house. Greg, please save us, and that's what was essentially told to us before. So that makes a little more sense.
No, that's not good at all. He's like, he was trying to come across that he's going to be the savior. Well, his whole master fucking plan was to fuck us out of something, and he did.
Which piece of property was that?
Maybe there's 100 acres there. It links.
Is that the family property that he got? Is Greg Hardy Jaron's grandpa? Is that Hart? Wait, who is he? He's Dee's brother, right? No, he's not his grandpa, right? Because Dee's older brother would make if Jared. But if he was a father figure to Dee, did he call him grandpa? Or is there more grandpas? There's probably a bunch of grandpas other that we don't know about. Because he said he acted like he was Dee's father figure. Because then he could be his step grand. Like, I don't know. But I don't think that's what it is.
Greg's had about 300 acres out there now. Because he put my 100 acres.
Okay. And how much would that have been worth at the time on the open market, do you think?
We should have been able to get about 6,000 or 7,000 an acre for him. Greg only gave me 4.
I see. Okay. Yeah, that would be sour taste in my mouth. Also, kind of like.
Well, it did at the time.
So let's say there's 100 acres at 4,000 an acre. Greg gets it for 400 grand, and it's worth 700 grand. It's six or 700 grand, and they felt fucked by this older brother who's out there so righteous. I mean, he looked hurt on the stand, but man, he sounds like he's in lying to the media. This guy, this brother is more. There's more to it. There's more to it. There's more to him. Why would he be lying to the media about the tank? How would he know about the tank to tell? Let's say he's not lying to the media and they're lying about him lying. Like, what? Why would he go out and tell the media that he told the cops about the tank? And how else would these cops found this tank if somebody like Jaron or him didn't confess and or tip it in? What if they tipped it in? What if that Hardy's like, he knows how that she got in the tank, and then they tip it in, not anonymously or just like we suspect. They weren't finding it, so they had to do something and get them to look in a tank. So then he tells the cops about the tanks, that he's been moving tanks suspiciously. Check out these tanks. Tanks. They didn't find this. They were alerted somehow. And I bet if whoever knew she was in the tank wanted her found, thought she'd be found sooner maybe. And it turns out she wasn't. I don't know.
You know, I'm one that doesn't hold a grudge that much, but that looked at this way, it saved me all the other properties I had, so it was a cost of doing business.
You're right, TJ. Have him call my people. Let's set us up. Dell, call Shibby. You can have 15 people hear you at 3-4 in the morning. And I got 200. I've lost 2 subs. I think I was at 280. Dale, you can have 278 subscribers come listening to you at 15 at a time at 4 a.m. Come, find Shibby. I'll give you time to talk.
Well, there at least sour taste in your mouth that, you know, family wasn't there to help his sister like he was trying to come across. He was there to screw her again.
Yeah.
And she was very bitter.
Oh my God. I play that again. This cop is not disagreeing. I don't know. Not that he needs to agree to that, but he soaked that all in as if it's like, yeah, he agreed. He just kind of.
Yeah, that would be sour taste in my mouth also. I don't know.
Well, I did at the time, you know, I'm one that doesn't hold a grudge that much, but that looked at this way, it saved me all the other properties I had, so it was a cost of doing business. Well, there at least sour taste in your mouth that, you know, family wasn't there to help his sister like he was trying to come across. He was there to screw her again.
Yeah.
And she was very bitter over it too, but she.
To screw her again. As if this isn't even the first time. What's the history of this guy? He sounds like a wheeler and dealer. What other deals has he been in with them? And I mean, in one fell swoop, he got $400,000 property that I don't know if it's the one that he wanted and if it was in his family for hundreds of years and he got it, or that happened after this, or the grandpa got some of the family property that was personal, sentimental to them or whatever. But this guy's made off with, if it's true, and you should be able to look into it, he would have had 100 acres of $400,000, which there would be a $4,000 payment, $400,000 he bought, and the property's worth 6 or 7. What's the market value? Was it worth 600 or 700,000? And he made off with like a bandit after he set the deal up to fail. He made $300,000. This fucking Hardy brother is a wheeler and dealer. I would suspect if I keep doing this, I'm going to have his minion of trolls in here soon. Wow. So he's the YouTuber. He went with a YouTuber to do a campaign on him, like a troll campaign to smear him. Oh my God. When I first saw him on the stand, I would never have believed it because he was fucking, looked hurt, crying. Man, maybe he's a master manipulator. And that was it. He was fucking angry on the stand. He wanted blood. Oh my God.
I convinced her to keep her mouth shut and just civil on it. We're here, we'll get through it.
Sometimes, unfortunately, there's a price to pay to reveal someone's true colors too. But you paid a hefty fine to reveal Craig's true shape.
Paid a lot of hefty fines to do this. It cost me, I figured $20 million.
So he just suggested that he paid a hefty fine for Greg to show his true colors. 20 million? Get out. I gotta go back. This closed captioning must have misheard that. I'm playing it again.
It's costing, I figure 20 million, but, you know, up until we bought that vegetable farm, there wasn't anything that we couldn't do. You know, you feel this sense of invincibility. You know, if you work hard and you go at it, there's nothing you can't do. I mean, kind of American made. You know, if you work hard, you'll do well. And up until then, there's nothing we could overcome. But up there, we dealt with, we had 150 Mexicans working for us. Lions.
Oh my God. So here's the 150 Mexicans he's about to badmouth, but then goes into 225 Mexicans growing marijuana. So first, the 25 Mexicans are weeding, which is like getting or picking the cabbages, right? I guess he means it. But afterwards, stay tuned because he does say they're living on the property 5 at a time, and they're growing marijuana all over the place in the ditches and everything. And it turns out these people, I guess, are unknowingly shipping this weed underneath the cabbage to the fucking distributors. Oh my God, I'm moving back a little bit. I will not interrupt. He's going to talk about 150 Mexicans, and then he's going to talk about 25 Mexicans weeding the cabbage, but then he's going to tell you that they're growing in ditches all around the property. They're growing marijuana and hiding it under the cabbage truck in the trucks. Here it is.
Farm, there wasn't anything that we couldn't do. You know, you feel this sense of invincibility. You know, if you work hard and you go at it, there's nothing you can't do. I mean, kind of American made. You know, if you work hard, you'll do well. And up until then, there's nothing we couldn't overcome. But up there, we dealt with, we had 150 Mexicans working for us. Lions, steam, sheep. You know, I should say much more, but give me an example. Well, it's burned in my fucking brain forever. We're growing cabbage up there. 40 acre field of cabbage we send to Mexico. It's all hand weeded. There's about 25 Mexicans in the crew. They're supposed to help well. Weed this decent enough weed. And I want they're spraying. And while spraying, there's only 5 or 6 people that steal weed. And I said, I called the end, so we got the next house. I'm like, gee, there's 5 or 6 people out here in the cabbage. Weed, are they supposed to be? And she's like, no, I said, the whole crew out there. I said, so how many is there supposed to be? She said, around 20, 25. I said, there's 5 people here. He says, I'll call and I'll go check. Yeah, there's 25 people punched in. You know, since the property is so big up there, they all jump in their cars, go back to the laneway, and then 5 of them jump up and drive around the backside or the camp, because we had housing up there. The driver only double the housing. So 5 people work, and 15 on home. And you know, 3 cabins, and that's just what's time to punch out there a little bit, but they go back this way. Or we pick the 5 up, go up to camp, and all punch out.
So who drew the short straws? Which 5 will work in each day? Is it a rotation, or how do you get on that?
That was unbelievable. So, yeah, they all seen the rep. But any you didn't watch everything they did. They're growing marijuana. That's back in America. They're growing marijuana. There's all lockdown blackberries. They're growing marijuana in all the ditches, all over. And come to find out after the fact, after we lost it and sold it, that when they were taking the stuff into Myers and Kroger's, that we were hauling all their pot in the truck. That had distribution at Myers and Kroger's where they were selling it. They're taking it off the trucks. Oh, wow.
So he's saying that they're growing. So basically, it was D running that. It sounds like D was running all those Mexicans, and then wouldn't she know what's happening on the property? Like he turns out that not only do we have we had cabbage, they were weeding cabbage, which is basically probably picking it and doing it all. So forget that part of the weeding. Like growing the marijuana and ditches, everything else. Sounds like they were using every spare part of that property to grow weed. Mm-hmm. Yes, Bubble Yum. Those lame limericks again. Love them. How long did you take to write that? Oh, here comes the limericks. Miss Madam Limerick.
So you get out of that financial trouble. Can you describe what your financial situation was like, April 1st, 2021, what was it like that?
We were struggling. I didn't think, well, we were struggling. We had been struggling since we wrestled the operating loans, and it's a challenge. The prices really were, and they finally got hooked up with the groups.
I had to talk to you, you said the prices where they were, maybe.
Corn prices.
Okay.
I mean, back when things were rolling good, it was $6-7 a bushel for corn, $15 for beans.
Buy? Why would you leave? They're funny. I was only kidding. Oh, you're gonna leave already?
Well, corn was back down to 4, beans were down to 9 or 8. So I mean,
Probably with the same operating costs, or,
we're operating at a loss.
Okay.
So it was tough, and it was hard because we were paying off a lot of bad debt. We're still paying bad debt.
If the farming is struggling that much, what was keeping you afloat?
Work harder, do more.
In which way? Can you describe that to me?
Instead of working 9 hours a day, you're working 18 and 20. You're farming more ground. You're trying to do more custom spraying.
Mhm.
Todd's being pushed to send the trucks out, more loads.
Okay.
But unbeknownst to
So Todd was being pushed to send out more trucks, more loads. Todd, the partner with D.
after the fact, we look back, the farming side wasn't losing money, it was making money. But the problem is when you've got 10 guys driving a truck, 5 of those guys are on farm's payroll. The trucking company isn't paying farms back, and 5 guys on the payroll.
I see.
So it's pretty easy to make a trucking company look very profitable when half the employees are on the farm side. All the maintenance are coming from the auto parts store or the trucking store is being billed to Warwick Farms. You just got $10,000 worth of parts for that truck, right? It's all billed to Warwick Farms. Warwick Farms pays for it. The trucking company's using the truck free and clear, not paying for any parts, not paying for the drivers. Farms is paying the insurance.
Okay.
See where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm. I see.
And they're running marijuana for the Mexicans in those trucks underneath the cabbage that were picked by Mexicans.
And you want to buy a lake house unbeknownst to your husband, and you're trying to get it refinanced, so you give them the financials from the trucking company, which looks like you're making a lot of money, 30%. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, there's no overhead. Who's not making money? No overhead.
Right. Well, then you've got, different places. She tried to sell the trucking company in 2018, unbeknownst to me, marked all the paperwork, and they're like, no. The industry standard for profitability in trucking is only like 5 to 6%, and you're making 30% D. What's going on here?
How did this deal come up with Laidlaw?
So where's Nicole? She's our trucking expert. What does all that mean? He's like D was making 30. So would that imply that she's in with them, helping them move the drugs and taking more because she knows the drugs are being in there or something? What's the implication? And usually if you had a legit trucking company, he's making it sound like you get 5 to 6% profitability or something. And Mimi and Nicole, where's my truckers? What's up with that? Because then he's like, when he found out D was making 30% or something, he's like, what's up with that, D? Why? Turns out she's running she's in control of all those Mexican workers whom are growing marijuana all over the property. Is she on? Oh my God. Or they're running drug money for the Mexican cartels. And then that would be come into play. Would it not put it past? Or he's in on it and just making it look like her. Or it sounded like he was pretty good there, convincing, I guess. I don't know. He's like, why, how are you getting 30%? That's easy to talk about something. I mean, it could be a part of his manipulation that he's, you know, it's the worst part when somebody murders someone, then you can kind of spin the narrative. So it's possible. I'm not saying he's not, but that's a big deal. Can't we prove that? Can we look into that? That business, 30% trucking, and maybe she was running all of them they were living on the property, as if they're not knowing they're growing big marijuana all over the place. And kind of like the cabbage was a front. The cabbage business was to launder the weed. Sounds like. Maybe he knows more than he's playing. Maybe he's the fucking kingpin of it all. Sounds like he's oblivious and or just didn't know. And if Jaron's in helping D and the other boyfriend's brother, the son's boyfriend, and then that anhydrous stuff could be sold. I mean, if they're doing that, I wouldn't put it past them trying to get some tanks of anhydrous when he wouldn't know about it, because you'd think they have to keep that anhydrous strict account of it. But tag, you know. But if it really is a precursor for the mess, and man,
Drivers.
the brother, the oldest brother, Hardy. Holy fuck! If he is, I guess I'll be trolled soon. He's probably got a. Whew, this is big, right? So it's possible. Wow.
Farms is paying insurance.
Okay.
So you're going with this?
Mm-hmm.
So and you want to buy a lake house unbeknownst to your husband.
And like, if that was the case, TJ, and he knew about it, wouldn't he have by now have kind of flipped on somebody? I'm starting to think he's oblivious.
And you're trying to get it refinanced, so you give them the financials from the trucking company, which looks like you're making a lot of money, 30%. Fuck yeah.
The one she took the cruise with, is that the blonde one with the weird Zikla name, or Zogla, that was chewing gum on the stand? Oh my God. So Zach was way up in this money, handling the money with her, and that other one was helping with the office work. What if she was skimming money? Dale was the sole beneficiary of Dee's estate. I think they said they were beneficiaries for each other, or like.
Yeah, there's no overhead. Who's not making money?
Oh my God.
No overhead.
Right. Well, then you got, different places. She tried to sell the trucking company in 2018, and announced me marked on the paperwork, and they're like, no. The industry standard for profitability in trucking is only like 5 to 6%. And you're making 30% deep. What's going on here?
How did this deal come up with Laidlaw? Can you start out this one with?
The deal with Laidlaw? You guys, talking law enforcement, all these people after the fact, you guys crippled me. My ability to pay bills and stuff was crippled after you guys come in, took phones, took systems out.
Right. So he tried to, and all the cops came in and took all this stuff to run the business. And he's like, fuck it. We'll watch. Without me, these companies are going to fold. I don't know if he's missing at the time. I guess she would be, because it's after the fact. Is what he's saying. They're coming in and taking all this stuff, everything to run the business. I guess under the guise that they wanted us, like, and they're investigating it to find D or something. I don't know.
You did what you did. I mean, it was a struggle before. It was more challenging. Then you take into place fuel costs just doubled. The tire that used to cost me $800 now it costs me $1,600. I can't pay that. How am I gonna keep making the payments and all this stuff? Todd sees this. He's dispatcher, and he knows all these guys that pays off. They've been talking to him. Hey, Todd, what's going to work for us? Why don't you guys do this?
Right, TJ. They did say that. She just kind of would go over things afterwards, like the accounting, just to make sure everything's up to up, right? I remember them saying that. You're right. And Zach would handle the payments, but she would kind of go over things to just make sure he was doing it right, I guess, or
him down, Todd, we'll talk to him. They made us an offer. We paid off the trucks to death. I had taken on a 5-year non-compete. I got an agreement with them that I do a lot of maintenance and stuff for them, for their facilities. All my employees are protected, they've all got jobs. Todd moved over. It was a deal, did I want to do that? No. Was it a good deal? Yeah.
So they've all got jobs, and Todd moved over. Did he say? Like moved over to, like literally moved to live nearby or something? Because this Hardy guy was right there too on the property or real close.
I just eliminated a couple $1 million in debt on trucks. I had to get non-compete for 5 years. Todd's got a job. I'm still getting rental income. I can make my house payment. I keep moving forward. 5 years and I'm gonna be back. Todd and I decide. Whatever one of you guys come back, if I ask them to, yes, they will. And we have a good relationship with them. And they know there's not a single thing I'll ask them to do that I wouldn't do myself if I had time to do it.
Okay. I just want to ask you something, trying to make sure I understand. So you agreed to a purchase price, and then you signed a contract saying, hey, I won't do any more trucking work, basically, and then they're paying you X amount monthly for facility rental, essentially. Okay. And is that facility rental, is that also a 5-year contract?
No, that's
Just a non-compete is?
just a non-compete, just a facility rental is month to month, so if they choose to leave, they leave whenever they want.
Okay. And then is there a maintenance contract in place for you to maintain the vehicles, or they're just paying you?
They just pay us whatever it takes to keep it fixed,
Okay.
so.
Okay. Recently you submitted some documentation for an SBA loan. You know which one I'm talking about? Can you describe that to us?
Which one?
Both. I don't know if you there's two of them.
For one for each
No,
company or?
no, there's a $500,000 SBA loan that we took out. Oh, I don't remember, that was first, we took that out to pay off, a lot of the debts that was incurred. You know, I'll be there, we're going, so we keep going. And the second one we took out, it was a no-brainer. I mean, our operating loan at the time was, we got a $800,000 operating loan. It was a 9% SBA loan. We took out, it was only 3%, and I paid anything back for 2 years, and after that's over 30-year payback, so.
Was that the EAD loan?
No, well, I don't know, SBA loan, that's one, I don't know what else.
See, this is stuff Mark can probably help.
Yeah, that's also not fair market to go over, but I mean, from the accounting side, accountants, this is no brainer. You got this, you're gonna pay 9% on the operating loan for these guys. And you get this loan here for 3%, you're gonna pay anything for 2 years. This is no brainer. So that's
I'm
what
sorry, who said that?
the accountants.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Mark was one of them, and our other accountants we talked to, our tax ones and different ones, I mean, you're going to buy it.
Mark was one of them. They got a whole bunch of accountants. There's like at least 12 people wrapped up in this now that are all hands in the money, accountants, all the truckers charging stuff. That Vocal was, she just had to keep track of everything to make sure everyone wasn't scamming. They had a person there that was their job to do that woman's, because like Zach was making the payments, but she just had to kind of watch over to make sure everyone's doing as they should. And she said she did catch a lot of those truckers charging things on credit cards, and there's 12 people wrapped up.
Why would you not do this?
Even I can tell 9, 3 versus 9. So.
This is huge. I mean, this to the bottom cash flow. I mean, it's all about cash flow. So it's a no-brainer. I mean, there's nothing shady, nothing illegal. The money's all wet. I mean, every penny that you guys can come look and see what's going on. It's all in the pay bills on the government.
Like, he's invited the cops to come and check every penny, but he's done and gone with that. Does a guilty guy do that? What? So you're going to find out Zach or whoever, all these other people are dipping in, and oh my God. And let's just say D did, under the stress of it all, maybe take her own life, and they covered it up. And they thought it's bad enough as it is now. We might as well make it look like he did it. Therefore, we'd get her life insurance, because if somebody does that, they won't get the life insurance if they take their own life or something. And then he goes at the same time. So they didn't do it. But if they found her, they were like, oh my God, can't just, like, I'm not saying that happened. There's something else going on. Good morning, Critter. Good morning, Mimi and Peggy. What's up? There's something else going on for sure.
Conservative was put into place to protect and conserve these assets. I've done more to do that than anybody else has done. Every bill's been busy.
Yeah, I haven't spoken directly to Conservative about this. This is more or less the grapevine, but I think one of the concerns was a copy of his driver's license and passport was submitted with the application.
So we've got that on file.
So this will be the one where somebody tried to make it look like he was committing forgeries or something. And he explains it pretty well here that he didn't. I don't know. So
Business has copies of their employees. My passport's in the file, my license is in the file, my restricted use license is in the file. Every employee's license is in their file.
Where is that stuff stored?
It's on the file cabinets. You guys went through well.
In the manual physical file cabinets? Okay. And again, these are questions that I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but we just asked based on
That's all you guys should have.
I don't, yeah, I want you to understand me, I'm not accusing you of nothing.
No, it's just, that's, how would you have gotten? Same procedure any place you go to the medical office, the first thing you gotta get is your driver's license and your bill, or take a copy of the file.
Yeah, I'm not running $1 million business, and I have my stuff taken with trying to, I'm like Google Drive, because I need it for this or that, so I understand completely. There was also some questions raised about a power of attorney. Do you sign? Can you talk to us about that? When were those made, or when were those signed?
I don't know what the date were, the dates on our return. I think it was 12 or 14. I think, we've got our attorneys on lots of things. I've got Farm Service Agency, I've got them for, was Tom Norwood at the time, Matt Luck at the time, Rob Brisky at the time, Dee, myself, she had St. Attorneys for me. I mean, it's the normal business operating paperwork we had.
Okay. Do you remember when or where those were signed specifically?
I don't know, they're all notarized and signed witnessed. The same one's the one Farm Service Agency, I think Dan was in the office at the time, he notarized them, or Stephanie was an notary, Stephanie did it too.
Okay.
Or before we had notaries at our own office, we went over.
like they got their own notaries at their office. They're all powers of attorney for each other. Oh my God. This everyone's got a reason to be dead here. Oh. Did you? That was my text messages. One sec. Yeah, I'll play.
Okay.
Or before we had notaries at our own office, we went over to Brisky's and he had a notary in his office there, notarizing, or we were running to the bank.
Okay, yeah, I know right there. Okay. Do you have any question on the business guy?
There was some questions to two operating agreements. There really is only one operating agreement. It was, other than the one that they manufactured afterwards.
Well, yeah, once she fabricated up her DW bus, she made one of them, just her name on the other.
Wait, demanufactured something afterwards? Did I miss that? Oh, wait, she had to rewrite the operating agreements, and yeah, so she turns out she could have just added addendums, but she thought she had to rewrite this whole thing each time, and it was a lot of work for her to do. These guys are up. These are all. This is, oh my God. So instead of just adding an addendum, and she kept rewriting it and was like, this is too much.
It was, other than the one that they manufactured afterwards.
Well, yeah, once she fabricated up her DW bus, she made one of them, just her name on the other. There's been addendums done to the operating agreements. And the first addendum that she did,
she was under the understanding that she had to retype the whole operating agreement. So the one that they're questioning her put on YouTube that is a fake or something, because she retyped the whole operating agreement and put the addendums page one.
And there's a fake one on YouTube. This whole operating agreement, she didn't have to retype it each time. She just could have done an addendum.
She made, so it's like 14 or 15 pages. So she copied the whole agreement with the addendum and we signed it. But you don't have to do that. All you have to do is type up the addendum and sign it with the original agreement. She was under the understanding that she had to redo it every time. So she's like, this is a pain in the ass. I don't have to retype this every time. And that's what she emailed Jim Goose when he was kind of chopping classes. No, you don't have to do that. She just got to do page one. So it was kind of a little time.
Business questions, good?
No, I think I've heard.
Okay.
I mean, whenever you guys have questions, just come up. If you guys have to go into the office, it's an open door.
Okay.
Nothing to hide or anything.
Like he's inviting them into the office to look through anything they want. It's an open door. The lawyer's not protesting. He knows they're going to find nothing. My God, this is a guilty guy, they say. But he's either a fucking psychotic great actor, psychopathic award-winning actor, or this whole time, every time I've seen him, he's been goddamn forthcoming. Yeah, here, I'll bend over and cough if you want. What the fuck? Here, take my shirt off. Walk around my house. I'm spraying my hose. I'm not trying to block you. It's just water. Don't let your dog's paws touch. That shit is carcinogenic, you know? You can get sick. That stuff is... Be careful. We had a shepherd die from licking its paws after running through here. This fucking stuff is heavy-duty chemicals. Yeah, I fly a drone over my fucking... I ain't playing hot potato with a dead body in this tank. I gotta move these fucking tanks around. There's fucking shit to do around here. You think he's gonna say to the cops and the drone captain, yeah, drive a fucking drone around my property, even though I know you're leaving in an hour. I'm just gonna play hot potato with the dang tank, and you're gonna use that as evidence against me? A tank? This guy moves tanks daily, all the time. He's moved, and they look down and they say, "Look, there's a tank. Therefore, it's this tank." And it's 200 feet away. It's a white tank. How can you imply that's the fucking tank with the body in it? The guy allows him to drive a drone. You think he's gonna fucking? Oh my God, these people! This is wild.
And shady is.
I don't think at all. No. It's unfortunate that it's a lot of questions we have to ask just because of the circus.
Well, that's what makes me feel like you guys are being led around, because it's all shit that it's fabricated by them. So once it's fabricated, you gotta ask. That's why we joke with his Rick said.
See, this is back then. He knows that there's a whole campaign going, you know, but it's almost like it worked. And he's probably wishing he never was, you know, because he probably thought it was so insane that they were doing. It's like everyone else was like campaigning and fabricating stuff. Turns out, I guess it worked. He's fucking been convicted, or he did it, or he's wrapped up in it. It's just, if he's got anything to do with this on his own with a bunch of people, with one of the, whatever, it just didn't happen the way they've said it did. This prosecutor's ridiculous timeline of 3 hours and how easy it would be to just fucking chop a tank open. It's like load it. Get the tank, support it with a chain, weld it, and then chop it open with a hand grinder. Walk past a bunch of cameras with the hand grinder to then chop it with the hand grinder, and then use a torch to get the body in there. Then fucking seal it up with a torch, and then grind it, clean it up a bit, I guess, and paint it, get it all decaled up, and then tags and everything, and under 3 hours, and till a field in the background too.
It's a joke between you and me. So
Trust me,
don't take
I am not getting a Christmas card if I heard it. I can promise you.
At the very least, but if it is the right guy, it's not the way the prosecutor played it through as like that whole it's so goddamn ridiculous. The 641 bullshit, why did they commit to that? They just pieced it together out of just, they just pieced it together. And none of it shows what he's doing, what she says is happening. Especially the 642 and 643. Like the 641, he's driving by a camera, but I can't show you. Look between these trees, trust me. I guess I see something yellow and something's, yeah. But why not just fucking zoom out? Because he's driving by slowly. We know they have a wicked camera angle of that same camera she's using to look at 641. You know? Zoom out, show me 640, because he's probably driving right by this camera and it's gonna be sticking out. It's standing up, this tank. It's a bright yellow tank. You'll see it. Zoom out. And then 642, he's got to be getting out of the JCB, picking it out of the front end of the bucket, putting it, it's got wheels. So he's wheeling, allegedly, there's a camera looking down at him. So he opens the door and walks in this place, walks in and parks this little torch, yellow bottle and a blue welding machine. Then he walks away from it at 643, but she doesn't show you. She shows you him walking towards the door up here. Meanwhile, at 642, he just walked in and parked it. Show us all of it. Show me and it's at 1203. So show me 1201, and you will kind of see him kind of pulling in outside through the windows, and he'll open that door and he'll wheel that card in. It's all on camera. She has it. She just doesn't show you. She just tells you it's happening. Again, what? She says, again, nothing. Again, go back a minute to 1202 or 1201, which is 642 and 641, and they're ridiculous. Show it. You've got to open that door and walk in with that welder. Why isn't that on this herd? Is that what? Show that. Why wouldn't? Because they pieced that together, and that whole gobbledygook of Ivan throwing garbage in and teleporting all around that fucking. He's teleporting to Ivan Boyd, and Dale gets out of the JCB and disappears, and then they cut, all these cuts, garbage shifts, cut, and then all of a sudden this JCB is gone, but we don't see Dale get back into it, and the garbage that was in the JCB bucket, this white garbage, is now on a pile, supposing that the JCB that's over here just put it on this pile, but she can't show you it putting, and where did this fucking tank come from? Did the JCB leave and go back and get the tank? Show us. You got the video, but she's showing screenshots of a video. This is the game plan. Screenshot the shit out of videos. Fuck it with the timestamp. It doesn't even matter anymore because she's just showing you a timestamp and telling you something happened of a video. She has the video of it happening, but doesn't show you. Why? Because it's not happened the way she's doing. She's piecing. This is all a fairy tale created by that prosecutor. It's ridiculous. So goddamn. How do we accept this as a standard? Fuck these timestamps. Just her taking screenshots and saying, look, it's here, it's not. It's here, it's not. This loader that's way over here just dumped this pile of garbage here. And now there's a tank here. So that loader, we don't even know who's driving that loader because she didn't show us Dale getting back in it. Dale gets out of it and disappears. Ivan teleports around that room. What if it's Ivan driving that loader and he got the tank? Holy fuck.
You might get one before me.
That's evidence in the prosecution's. Oh, so it's not evidence, right? It's their whole theory, this whole case. And everyone's like, it's not evidence. No, it is. The fucking prosecutor's closing statements. She's got it all. She's showing you the video, just not the video she's depicting is happening. Bruh, this guy's been railroaded. That's what's up, bruh. Wait till you see that. Go watch that prosecutor's opening statement. It's a fucking joke. Everything she says at 641, 642, 643 doesn't happen. It's just that, look, at 643, he's just walking towards the door. He just dropped off a welder. They don't show you him doing it. Yet she's saying it just happened. And she has the camera. The video's there. She can't show you it happening. Because it's just him walking by, probably. And she's just pieced this together so sloppily. Oh, my God. How did this get past everyone? The sloppiest prosecutor I've ever seen. This is going to blow up, you guys. Glad I'm jumping out in front of this. You watch, brah. People are going to be like, what? Oh, let me get that off the screen. Creator, get off my screen.
What can you tell me about Dee and her migraines?
The hospital several times because she'll get a migraine, she'll lose vision, her voice will start slurring, her face will sag, it looks just like a stroke, it's carrying her down. I've took her to the hospital several times.
So do you hear that? She's got migraine so bad that her face starts sagging and she looks like she's having a stroke. Migraines. And a pinched nerve in her neck. And 10 bottles of oxycodones.
Go to the hospital, it's very frustrating because they don't do anything, they push her in her room, they just leave her there. You know, she's very in pain, they don't helpless. They finally do give her something, it's like, what can we do? There's nothing we can do, I can just keep her home and done this. You know? And where were her kids when any of this shit went on? That fucking woman around. She called, they didn't come. They didn't come, they never come. Ever.
How long has she been having it? When did we start?
Since I met her. She had him, I think she had him back when she was married to Tim. I think she had one with Tim. She said they thought it was a stroke and she lost her face sag. I think that was the worst one she had.
What do you mean, Peggy? Is this a replay? Do you think it's a replay? I'm replaying the same video. We're breaking it down. Yeah. Why would you be being a bitch to say that? Honest question? That's not a bitchy question. Yeah, it's the same. It's a different show, and I'm not doing a replay. I'm replaying the same video we played yesterday because we're breaking it down again. That's what you're asking? That's not a bitchy question. You thinking it is making me think you're being a little... I'm kidding. No. Well, completely brand new. Everything I do is brand new. I'm rehatching. We don't just go over here. I'm breaking it down. I'm probably going to do this again, too. I'm going to loop this. So this is, if you don't like it this time, you're not going to like it the next time I play it. I guess. I hope you stick around. You're a lot of fun. But you're not being a bitch. You're awesome.
They call it like a mini stroke. Yeah, that's Tim with that first few months back. But she had
No reminiscing. This is do you know how much information is here? I mean, if you guys could spout off to me everything we've gone over in this video, there's a part 2 to this. There's 2 of them in here. This is a part 2. There's a whole 2 of these. It's a lot of info, guys. And if you know it all already, if you can write me up a cheat sheet, I'll never play this again. Email it to me. I'll give you my email. Let me know. But man, there's a ton. And that second one, we got to get better audio because this fucking guy's telling this guy so much.
They were getting more and more frequent, but she had a vertebra in her neck that was deteriorated, so it's, the nerves were around each other, so we were going up to Chelsea to the pain clinic. They were giving her injections in her neck.
Okay.
For the pain. And before, I didn't know it, but I think she'd been hooked on the oxycodone and stuff for quite a while.
That's scary.
Yeah. And you guys see all the bottles and stuff I found in the house, didn't you? Did you see those?
I couldn't tell you how much, but I'm familiar with what you mean.
Yeah, there's bottles and bottles I found everywhere. I'm still finding stuff in the camper. There's a little pill bag. It's just.
Were you ever concerned she'd be getting them elsewhere?
Hindsight, yeah, now I am, but I was oblivious at the time.
Yeah.
That was always someone else's problem. That's not my wife. It's not here.
And
Blind to it.
I'm finding that that's everyone feels that way.
Yeah.
It's never their kid, it's never their wife, it's never their.
And I know exactly where they're coming from now, because I look back and I go, oh my fucking God. There's 10 bottles of oxycodone, I could go get you 10 bottles of it right now, out of my house. Or in the drawers. And now I'm talking, thinking, you guys, I need to get that shit fuck out of it, because I got a 10-year-old dog in the house.
Yeah, it's scary to have around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know what else she was doing.
Did you, aside from the oxycodone, do you know what other pills she may have been taking and prescribed her?
I don't know what they are. I mean, there was a bunch of them. She had for depression, she had for a lot of different things.
I'm sorry, I did that here 1 second. Now, how often does she have a migraine, would you say?
Oh, sorry. She had it at least once a month or more.
Okay, and can you describe what that was like for her?
Just unbearable pain in her head. And it got to a point where she'd always talk about the pain and you'd just get hard to because you heard it so much you didn't believe it anymore. It'd be like a kid crying a wolf. You know, sometimes you feel like she's just using it as a crutch to, I got a migraine, I'm going back to the house to get away from you. But the pain level was unbearable. And I could tell when she was having one that was bad because her face would start sagging a little bit. And her vision, she'd have blurred vision. She'd be talking to you, you know, if you're talking to someone where we have eye contact, she'd be talking and she'd be looking off over here because she couldn't see me.
And what was,
And her voice would start getting slurred a little bit. And that's when it was bad.
okay. And what was her behavior like when it was occurring? What was she doing?
She would still try to be, she would try to fake it, be normal. But she just couldn't function. Her voice would be slurred and she just, be acting like how you just need to lay down. So I just get her to lay down or she just get her to calm down. She would, at first when it was first going on, we'd get her a beer, some alcohol to thin her blood. That's what the theory was, it would help. And that helped at first, but after a while it didn't help anymore. She had some, the one doctor that she was going to had some pills that they had made up as a combination of three different drugs. And she'd take them, and it was 4 migraines.
Okay.
And that helped. And the one pharmacy, there's only one pharmacy that was up by Chelsea that, I guess they had to custom make them there. And that's where she got those, and that seemed to help the most.
Okay.
It would do it. I mean, she would still, some of the pills you take like the codeine, oxycodone or whatever, then she'd just be a zombie. But this here, she can still function, she can talk, and be more like the normal D, she'd just be slowed down version.
And aside from you said looking back, you could see things with the pills. Did you have any suspicion then or see her taking pills that you thought were excess?
I always thought, I don't take any pills, so I always thought it's an excess that she's taking anything. Why are you taking those? But I guess I'm just a freak that doesn't have, I mean, I don't drink, I don't smoke, so I'm already a freaking freak. I don't drink alcohol, but
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
I don't know, because I'm not to work, so, you know.
It's a good problem to have.
Well, yeah. I didn't spend any time with my first 4 kids because all they did is work, so. Not making enough things, you know.
Initially, when this happened, and I don't want to misquote you, so please correct me, but if I'm saying something that you said, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, sincerely, okay? You guys made a statement about cheese in Jamaica. And what made you think that?
She loved it there. She was fascinated with it down there. And what makes me think that I will find her. I will find her next week. She's in Jamaica, or she's in Mexico. The reason I say she's in Jamaica, and when we're down there, she was fascinated with it. She was always off with it. What would you call it? Person that's in charge of the resort that, you know, gives you all the information, can get you anything you want while you're there, take you wherever. And she's always fascinated. You're in Jamaica with resorts, you look up on the hill. There's all these mansions way up on the mountain, you know. Who are those up there? I want to go up there. That's all the drug cartels. That's all the people that you don't want to go there. She's fascinated with that stuff. She's there. Here too. You tell my wife she can't do something, she's gonna prove her wrong. She's gonna go what she's gonna do. She was on that cruise ship. It was about 3 years ago when she went with Stephanie Mills. She found somebody in that ship that hooked her up, or they hit it off like her and I did years ago. They told each other some dreams of what they wanted to be or what they wanted to do. She's in Jamaica up in the mansions, or she's in Mexico, and some of the places you don't want to go to.
Did this person she hit off with, can you describe it to me?
He was a guy on a boat. He was one of the directors or one of the top guys there. And it was either him or an associate of his was on the boat, was very well off, very well to do. And she was hanging with them a lot about this, according to my brother. And just the things that Dee would tell me, we did this, and then she'd tell me, she's like, you can see it back there. I should have told her that. I mean, they left Andy, Stephanie, which is the worker in the office, or Stephanie, and Dee, one of the screws that would go, I don't like boats, I won't want to boat. She was pissed, I'll show you, I'm gonna go anyway. So she took Stephanie, she took Angie, and Stephanie took her dog. So then my brother went, and Amy and their daughter, and my sister went, and Miranda, because Miranda had cancer, that was the last trip before she passed away. So my brother then left the girls all with Dee and Stephanie for that night. Well, Stephanie and Dee put the girls in the room, put a movie in, they go out bar hopping all night, leave the kids in the room all by themselves on the boat with 8,000 fucking people in. And I find this out after the fact. My brother's just, I really want to say this to you, but I'm going to tell you because my daughter was left alone in the room by Dee and Stephanie went out bar hopping. And Angelina called me in the middle of the night, scared because no one was in the room with them. And my brother, they were furious because they left her in the room. Why didn't you just have them back in our room? Well, while they're out bar hopping that night, that's when she's with these guys on the ship.
And you're learning about the after the fact?
I learned this, I've had bits and pieces of this now for 4 years, 3 years.
Okay.
I'm trying to go back together in my mind. And I'm thinking, okay, she's on this cruise ship. When she's on the cruise ship, she bought $10,000 ring. She bought another $5,000 of jewelry here that I found receipts in the mail. You know, and we're in Jamaica, she's buying jewelry. I find out after the fact I get home. She's fascinated with these places up on the hill. Wanting to take off and go to town by herself. I'm like, no, you can't. Well, then she goes and that seminar garden for where she'd go. So she's there, she's in Mexico, these places.
And I just want to be clear, specific with.
No, that's my gut.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. So specific with the guy that you met on the cruise ship, that's something that you're thinking hindsight, or you have something to.
I don't have anything backed up other than what she's told me and different. It's all speculation.
Okay. And the reason why I asked,
I mean, leaving the kids in the room, my brother didn't back up, hanging out.
I think I heard that before.
I mean, that won't back up. But as far as anything else is speculation, that's not her husband. That's my gut feeling. I mean, that's I know my wife.
Okay. You had this gut feeling that she's in Jamaica or Mexico, and can you describe how she would have gotten there without a passport or without crossing a border?
You don't need a passport to get to Mexico. You don't need to get to Jamaica either. If you guys think you got that, you guys are really.
Well, obviously that's the most common way to get there, right? So,
Oh, yeah, I mean,
so if you were her, how would you have gotten there without one? Can you describe that to me?
She's gonna get driven down to Florida. She's gonna get on a boat. She's gonna go over. She don't need a passport to get to Jamaica. She's gonna get $50. Mexico, give me $10. I seen that going back to Mexico. Our guys lost their paperwork. We took a group down there. Didn't have nothing. Went back, we got $10 on the plane. We're home.
Okay, when was that?
I can tell you, years, 2 years ago, and whenever Dee and I just went down to Jamaica, was it 6 months before she went missing, or wasn't too long before that? Nothing's changed. I mean, the guy that works over, Dad's Ozzy, the black guy that works over there, he's from Jamaica. His brother's a detective down there. You know, if it's all money, if you got some money, you can do anything you want. It's unbelievable.
Okay. Specifically on the money topic, where would she have gotten this money to do this? Because now it's been a long time to have survived this money. Where would she have gotten it?
Mark's still tallying up how much money she got. We're still puzzled on where she could have found in her house. She's got the money to where she needed it. That answers to that, too.
Okay. And you had previously made statements about money missing from the safe. Can you describe that to us?
I think there's money to take us gone. Something
How much money was in the safe?
there was approximately close to sure there's between 75 and 100,000 cash you save.
Okay, and, can you describe how that money was collected or how it came to be?
It was, we sold different pieces of machinery and, you know, over the time you take your paycheck, you put it out the side, you put it safe, and it's just accumulating over years.
Okay, and then, how much was missing when she left?
I don't remember for sure Kevin would know because we went down there and looked. And it seemed like there was only like 18 or 20,000. I mean, don't quote me. I'd have to ask Kevin because I think we looked your calendar or did something at the time. It seemed like there's only like 18 or 20,000 left.
When you say Kevin, refer to Greca, make sure I'm clear, okay? And can you, if I was leaving forever, I wouldn't leave anything behind, can you explain that?
I know. She knows that. I figured she left that because that was the amount of money that she figured I had been putting in there for my paychecks when I saved since forever. So I guess she had a little guilt that she left. I don't think she did. I don't understand.
Okay.
You know, like you said, what that is easy to take it off. When she left the one bag that one that I put in. So
She ended up with a bank account, the TCF account,
yeah, TNC.
that was, that she was using to fund money into that from DPW investments and some other stuff.
Most of the money was from they had an auction, we sold different pieces of machinery and her stuff. And some guys paid cash. She put it in there. She said it was her money, and I thought that, why did she say it was her money? She thought it was hers.
And a lot of those financial questions, we're awaiting a financial forensic audit, so a lot of those questions are gonna be answered, we just don't have them right now, essentially, but specifically with cash, it's sometimes hard to show where from, where,
Well, it's a card over years, it's how you.
a lot of them we're gonna discover, but that's a lot of money to have in a house, so I was interested to, if you had a specific thing, like we sold this tractor that's worth X, or, something large, but nothing like that comes to mind. Okay, okay.
I mean, that might be a large amount of money for, so it's not for, it wasn't for us. I mean, you have $100,000 in saved at all times. Over to, otherwise with the riskies, you have $1 million in saved.
How-
the size of the volume of business.
How long did you get money like that, for that amount to save?
Oh, we've always had $50,000 to $100,000 in saved, even when we're getting into bankruptcy. I mean, that's your cash reserve, what you're gonna do, if everything goes down. And it money for that.
Okay,
That's not money that you're gonna use to make a house payment or do the payments, that's the money that you got to have from the table, to live on.
okay.
Imagine if on your house you probably have some cash left away somewhere for your wife, you have your kids, and you're not gonna. They're assuming that.
My wife doesn't trust me for that money, so I couldn't tell her.
So I'm here, my excuse, you know, what's
I'm telling you, I mean, I counted earlier, I wasn't kidding.
I can tell you I do not have
Okay, you have to forgive me, we gotta get a couple more parts here, but I have to sell my use restaurant. Can I get you another water all
I'm
out?
not gonna use your research.
Okay, do you guys know where that one is? I just actually go one at a time, is that all right? There's another water on the corner I'm gonna use.
So just briefly for some clarification, you're sitting on the far left and it's your back is towards is that a body camera or what kind of camera is that?
That's a camera mounted to the wall.
Okay. And who's sitting directly to your right?
That's my partner at the time, Detective Sergeant Scott Singleton.
Okay. And across the table from you, who's seated directly?
That's not me. I think theirs went black. I remember this happening the other day. Yeah. Or maybe it is me. I don't know. Still counting. I think it just went black.
So
Okay, the record will so reflect, and why don't we take about a 10-minute recess, give people a chance to get up and move around a little bit.
Ivan Boyd. Oh, here's the Emmy. TJ, you around? Actually, you know what? The Emmy will be perfect because if TJ catches the replay, she wanted to watch this. This is the Emmy, and it's 36 minutes, so that'll bring me perfectly to when I need to finish up, pretty much. So, this is the Emmy.
People would call Dr. Patrick Cho.
And before you sit down,
It is pretty interesting though how everything makes more sense once you get to realize, once you get to know the characters, not the people, like, and what they're things can make much more sense. Like the first time I saw it, a lot of stuff didn't, I was always like, this doesn't make sense. Now I know them. It's
I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can sit down.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yes, good afternoon. Patrick Cho, CHO.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a deputy medical examiner,
And where are you a deputy medical examiner at?
Oakland County,
How long have you been doing that?
2007.
You've been in the same place since 2007?
I've been at Oakland County on and off since 2007. I have been a contract medical examiner for Jackson County since then, and most recently Lenawee and Hillsdale County after Dr. Bader Casson passed away. But I also do cases in Bay, Midland, Tuscola, Iosco, and Aranac counties.
Okay. And you've been a medical examiner since 2007, though. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Approximately how many autopsies do you think you've performed?
Well over 6,000 at this point.
Have any of those autopsies you performed been related to homicides?
Yes.
Have you ever been admitted as an expert in any courts in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Have you ever been denied that?
No. Over 200 times in federal circuit and district courts in 11 different counties.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd move to admit Dr. Patrick Cho as an expert in forensic pathology.
We leave it to the court's discretion. Thank you.
All right, I will so certify Dr. Cho.
On August 20th, 2024, did you perform an autopsy on Dee Ann Warner?
Yes.
How did you identify her body?
So the body was, it was presumed at that point on August 20th. The dental identification came later, verification of Dee Ann Warner. So that's how it was.
Okay, so on August 20th, 2024, you presumed it was Dee Ann Warner, but at a later point in time, you were able to confirm it through dental records?
Correct.
All right. And do you know how long that took to confirm the identity?
Offhand, I don't.
All right. When you did the autopsy, I noticed you did an external examination and an internal examination. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about the external exam observations first. Just give me a brief overview of what you observed when you received her body.
Sure. The body was enclosed in a body bag, as is normal. Once the body bag was opened, the body was actually wrapped in 2 polyethylene tarps that were secured with duct tape. So that was the initial exposure to the body.
Okay. Did you unwrap those two tarps?
Yes.
What did you observe when you unwrapped those?
There was the body of an adult female. The legs were bound with duct tape. The arms were bound to the torso with duct tape. There was duct tape over the nose, mouth, part of the head, And then there was brown, kind of red debris, sludge.
Did the body have any clothing on it?
There were what appeared to be pajamas, top and bottom, and underwear.
When you say
So, oh, I'll play
appear
it.
to be pajamas, what do you mean?
They looked like just standard ladies' pajamas, but because of the dirt and red, maybe they were light sweats. I don't know,
Okay.
but
Oh, so he did say it because he's not sure if they're pajamas. So this is the like, if he's not sure, like they want you to believe it's pajamas because it would be like he's got her out of bed, but also they could have been sweats too. I don't know, are they? I guess it was 3 years and that, so probably obviously not good to be able to tell.
I thought they were pajamas. So.
Okay.
You thought that. Well, then why would you say they're sweats? If you thought that. If you thought they were pajamas, then why would you even say anything but sweats? It's because you can't tell. And then you're pushing this narrative. Because when you answer the defense, you answer it like you can't tell which one it was. So you should probably not be able to say what it is at all. I don't know. Or go with one and just say, I think it's pajamas. Or I think it's,
Did you, was there any jewelry on the body of Miss Warner?
Yeah, there were 2 metal posts with clear stones in the right and left ears. Pardon me. And there was a metal ring with clear stone on the right fourth finger.
Did you observe any injuries to the body of Miss Warner?
Once the tape over the head, face, and neck and arms were removed, there were contusions on the right and left cheeks, lateral aspect of the left eye, contusion on the left shoulder. I believe that was it. No, there was a small contusion on the back of the head as well, the scalp.
Did you observe any internal injuries?
Once we completed our external examination, we proceeded with an internal examination, standard Y incision, opening up the abdominal and chest cavities, and then the head. There were obvious blunt force injuries of the left temporal parietal scalp regions and on top of the skull. There were subdural hemorrhages over the brain, so that's indication of blunt force injury. There were contusions about the tongue, not contusion, but bruises about the tongue, and there were petechial hemorrhages on the epiglottis. Yeah.
You used the term epiglottis.
So that's why I was looking at if you wanted me to explain.
I do need to know, yes.
The epiglottis is a cartilage tissue that overlays, while we're talking here, it's in an upright position, but as we chew and swallow food or drink water, it'll close over the windpipe so we don't aspirate. So that's what that was.
Okay. And you use the term contusions. What does that mean?
So bruising, another way of putting.
Okay. Hemorrhaging.
Hemorrhaging within the muscle, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits and kind of have you walk me through what you observed. I'm going to have you get in front of, does that microphone?
You can pull that out.
This?
Yes.
And it doesn't project your voice, it only records. So just make sure you speak into that, please.
Okay.
And then I'm going to have you stand in front of at least this screen over here.
This one here.
Yep, please. And then I'm going to pull up photographs, and when you need to point to something to identify it, just let me know, and I will put a laser on here. All right, I'm going to start with exhibit.
Sorry, I'll speak up. Speak real clear into it.
And I thought he sounded really good.
Dr. Cho may need to move a little bit away just so the,
Here.
yeah, thank you.
I'm going to first start with Exhibit 127. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That's the body within the tarp as we received it with the duct tape.
Okay, before you removed it?
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 128.
That's with the tarp being removed from the body and the duct tape around the body.
129.
Same thing.
In this one, you can see the top half of her body as well.
Yes. The head is here.
Okay. 130.
This is with the body bag, the tarp removed and just the duct tape around the ankles and lower legs.
131.
This is the head, the top of the head, and there's duct tape over the nose and the mouth here.
132.
This is just with the duct tape removed. The teeth, I think prominence of the nose is here.
133.
This is a cleaned up photo of the head once we've removed the bag and all of the debris. You can start to see some contusions around the right eye, left cheek.
Your Honor, is it okay if I ask if everybody can see that clearly or if I need to point anything on we're good? Okay. Exhibit 134.
This is just a same kind of area that's being photographed, but from the left side. So you can see better the contusions that are on the left side of the cheek and the lateral aspect of the left eye.
Exhibit 135.
Left shoulder, there's a contusion on the left shoulder.
136.
Just a panned out shot of the shoulder and the head.
137.
This is the back of the head, and there's an area of contusion that I was pointing to earlier on myself here.
Exhibit 142.
This is an anterior, so front view of the head and neck with the head kind of pulled back. This area is a contusion and abrasion on the anterior part or front of the neck.
Exhibit 144.
This is the metal ring with clear stones I was talking about on the right fourth finger.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Did you say on the right?
Right.
Right hand, okay.
Pardon.
Okay, no, it's okay. I'm going to move to the internal injuries. I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 138.
So this is the top of the head with the scalp reflected back, and we're seeing the top of the skull. This area here is a contusion that's on the skull, so we call that a subgaleal contusion. This is on the undersurface of the scalp, so that's a subcutaneous contusion. More of the same on the back of the head as well.
139.
This is the right side of the head, showing very much the same thing. So on the surface of the skull, there's some contusion, and then on the undersurface of the scalp, there are contusions in that area.
$140.
Just a close-up on the left side, really highlighting the hemorrhage that's on the surface of the skull, as well as on the undersurface of the scalp, all indicative of blunt force injury.
141.
This is with the top of the skull removed. This is the surface of the brain, and there's all this residual subdural hemorrhage. So there's been bleeding on the surface of the brain from blunt force injury.
143.
So the epiglottis that I talked about before, that flap, this is the epiglottis here. And what you'll notice are these petechial hemorrhages here. Those hemorrhages shouldn't be there. And there's also bruising on the back of the tongue, as I had mentioned, around the areas, but that's the petechial hemorrhages.
So you use the word petechial hemorrhaging. What does that mean in layman terms?
So petechiae are just pinpoint hemorrhages that occur when there's been intense pressure. And we're talking about the vascular system here. So vessels are carrying blood, and when constricted or compressed, it's just like a hose. The water or the fluid is going to want to go to the path of least resistance. So in this case, the blood will go to the smaller arteries until there's and vessels until there's an endpoint, and then there's nowhere to go, so it'll burst. And that's what gives us those petechial hemorrhages.
When you discussed the bruising under the scalp on the left side,
Yes.
and had the scalp pulled back to look at it?
Yes.
Okay. Would those injuries necessarily cause the skin to break open?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And tell me about the internal, I'm going to go ahead and have you can take the stand again. And if I need to show you an additional picture, I will. So the photograph of it's exhibit 141 where the brain bleed that you described. How does that happen? Like, right? How is there a blood on the brain is it in between the skull and where is that located?
So the brain, our brains are covered by dura. It's fibrous tissue. And there are small bridging veins between the surface of the brain and the dura that go through the dura. So when there's blunt force injury to the head, strong enough to tear those bridging veins, that's what will give us that subdural hemorrhage. So it's a subdural, meaning sub, under the dura, but on top of the surface of the brain. I don't know if that was clear.
I think so.
Yeah.
Is there anything about that injury, the brain bleed, that you saw evidence that it would bleed outside of the scalp, if that makes sense?
Yeah, no. So there were no skull fractures. So no, it would stay contained in that space.
Okay. Were you able to determine a cause of death in this case?
Yes.
And what was that?
Strangulation and multiple blunt force injuries of head and face, I guess.
Okay, so you came to two separate causes of death?
They both contributed, yes.
Okay, could either one of them independently have caused her death?
Yes.
Were you able to determine the manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicide.
Did you also do toxicology in this case?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of oxycodone in Miss Warner's body?
No.
As a result of doing the autopsy on Miss Warner, are you required to sign a death certificate?
The chief medical examiner signs the death certificate.
Okay.
I author a report.
All right. And who is the chief medical examiner in Lenawee County?
Dr. John Maino. Maino.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
And thank you. Was one done in this case?
Yes.
Were you able to determine, well, let me ask you this. CSI, Law and Order, they'd have you believe when you find a body, within 20 minutes, the exact date, the exact time of death. Is that how?
Like, this is exactly how they're all doing this now. Like they can't tell you a time of death exactly yet. The prosecutor's narrative has this exact time of death within its, narrative. Like the time of death for Delphi was like between when they were last seen and found, yet Nick has got it pinpointed, So, and yet the CSI guys at Delphi didn't bother checking any rectal temperature because they didn't want to interfere with any SA evidence. Yet they also could have made a small incision and got the core temperature when they arrived on the scene and found the girls, through their liver, they say, and they didn't try anything. So why? At least you could, if they were at a certain time, you could say it was 12 or, if they get super cold and they were only missing for how long, right? So why wouldn't they even try to do that? So yet they have a perfect, in the timeline, there was a perfect time of death for Delphi.
How that works.
No,
Okay.
I don't think there was ammonia in the tank. Was it full? I didn't even think of that. Was the tank full? Get out. I wasn't even thinking that. Was she full? Was it full? I haven't even thought of that. It wasn't full, was it? Get out. I wasn't even thinking that. Did they fill? Did whoever fill it up afterwards?
Can you explain that to me? How do you determine date of death?
a lot of it's multifactorial. It's based on investigation, last known alive, body condition, all of that.
Okay, and in this case, People's Exhibit 259. Oh, you can't see that, can you?
I can walk up. Should I go?
No, I'm going to come to you.
Yeah, I don't think it was full, because when they took that photo, it was obviously, they had it cut open, right? I don't think it was full of ammonia, but I just assumed it never was. So, was there any in it at all? Oh my God. I never really even thought about it, because it could have been some. Like, obviously to cut it open and get her in, but once it's sealed up, they could have put some in or anything. Why would nobody would want to help preserve? I think they would put stuff in that would help it kind of disappear. And why would you put a tarp in there too? Because you'd want, I don't know.
I try to move it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, death certificate. Yes.
Is it cause or the date of death on there?
Date pronounced is.
Oh my God, Mimi! Like, what if they didn't even know? Like, remember how in the old day, like those baggage guys would kind of intercept certain bags because the cartels would try to ship cocaine in it, and the plane, obviously, the pilot, the company didn't know, and the baggage guys would kind of sneak a bag on, and another guy would sneak the bag off. Like the baggage guys were kind of like trying to run it. What if these guys were kind of sneaking stuff onto the cabbage, and then somebody that worked at the store, at the wherever, would then get the cabbage and kind of know which ones to get, where the weed would be underneath it, and that people didn't even know, or D didn't know, or somebody didn't know, or D found out that was happening, or I don't know. That's a good point, that one.
The 17th.
Quarter to a half inch. Okay. So somebody put some back in, or was it tipped up? Maybe there was some in it. But yeah, so you're thinking that too. I never even considered that like the cabbage guys, they could have tricked Dee and she wouldn't even have known about it. Like, they could have like put weed in the boxes of the cabbage, had it, and truckers took it, or the truckers were in on it, or somebody, and then the people at the warehouse would know when they picked it up. Somebody could be working there and receive it, and then get the weed out. And it's like a safe way to transport, because if the people got caught, they can just kind of, nobody would know the two that were hiding it and receiving it. Like the old days when you'd see the movies where the baggage handler would sneak a bag, or even sneak it in somebody's luggage, right? Imagine that. And then your buddy at the airport knows the red bag, just quickly zip it open and there's a pink thing in there, and that's what, and I doubt they're doing it now with all the cameras, but back in the day they probably did that a lot. Even just threw a extra bag on, and then at the other end had somebody to take it off. And there's something else going on, or a lot of it. And then if either D found out about it and got mad, or didn't know, I don't know.
It's
Date
up
of
here, you
death.
can't see.
Oh, it's scrolled up. Yep. On or about April 25th, 2021. Yep.
I'm gonna ask you that again since I'm back here.
Yep.
So the date of death on the death certificate,
Is on or about April 25th, 2021.
was there anything about the condition of Miss Warner's body that made you believe she could not have died on or after April 25th, 2021?
No.
Okay. She looked a little bit, when I look at the pictures, I'm kind of shocked to see the way her feet are bound, she looks somewhat fairly well preserved. Can you tell me why that's not a concern for you?
No, I mean, it was a sealed tank. There was presumably little to no oxygen in it since it's an ammonia tank, anhydrous. So if it was water, H2O, there's your oxygen source that would speed up decomposition, but didn't seem to be any of that. So.
Okay, and why does it matter? So the oxygen would speed up decomposition?
Yep. I mean, ammonia will too, but obviously at a slower rate.
Okay. The lack of oxygen, again, would lead you to not question her date of death as being April 25th, 2021 or later?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further.
We're going to make our way back over.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, there's nothing else there. Dr. Cho, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mary Chartier. I represent Mr. Warner, and I have some questions for you this afternoon. So I want to pick up where you left off, where you were talking about the date of death was on or about April 25th, 2021. And you said two things factor into that determination, an investigation and then the body condition. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
So the investigation entails what? Is it people telling you the last time I saw her was this day or this time? How does the investigation factor in?
Sure. That information is presented to me usually by law enforcement. Last known alive, reporting as such. So we're not an investigative entity. So that's why we rely on outside sources.
If someone hadn't told you that, if someone had not told you the last time that Ms. Warner was seen alive was roughly April 24th or April 25th, 2021, what would you have determined the date of death to be?
I'm not sure I understand that.
Sure. So let's imagine that this body was found. No one knows who she is.
Right.
And so you don't have any law enforcement officer telling you anything about last time seen.
I see.
What would you determine the date of death to have been?
Yeah, for me, I would have to say unknown.
So the body condition of Ms. Warner, independent of the investigation, would not give you a date, a month, a year?
No.
Okay, thank you. So that was my question. And then you indicated in your analysis that the time of death was unknown. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And that's because you can't tell that by the body condition.
Correct.
And also that the place of death was unknown, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you can't tell that, again, based on your analysis and the body condition.
Correct.
You had indicated that there can be two causes of death. strangulation, and then blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell what was the cause of death, or both contributed to death?
Both contributed.
Both contributed.
Yes.
Now, with strangulation, there may be a loss of bodily fluids. Is that accurate?
Possibly, yeah.
And that would be, for instance, urine or bowels, correct?
Correct.
With blunt force injury, you indicated that the brain bleed would not cause external bleeding, correct? Or am I wrong about that?
No, I think the question I was answering was, what I thought I was answering was a subdural hemorrhage. Would there necessarily be an external source of bleeding or bleeding from that? So, as I said, you can get a subdural hemorrhage without a skull fracture.
So
I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
So that's okay. I will ask maybe a more particular question. With the injuries that you noted on Ms. Warner,
Mhm.
could any of them have caused external bleeding?
So can you specifically cite which injury you're referring to?
Any injury on her body, any contusion,
Sure.
any injury.
So any of the contusions that are visible, there could be external bleeding.
And with the brain bleed, or the strangulation, is there any chance, for example, of bleeding from the nose, from the mouth, anything like that?
I suppose it's possible.
Do you know the instrument that caused the blunt force trauma?
No.
Moving on to the body, when you examine the body, was there an odor emanating beyond what you would expect with body decomposition?
Sure.
And what was that?
Ammonia.
Was it overpowering?
At times, yes.
And that odor might sound like a basic question. That is not a natural odor that a person has when they pass away. That, you believe, was a chemical from inside the tank?
Well, if an individual, so if I were to pass away in a house that's abandoned and somebody comes upon me later, there would be a strong smell of ammonia from that. But in this case, with the environment of the tank, there's no way to discern. I'm not sure I'm asking.
No, you are. That was it. So the overpowering at times ammonia odor, you don't know if that was from Ms. Warner, the anhydrous ammonia in the tank, or a combination of both?
It's more than likely from the tank.
More than likely from the tank.
Yeah.
From the chemicals in the tank?
Absolutely.
And then because of the ammonia, in looking at your analysis, there was tissue breakdown due to prolonged exposure to ammonia?
Some, yes.
And some facial features and landmarks were also absent because of the prolonged ammonia exposure?
Sure, and the tape, yeah.
Do you know are there studies about what prolonged ammonia exposure does to a body?
Not that I know of.
Not that I could find either. I didn't know if you knew any.
No.
And then we saw some red or brown mud-like substance. What was that?
I don't know. I mean, I presume that it might be some dirt mixed with some fluids, but I don't know.
But so the answer is you don't know. Setting aside your presumption, you do not know.
Correct.
Now, was there any rigor mortis when you examined Ms. Warner?
No.
Talk to us about that. When does rigor mortis set in?
Generally, after a couple of hours. It should be present under normal environmental conditions for up to, 24 hours. It'll start to break, and then will go away.
What is rigor mortis?
It's the stiffening of our muscles after death.
So if someone is in rigor mortis, can you move their body in terms of like bending it and things like that?
Sure.
And what would that do to the condition of the body?
Nothing.
Would it cause any sort of indication of injury, break a bone, anything like that?
Sometimes, I mean, if you have a really brittle osteoporotic person, it could.
Now, if a body is placed in a certain position
Mhm.
when they're in rigor mortis, and then the rigor mortis lapses, what would be the impact of that?
Body would just stay in that position.
The body would stay in that one position.
Correct.
Want to talk to you about the clothing that you had indicated were pajamas, but also indicated it might be a sweatsuit, correct?
Correct.
So what particular pieces of clothing did you find?
Top and bottom, pajamas, and underwear.
In underwear. So are you talking about a bra or are you talking about underwear?
Underwear.
Underwear. So underwear, so bottoms and top. Was the top crew neck, hoodie? What was the top?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
Would looking at a photograph help
Sure.
refresh your memory? Ms. Saylor, would you show Dr. Cho 1413, please? And if you could just take it up to him. Well, if you just can show him, let's see. Oh, great. So you're showing 14 or 13. Without my glasses, I put the 0 as a 1. There are some other photographs if those would be helpful as well, if you'd like to scan through
You're
those.
speaking of the ones on the left of the screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Did that help refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Okay, so what was the top?
From that, I can't even tell. I mean, it's just hanging down.
Okay. So would you like to look at other photographs to help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Ms. Saylor, why don't you show him the photographs? All of them and see if that helps.
Presumably, these are the pants that are hanging over.
Just let me know when you want me to go.
Oh, you can go. Yeah, please do. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure. I can't tell where the top part of the clothing is.
Okay, thank you,
It's
Ms.
pretty
Saylor. So the clothing, let me jump back. Was the
Mhm.
clothing cut off, Ms. Warner?
It could have been. Sometimes when it's difficult to remove from the body, we will cut.
And so again, you found underwear,
Mhm.
earrings, a ring, a pair of lounge pants.
Mhm.
So they could be
Sure.
pajamas, it could be sweatsuit, could
Sure.
be loungewear. You don't know, correct?
Sure.
And then a top that again, you don't know if it's a crew neck, a hoodie, anything like that, correct?
Correct. I mean, as I said, it looked like a set of pajamas to me, but
Thank you. Now, you talked about doing a toxicology report.
Mhm.
What impact would the delay in doing the analysis have on what you could find doing the toxicology report?
well, the laboratory was able to test it, so not much impact at all.
So you didn't do the testing yourself?
No. We will collect samples and they'll be sent out to a national laboratory, and then we wait for the results.
So you looked at the results, but again, you didn't do the testing, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, with everything that you did, you identified what you believe to be the causes of death and the manner of death. You don't know who the perpetrator was, correct?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
Again, you've been doing this since 2007,
Yes,
and a common practice is to rely on the investigation when you're dealing with date of death.
always.
I was a little bit confused because you said it earlier and then again on cross-examination. So you said both the strangulation and the blunt force trauma contributed to her cause of death. What does that mean?
Either could have caused it.
Either independently could have caused her death.
Correct.
Okay. And you were asked if you could determine what type of instrument was used. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does it necessarily, I mean, could it have been a wall or a table or a floor or any of those things?
Yes.
The brownish red substance that was on Miss Warner's body, have you ever seen anything like that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Okay, we do have one question from the jury, if you would approach.
So they're going to go over. I was just about to say, like it seems like even though they're doing the typical prosecution defense, you know, at least it doesn't seem like these jurors are confused and being you know, tricked, or like it's straightforward. Even though there's the whole prosecution wants it to lean a little this way, the defense wants it to skew. You know, like is it just pajamas? Or but the defense, it could also be track pants, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be confused, you know, like it seems much more like a fair trial type of deal, right?
Okay, is it possible that contusions can be from moving the body after death?
No. Do you want me to explain? Or just simply no?
It's a question from the juror, so Ms. Wise, do you have any follow-up based on that question?
I would just follow up and ask him to explain that.
So the contusions form because of a vital reaction that we have to that injury. So if I'm dead, die, and somebody smacks my head, my heart isn't beating any blood. So there's no response to that injury.
What about the brain bleed? Is that the same
Same thing.
thing? Okay, thank you.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Okay, and may Dr. Cho be excused from his speech?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your time, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think we have another question.
I apologize.
No worries.
Question was being written while we were talking.
Yes.
We're done now. Oh, psych. One more question. Let's see.
That's okay.
You guys did see how he took his glasses off to read that. He looked closely. You know, it's like everyone else would like need glasses to look up close, but I guess that's the type of corrections he needs. Like he took his glasses off and like looked at the small stuff on the screen. Is that? I guess that's the opposite. What is there? Farsightedness or near? Whatever the opposite is. It is weird to see something because it's usually people squinting, needing glasses. He took his glasses off. That's great. And oh, sniff, sniff. These two creepers sniffing each hair. I know it. Not like I would do that if I were there. I just know he would. And just kidding. I'm totally just kidding.
Can you tell if the body was killed inside or outside?
No.
Anything in follow-up to that?
No follow-up, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hmm.
We all set with questions from our jurors? Don't see anyone writing, so okay. All right, thank you. So you're all
Thank
free.
you.
Now, do we kill a body? Do we kill a body? Oh my God, hour and 50 minutes for this guy, Boyd. My God, they're gonna have to do that another day. What time is it? Oh my God. Although I'm not tired. What do you guys want to do? I really would like to read these docs. I should try to get them all and read this whole trial front to back, and we can stop and do it. Because when I read these docs, maybe it's because when I'm watching video, I get to do other things, but when I'm reading, it's like I have to pay attention. So not pay attention, but I can't lollygag. No, I'm not even tired though. What? Shut up. Settle down. Hush. Hush, Rebby. What do you want to do? So Boyd is a little too long. Is there something quick we can do? That's a bit too long. Is this so which is Brian Bush the boyfriend? Oh my God, we should check him out again. Now that I know who he is.
People
more.
would call Brian Bush.
Is he the boyfriend of like the docs, like everything, this transcript, like everything that's happening here on the video, the trial, the court documents? And they probably over the years they've had like affidavits and depositions beforehand that aren't here at the trial, and there's that whole other trial, and like the documents, like affidavits and depositions and just day one of trial. Instead of watching it, I'll read it as the prosecution and defense, and I just retain more when I read it in. Oh, you have to go. Have a great day. Thanks for being here. Awesome. Yay. Too many other people that could have done this. There's a ton of people, Rebby. Mimi and I almost have this solved. Luna, TJ, and Mimi, and now you. We're going to solve this. So you have a great day. I should check this guy out because I'm not tired. So let's just check out this Bush, because former son-in-law. So it's not the boyfriend, right? Or was he married to Zach? Oh my God. Do I have this? Which one was it? Does anybody know who was Zach's boyfriend or whatever? Were they married? Is there that gay marriage in Michigan, I guess? So Ivan Boyd is the guy that was that worker in the whole teleportation video with the garbage. And Brian Bush is a former son-in-law. I got to figure it out because I know. Like they'll say it here in the beginning, right? Like, please state your name. And how did you know? Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. That's good. I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. I think I can.
Okay.
Oops. What did I do there? Oh my God. I hit the pause. I hit the mute. Accidentally, my finger just went click. Have a good day, Luna. We'll see you after, all right? Who has the most to gain? Oh my God, Rebby, I got a list. And I'm going to tell you, this Hardy guy, I don't know. I'll tell you, we've got a bunch of people. And there's lots of people depending on, oh my God. I can't even start. There's like 5-6 people, I think. I'll let you know if my brain's going to melt. Let's just watch this guy.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury. Okay, you need to speak a little louder than that, please?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and have a seat and try to keep your voice up as much as possible so that everyone in the courtroom can hear you.
All right.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Brian Bush, BRIAN BUSH.
Sir, did you know both Dee and Dale Warner?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
Dale was my will be father-in-law.
Okay. And who are you married to?
At the time, I was married to Jenica.
Okay. And that would have been Dale's daughter.
Okay, so it's not this guy. This is Brian Bush's Jenica, Dale's daughter. Did he work at who? Do I have this wrong? I thought that somebody said Zach. One of them was Zach's boyfriend. Lolly. No, not beard guy. No. Not the beard. Not the beard guy. Wasn't somebody Zach's boyfriend? Unless he was not at this trial?
Daughter.
Correct.
All right. And what period of time were you married to Dale's daughter?
We got married.
Unless he's also worked at the farm and left after Dee disappeared. I might be thinking of this guy, and I may have it all wrong. I'm going to figure it out.
In 18, and divorced 20, so it's been like 3-4 years we were married.
Okay. Describe your relationship with Dee.
With Dee. At times it was rocky. Just depends on how she was. It could be good one day and the next day. It just depends on the day, really.
Okay. How was your relationship with Dale?
Good. I always was with him and always working for him at the time.
All right. Did you consider him like a father figure to you?
Yes.
All right. When you say I was working for him at the time, right there on the monk.
Ivan Boyd, is he still? Are they fiance now? Which one is it? This guy who left the farm after Dee went missing? That's I forget. Oh my God, there's some characters here. But this Brian guy's one while hanging out with Jaron, right? Seems like he's been with Jaron a couple times.
Farm?
Yes.
What were you doing for him?
I was farm related. I was working on trucks or doing whatever that was needed on the farm.
All right. What period of time did you work on the farm?
I worked for them about 2 years. I don't know exact.
Okay. Would that have been when you and your ex-wife first got together during the course of your marriage, or?
When we were married.
Okay. Would it have been closer to the 2018 timeframe?
Correct.
All right. And you said approximately 2 years you worked there?
Yes.
How often did you see Dee and Dale?
About every day.
What does this mean, silly? Bolo for live streams? Bushlante? You're just in a silly mood, girl. Bush. Is this guy's last name is Brian Bush. It's Bush.
Okay.
Bush in the George Bush.
Is it both of them or just one of them?
I would see one or both, depending on the day.
Okay. I want to take you back to June of 2019. Do you recall Dale asking you to purchase a safe for him?
Yes.
All right, tell me about that.
There was some documentation that was in there in the safe that was upstairs that he thought was in there, so he wanted to replace the safe.
Yeah, so Ivan, the one who could have been the one driving the JCB, is Zach's boyfriend or fiance. And Ivan's the one who was teleporting all over that, dropping garbage in that JCB. And when Dale gets out of the JCB, the person who brings the garbage, they imply, is also like the person putting this tank there. Yet Ivan could just as well have got into it. He's loading it, garbage into it, and he's there. Ivan was there with his brother or something on the working on a truck that day. Their own truck, or was it a truck for the business? Ivan could have been the one jumping in and moving that tank there. Dale might have went for a nap or lunch or for a dump or whatever. We don't even know the real time. Oh my God, Ivan. He was. They were also Zach. If Zach and him were together, that he would obviously have known about the money that Zach was dipping into.
If and get into it.
All right, I'm going to stop you and kind of take you slowly.
Yep.
Right, and he didn't Ivan leave the farm? Like he was working there, and they right up 4 months after they had broke up, but now they're back together. Maybe because they got Dale's got taken a hit for this. Now they can get married, right? Oh my God. Because Zach is going to be rolling in it. I'm not saying he's got anything to do with it.
What does Dale contact you about?
But Zach and Jaron's just had a wedding of 200. He eloped with a girl who would not even look at him in high school. Now he's a Prince of Michigan who's got 200 people at his goddamn wedding. God, this Jaron is so important. All his charges are gone. He was being charged with tampering with the evidence or after a fact of oh my God. Then there's Raquel with Beard Lolly. And then there's Amber Million. And I guess the youngest daughter, and then there's the the Hardy guy. He's got to be all. Oh my god, it's fucking too many people.
The safe.
I don't know exactly if it was a phone call or a text.
Okay, and what does he say to you?
Hey, there's a safe upstairs.
Yeah, Ivan Boyd's a dude. Yes, Zachary and them. Ivan's a dude. Ivan and Zachary. I guess in Michigan it's allowed. Up here in Canada, anyone can get married. And I think you guys had it, but they took it away. I don't know. Or is it different in each state? What about Michigan? I guess there's gay marriage. It's all good. Just keep it in behind closed doors. I'm just kidding.
In Zach's room, or the old Zach's room,
Okay.
that was in the closet that he would like to get into.
So remember, I got to move it back. I won't talk over it again. I'm going to let it play. I'm not going to stop. Excuse me. This is about the. I just kind of hiccuped. This is about the safe that Dee and Zach shared. That the Dale takes a Detective Greco in and opens up and shows him, I think, and there's a gun in it and stuff, it was safety and it's like a little container.
Hey, there's a safe upstairs in Zach's room, or the old Zach's room,
Okay.
that was in the closet that he would like to get into.
All right, and did he indicate what he thought was in there?
He indicated that there might be some old bake records that was in there.
All right, and how were you supposed to help him get into the safe?
I was only supplying the safe. I wasn't helping him get into the safe.
Okay, so I'm going to show you Exhibit 23. When you say you were only supplying the safe, what does that mean?
So he asked me to purchase for him
Okay,
a replacement safe.
and did you do that?
I did.
Okay, and is this a screen?
Wait, what? So what was he going to do? Snatch the other safe and put this in its place? Why would he do that? Because then they're not going to know how to. Huh? Wouldn't Zach realize? Because he won't be able to get the combo. Won't he? The combo will be different. And if they can get the combo to set this one the same, why not just open the other safe? What?
Screenshot of your Amazon cart,
Yes.
and so you purchased that on Amazon?
Yes.
So this Brian Bush is buying safes for Dale? And does Dale admit to this? This guy's buying safes for Dale and that GPS thing? Oh my god.
Can you see the date on that?
Yes.
What is it?
June 11th of 2019.
Okay, and
Actually, it says June 17th, young man. You better take. Oh, this is order place. Okay. Sorry, the return window. It's July. There you go. Good reading. Perfect. Thank you. The Shibby's an idiot.
did that safe ship to you?
Does it say that like that? My Amazon ship to? I guess so.
Your house or to the Warner's house, or where did that go?
Shipped to my house in Adrian.
All right, what'd you do with it when you got it?
I then took it to and gave it to Dale.
Okay. And did you talk to Dale about the safe after that?
I did not. I didn't ask him the contents or anything that he found.
Okay, so you had another conversation though about the safe after you gave him the one you purchased for him, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what was that conversation?
If it was identical to the one that I actually bought, if
Okay.
it was confirmed.
Okay, it was confirmed?
Yes.
All right. Did Dale tell you that he was able to get into Zach and Dee's safe?
I don't remember if
Okay.
it was confirmed or.
Okay.
Well, he does because he does it on body cam on Greco. When Greco shows up, he opens it for them in Zach's room. I'm pretty sure.
Do you remember if he tell you that he saw any of the contents of that safe?
I don't know what was found in that safe.
Okay.
Well, Zach disappeared 80 grand or so from Dee's safe.
At some
in
point in
cash.
time, did
I
Dale
think.
approach you about trail cams?
Yes.
Fucking
All right,
trail
and
cams too.
when-
What? Trail cams, safes, OBD2 diagnostic trackers, 3G.
Was
What
that?
else?
I don't know exact dates.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you think it would have been 2019, 2020? What year do you think?
I would say 2019, and that's me guessing. I
Okay.
would-
So what does Dale need this guy to do all that? Like, can't Dale just order? He can make an Amazon account and order shit himself. Why would he need Amazon? Is like the simplest thing. You just create an account and fucking pick. If you want Prime, you pay for the Prime. You get free delivery, which is a bunch of bullshit.
Getting the
Like, what does he need this guy for?
discussion about trail cams, did it come up in relation to the safe that we just looked at?
Not to the safe, no.
Okay, and what was the conversation about the trail cams?
The trail cameras,
My God, don't tell me they're going to use the trail cam to get the safe combo, like hide one in his room. Get out. I'm going to hear it. Listen. Or is it to see people coming and going on the farm?
the conversation was started was the anhydrous tanks, the inspection that they had coming up.
Okay, so that was the original plan with the trail cams.
Correct.
All right, so after they have this inspection with the anhydrous tanks, do you use the trail cams for something else?
I did not know.
Okay, did Dale have a conversation with you about using those trail cams for something else?
Yes,
All right, and what was that?
that was
Wait a second. They had the trail cams to what? So they could watch the cops go checking out these anhydrous tanks? Or the inspections of the anhydrous tanks? Or to watch the tanks? Because those precursor, I don't know.
putting one in the house to see if like people coming in and out of it.
Okay,
Right. Stinky tanks with stuff the drug makers want. Oh my God. Like this fucking imagine a big tank of that stuff. Like what could it help you make how much drugs? Oh my God.
and was that at all in relation to people accessing the safe, or no, not at all?
He wanted to see if there's anybody coming in with documentation and like, papers in their hands.
All right, I'm gonna show you.
Oh, so it is. He's watching the safe, right? In Zach's room? Or just people going to and like Dee was sharing the safe with Zach. Was it the one in his room? We wanted to see if she was like hiding stuff in the safe with papers.
You exhibit 25.
This is the worst stuff I've heard so far, unless if this is in his house. He's putting up a trail cam. That's totally different. Okay. Because is Dee running into Zach's room because they shared a safe, and she puts it in Zach's room, so her and
Oh, I'm not gonna show you exhibit 25. May we approach?
Right. But it sounds like he's doing it to see who's going in Zach's room to bring in papers to put in that, because I'm pretty sure the safe they're talking about is the one that Zach and Dee share, and it's in Zach's bedroom upstairs. So he's putting a trail cam somewhere up to see what Dee's bringing to the safe or something, or is that even possible? Good boy. A Sofa King. No. There is something to look at here. This is Sofa King complex.
All right, we are going to show you exhibit 25.
I didn't say it was in the house. Was it in the house? I mean, I didn't mean to, like, I kind of just assuming here. Because it sounds like it, right? Was it in the house? Because he wanted to see, and is that the safe they're talking about? The one that was in Zach's room? So he would want to see get a trigger picture of people walking, like maybe by, or, Dee walking by and taking papers and stuff. Because money in that would be one thing, but if she's taking like documents, then that he probably would think that's, I don't know. Oh my God. Well, we'll have to find out where they placed them, I guess.
Can you read that? I know I can't, so give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Can you read that?
Holy fuck, they're about to talk about it. The places for the camera?
I like the bottom wording.
Yes.
Okay. I can read that, yes.
Okay. What does that say?
Places for camera.
Okay, and there's a photograph attached to that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you know what area of the house that is?
That's in the living room.
Okay. Next page.
What?
All right. What about this one?
That's
Can
a
you
file
zoom that one in
cabinet
too?
with a fucking cow on top of it?
What does that one say?
Places for camera.
Okay, and where is that in the home?
I don't know where that one's at.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, next page. All right, let's zoom in. What does that one say?
Places for
Okay, these are different. A trail cam is to be hidden, right? I thought these were like IP cameras that DU knew about. So this is one of the more incriminating things, right? Places, what does he do? Just taking a picture? Like he wants to see her coming to this part? And where are you, like, are you putting it, a fucking trail cam in your kitchen? Okay, that's different. That's a different type of camera. Oh,
camera.
All right, and where
it's the HoPro. Oh, where do I get a HoPro, Peggy? I could use a couple of them in my room right now. Okay.
is that located in the home?
That's in the kitchen dining area. The
Okay.
back bar area.
Okay.
Oh, so it's not the counter?
What was the purpose of sending you those text messages?
I believe that's where the camera location for seeing where the documentation, if it was coming in or out of the house.
Okay, so
Oh, wow.
when Dale's saying places for cameras, is he asking for you to put them there? Or is he asking for your input? I mean, why is he sending you these messages?
Those are places, I bet you those are places, well, no, he's going to be installing them. That's not speculation. So the defense is going to get overruled here, I guarantee it. Because basically he's saying, I want this area monitored, so put a camera so I can see her come to this area. Put a camera so I can see her come to this file cabinet. Put a camera so I can see her come to that end curio piece, whatever that was, that first one.
If I'll rephrase it, why?
No, well, I swear he's going to overrule it because that's, I mean, if Dale's asking him to install cameras, he'll know what Dale meant.
If you know why he's sending you these messages, are you supposed to place them or?
Okay, we don't have an adequate foundation even for that question at this point.
Oh, wow. He's basically overruling it. Because I thought the whole gist is this guy's installing trail cameras for Dale, then he should know. Like, Dale wants this monitored. So basically where I'm looking at, the trail camera's got to go behind this photo to watch this same area. Wow.
So
I'm surprised that the judge didn't go along with that.
having a discussion with Dale about the trail cameras, and then you get this text message, okay?
Okay.
And are you communicating outside of these messages with Dale about the trail cameras and setting them up?
I would say if there's not a following text message, it was more than likely a phone call.
Okay, and what were you supposed to do with those trail cams?
I would say I didn't set those up.
Okay.
I just supplied it.
Okay. So do you know then why the defendant was sending you text messages? Do you know?
So he's just ordering stuff from so Dale really could have just made an Amazon account and avoided all of this. Is that what this guy's? He didn't, because he just got them to. He's saying Dale did everything else. He wasn't installing them. Okay, so then the judge did the right thing. I thought he was installing the cameras too. He's just ordering them on Amazon. Dale, you should have just made an Amazon account. Sounds like.
I know, like, maybe I would say that.
The question is simply, do you know or do you not know? That you need to answer that question before you can say anything else.
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Okay, we need to know how he knows this.
How do you know?
I would,
Wait a second. Judge, you're leading the prosecutor.
the places for cameras.
She was maybe going to ask that. What if this is what? Oh, Judge, I object.
Right. So, because of the text message?
Yes,
Okay, describe what you mean. How do you know why he's sending you this message?
because that was the location that if we could see where the door in the kitchen, that was the best place.
Okay. So again, is he asking you to do something or?
I believe he's asking for my recommendation.
Okay. And do you end up doing anything with the trail cams?
No,
Do you end up ever giving them to the defendant?
yes.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that area?
Just so you know, also that the Todd, the trucker who went, Mimi said in the middle of the night, he took a truck delivery to Indiana in the middle of the night. Oh boy.
Yes.
What is that?
The dining area, kitchen area.
Is that the same area that was in the text message
Yes.
for places for cameras in one of
Yes.
the photos?
Yes, the
Yes.
last photo.
All right. And I'm
Yes.
going to show you Exhibit 27.
No. Yes.
And
This is where
do
she
you
was
see
sleeping.
what
it's
am I
over
looking
here.
at actually?
You're
Kitchen.
looking at the living room to the
Ooh.
kitchen dining area.
Okay. And to the right, it looks like there's a white couch. And then beyond the couch, what is that?
A sliding door.
Okay. And directly across from the sliding door, is that the last photograph we looked at?
Yes.
So if you were
You know, for all the room they have, why do they have a couch in front of their stairs? It seems weird. They have this this house is so goddamn spacious. What are we doing here? Setup doesn't seem right. Feels like this couch is way too close to these stairs, no? You got this fucking, you could drive a car through this house if you could get it in the door.
to put a camera up in that location, that's the door that it would be picking up.
Correct.
Is that okay? Did
Doesn't
you
this seem out
set
of
up
place?
the trail camera at all for the defendant? Did you have to set it up?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Dale about any of the photographs or anything that he found from the trail camera stuff?
Actually, I just ordered some stuff on Amazon myself. I ordered a 5 terabyte hard drive because these live streams, 8 or 9, 10-hour live streams, when I downloaded them from StreamYard, I tried to download them, so keep copies of them all. They're like 13 or 14 gigabytes big. And I got like 100 of them. So
No.
I want to talk about a GPS tracker for the Hummer.
Okay.
At some point in time,
I just ordered one. It'll be here by 4:30 or 5 today. So that's pretty cool, eh?
did Dale ask you to purchase a GPS tracker?
Yes.
All right. And when was that?
I don't know exact date.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 24. Did you purchase it on Amazon?
Yes.
All right. And do you see a date on there?
January 9th of 2020.
Is that the device that you purchased?
I do find this weird. Like, it's an engine diagnostics. Like, where, if the writing goes this far across, are they taking out like IAGNOS because they don't want them to know it's also a diagnostics? They want you to think it's just a location thingy. Because this is also to check. It's 3G with no monthly fees, OBD real time, but also like you can track, I guess, with it, but also maybe driving alert, like if you have teenagers, if they go over a certain speed, maybe, or engine diagnostic. Like, there seems to be enough room here. Would the prosecution remove diagnostics, to not let people think that it's also a diagnostics thing?
For the defendant?
January 9th, 2020. That's a while before, right?
All right. Why did the defendant ask you to purchase this device? Did you have a conversation with him about purchasing it?
Yes.
All right. And did he tell you why he wanted it?
Yes, he wanted to track the Hummer.
Okay. Why?
There was found Dee's Hummer at Meyer for about 3 to 4 hours just sitting there.
Okay.
And he wanted to know why it was sitting there, like the activity of it.
Okay. Did the defendant say anything to you about tracking the Escalade during this conversation?
Yes.
What did he say?
That it did not need one due to OnStar.
Okay. Did the defendant raise any concerns with you about the Hummer being at Meyer for so long? Concerns on what he thought Dee might be doing?
Possibly having an affair.
What's Meyer? Is that a guy or a town or something? Meyer? A store? A restaurant? Meyer.
So did this device come to your home?
Yes.
And what did you do with it when you got it?
I then took it to Dale.
Okay. And did you do anything with it after that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you yourself place that in the vehicle?
I did not.
Did you set up an account for it?
Yes, I did.
All right. How'd you do that?
I just followed the instructions on the box.
Okay. Did you have to, do you remember what you had to do to create an account at all?
Yeah, I had to put my name and information in there and put a card on file.
You had to put a card on file. Okay. And where did you get the card from?
My personal card.
Okay. Did Dale ever give you a card?
No.
Okay. Did you ever use that?
he seems a little jumpy there. See that? Somebody moved. He's like, he's a little jumpy.
Device in any of your vehicles?
I did not.
Okay. How often would you track that vehicle?
Whenever I was asked to.
How often would that be?
I don't know how many times a day.
Okay. Well, do you know how long it went on for?
I would say about 3 months, if I remember right. I'm not exact on that.
It's the THC cabbage. The Mexican cabbage has THC in it, apparently.
For approximately 3 months?
Yes.
Okay. And can you estimate for me how many times a week you thought that you were accessing that?
I would say estimated, I would say probably about 10 to 20.
10 to 20 times a week?
Oh, I would say probably about 50 times a week.
50 times a week. Okay. And
Wait. He was tracking it 50 times a week? Okay, that's a lot.
when would you access that device? Did you ever wake up one day and say, I wonder where Dee is?
I did not.
All right. So when were you accessing that device?
When I was asked to where the location was,
Okay. And who would ask you that?
Dale.
At some point in time, did the defendant have a conversation with you about ending the use of that GPS device?
Yes.
All right. And tell me about that.
I got a phone call one day and it was that someone found the GPS.
Dale called you and told you somebody found it?
Yes.
All right. when
So, I guess I'll have to go with back on what I was thinking about. Dale would be smart enough to try and track it more covertly. Things like, why would you do that? It's fucking so obvious right there. If you're a creepy husband tracking you to hide it, right? Fucking, you can just pull it out of the OBD2. What good is that? You can see it. That's weird. You should have had him order one of those ones you hardwire in. That's weird.
when you handed that GPS unit to the defendant, did he ask you to not talk about it or to do anything specifically about that conversation?
Yes.
Okay, what did he say to you?
It was to stay between him and I.
Okay. That's one of the more incriminating things I've heard so far.
And did he say why?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Although I probably heard it already, but I just makes more sense now. Although I do like when I cut my hair like this, I buzz it, and it's got that you can kind of push it with your hands, and it's like prickly, but like soft but prickly. Not prickly, but like, you know what I'm saying? When your hair's perfectly buzzed like that, I love that feeling. I buzz my own hair. I do that. I just like, I put my hand on my head and I just feel it.
Do you recall when Dale approached you and told you to stop, that you guys had to stop using the GPS device?
I do not know exact date. No, I don't.
Okay. Did you speak with the defendant on April 25th?
Except my hairline is way lower than this guy's. Or is it one of the two? I can't remember.
2021?
I don't know exact dates. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you remember getting a phone call about Miss Warner being missing?
I did not receive a phone call.
Okay. Were you at the Cedar Point property?
I was.
All right. And did somebody come up there?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was either, if I remember right, either Raquel or Dustin, one of the two. I can't remember.
Okay. And what'd you do after?
You don't remember if a beard showed up or a long hair Raquel?
They left?
I called Dale and said, hey, you know, what's going on? And I was talking to him, and he said that him and Dee got in an argument that night, and he didn't know what was going on.
Okay. Did he say what the argument was about?
I would say it was about money, and that was probably the biggest thing.
Okay. Did he tell you himself exactly what the argument was about?
He told me it was about money.
Okay. Did he mention affairs to you?
That he approached her if she was having an affair. Yes.
Did you have any other conversations with Dale about Dee Warner after April 25th, 2021?
Honestly, I don't remember if I did or not.
All right. I believe you said you and your ex-wife divorced in 2022 or 2023. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Did you remain on friendly terms with her family?
Like, that's my point, Critter. Like, if he's trying to track her or not, no. Why is he putting this one where it can easily be found and seen and pulled out? That, I mean, if he did what I'm saying he did, it would be much more suspicious. This seems, and it's an OBD2 diagnostics device. I mean, I get, like, and you have similar trackers, yeah, but that's your boss. You can't pull it out, right? Like, unless your boss, imagine your boss wasn't allowed to track you and you saw it and just ripped it out. That's, I mean, if your boss wanted to covertly track you, he wouldn't put one where you could see it. So I think it's different though, because your boss would be allowed to, if it's his work truck.
Yes and no. Obviously I moved away at that point. But the last interaction we had was when we had our son's birthday party at the point.
All right. After your divorce, how did your relationship change with the defendant, if at all?
Peggy, are you behind? Are you catching up or something? Because we talked about Meyer like 20 minutes ago, wasn't it?
Honestly, I didn't talk to him very much.
Did you still feel like he was a father figure to you?
It kind of gone away, to be honest with you.
All right. Was it, so when did that feeling begin?
When I moved away, when the divorce was happening.
So you hear that? She's thumping that microphone or something. Right? It's like,
Have nothing further.
right, Peggy, right. But that has nothing to do with this whole prosecution theory being a fantasy. I know what you're saying, and I mean it could very much be that way. I agree. What is it that made you think that, Peggy? Besides this whole tracking situation, which would be wrong, right? She didn't know about stuff for sure. The trail cams are weird. The trail cams, if you're putting trail cams in your home, that was a little weird for sure. This last two has been much more worse than I've heard. Right. Yeah. Divorce is definitely better than unaliving. What is going on? Nobody's touching this. I'm hearing a noise. And nobody's even touching. Where's this microphone? Sounds like something's teetering back and forth somewhere.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bush. My name is Marissa Vinsky. I have some questions for you.
All right.
Or there's a fucking daycare of kids upstairs running around, I think. That's what it sounds like. There's a daycare and the kids are running around upstairs.
You talked a little bit about your relationship with Mr. Warner and Miss Warner. As it relates to work, when Mr. Warner, would tell you things to do, was it common for Miss Warner to override him?
Yes.
And you saw verbal arguments between Mr. Warner and Miss Warner?
Yes.
From what you saw, Mr. Warner hardly raised his voice at her.
Correct.
You testified that you were on the point. You said you didn't know the date, but would it make sense if it was April 25th, 2021?
Yes, because that's right around turkey season.
And you were up at the point hunting or preparing to hunt for turkey season.
Correct.
When you had a conversation with Mr. Warner, you called him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you could hear from the background noise that Mr. Warner was actually in the.
So are you hearing what he's saying about her now? Does that mean she's domestic violence to him? Because she's the one screaming and yelling at him, right? He's the one who's not. So now I guess we're going to apply it both ways, right, guys?
Sprayer when you talk to him.
Correct.
you could hear the monitor beeping,
Correct.
and there's a monitor in the sprayer.
Yes.
And that was a typical time that Mr. Warner would be spraying.
Correct.
You never saw the Hummer device, or the device, excuse me, that you ordered for Mr. Warner. You never saw it plugged into the Hummer.
Correct.
You didn't see it plugged into any vehicle.
Correct. I did not.
You don't even know what it looked like if it was just plugged in, like what the actual device would look like.
Yes, I would. Because I mean, I gave it to him, so I know what it looks like, but I don't know what it would be like underneath the dash or nothing like that.
Right. So you don't know if there's a light on it, if where it would be located, anything like that.
Correct.
And you testified that you would use the device to see where the Hummer was.
Correct.
At the preliminary examination, where you testified under oath on May 1st, 2024, you said that you probably would check the location of the Hummer once or twice a week. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, and it was probably, it was on average.
And while you would, look at the device for the Hummer location, you also actually used it to see mechanical issues with the Hummer, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk about the trail cameras. The trail camera that you gave to Mr. Warner, it was about 4 inches wide
Correct.
and 7 inches tall.
Yes.
And this is
It's this guy doing something. He's bumping something here. He's bumping something, this microphone or something, or he's hit. It's this guy. I guarantee you. He's probably playing with his water bottle or something on the desk, tapping his hands. I don't know. But the trail cams for sure, because at least this thing could be 2 times a week. He's checking the location, but also diagnosing the vehicle's engine. Like if there's a trouble codes or whatever to see, I don't know. The trail cams are the worst for sure. If there's, because he sounds like he wants to know if she's taking documents to and from like the safe. That's
the type of camera that you can either just set down on a surface.
Surface or mount it.
You can mount it with a strap.
Yes.
The camera that you gave you, it would be hard to disguise it.
Yes, it would be.
Can you use your hands to show how big the camera is?
It was about this big, about this tall, and it had a tall antenna on it.
Okay, so
well. You showed us pictures of everything so far. Show us what picture. Trail cams are big square things. Seems weird that he'd want to do that because you could easily get something more hidden, right? A trail cam in her house, as if she's not going to see that. This is kind of weird because, like, you could get like a smoke alarm or alarm clock, all on Amazon. Also, like the alarm clock would have like a little between the numbers. It would have a little tiny dot. You wouldn't know you're being recorded, right? So to put a gigantic trail cam, this is weird. Only because it's motion activated. I don't know. That's weird.
You held your hands what you think would be 4 inches apart and 7 inches tall.
Correct.
And then
just show us. You've showed us every product you bought so far.
you said there's a big antenna coming out from the top of the camera as well.
Correct.
In the camera that you gave to Mr. Warner, he actually gave it back to you, right?
Correct.
And this was before Miss Warner ever went missing?
Correct.
But you guys know what I'm saying, right? Like, couldn't you easily get like a smoke alarm type of deal, or she wouldn't even notice, right? Not to say that the trail cam is good, but why would you put one of those big clunky trail cams when you could put like a little clock or a little, like a hidden camera? Go on Amazon, type in hidden camera. Like a little fake plug outlet, and all there's probably a bazillion of them. Like up on, there'd be like a fake fire, like on a smoke detector type thing, or That would be the creepiest. A trail cam just sounds dumb. It'd be so. She's big, obvious, no?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Did you notice we've got a guy who looks like he's going to fight the war in Iraq, delivering pieces of paper to the judge? Looks like he's ready for battle.
Go ahead, Ms. West.
You indicated that you would also use that GPS device to diagnose the Hummer.
Correct.
Okay, and when did you diagnose the Hummer?
It was if there was a fault codes or anything on it.
Okay, and was there ever any fault code for the Hummer?
No.
Okay, and when there was no fault code for the Hummer, what'd you do with it?
That does sound like bullshit because I will admit that because I know about the car. So don't think I'm always for anything. I'm just usually you'd wait till there's an engine light to look for the code, right? You don't just diagnose. You just don't just diagnose and look for stuff. It's not that way. When you get an engine light, then you'll be able to read a code, and then you can. It tells you what you want to fix and whatever, and you replace that sensor or do whatever you think needs to fix it. Could be many different things, and then you clear the code and it resets all the sensors, and if you did fix it, it doesn't come back. If it comes back, well, then you didn't fix it. So it's that yellow. If you get an engine light, that's when you read your codes, and it'll give you a P20444, and you look that up and it says, ooh, the left bank sensor, oxygen, sensors or whatever, and PCV valve, something. So you're not just checking to see, you wait when the light comes on is when you check for codes. It's not like something you do to look. You don't look for codes. The engine light comes on, and then you read it.
I personally did not do anything with it.
Other than continue to track it?
Correct.
Okay, and the purpose of buying that device was what?
To track the Hummer.
Right. Or you can just ask the guy straightforward. This is the defense asking that?
And did the defendant tell you how or if Dee reacted to that device being in the Hummer?
After she found it,
Correct.
yes,
She pulled it out
and
gave it to Dustin.
went off the handle. It was really mad,
Okay, and did you observe that or just from what he told you?
from what I was told.
Okay. I have nothing further, Donna.
You spoke with the Michigan State Police on October 24th, 2023, correct?
I don't know if I did or not. Sorry.
I think you did a few times. Would looking at the report help you refresh your recollection about when you spoke?
Yes.
Ms. Saylor, will you show GWR02, page 231? The Michigan State Police report, October 24th.
It's this page only.
Jeez, is that all police reports? That was like a binder.
Okay.
I guess it's probably the whole trials with the stuff.
You told the police that there was an issue with the Hummer that you used the device for, correct?
Oh, sorry, I was.
No, that's okay. Did that help refresh your recollection about the date that you talked to Michigan State Police?
This page right here.
It should be at the very bottom of page 231.
Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the top.
And you told the police that there was an issue with the Hummer that you used the diagnostic device for, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
What was it? What was the code? What did you fix? Please tell me.
Again, did that diagnostic tool give you an error code for anything on the Hummer?
It did not.
Thank you.
So what did you, what? So you didn't. What? That's bullshit. So he's trying to lie for Dale, it almost sounds like, in a way. Not lie, but that's because I understand how, if the light comes on, it'll give you a code. If it doesn't come on, you don't get one. So it sounds like it didn't come on. So you don't just check it to check for. That was weird. I didn't care. Because he says to the cop, I'm going to play that part again.
And you told the police that there was an issue with the Hummer that you used the diagnostic device for, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there was an issue that you need to use diagnostics, meaning you'd get a code. That's what they do. The engine light would come on and you'd check the code.
I have no further questions.
But it turns out he didn't get a code. So it's basically like he's almost lying, I guess. Or at the time was kind of trying to help Dale not look so bad by saying the diagnostics part of it. But he should be able to spread off a code. Like P2234, left bank oxygen sensor, something dumb like that.
Again, did that diagnostic tool give you an error code for anything on the Hummer?
It did not.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, counsel.
Right. If you don't get if you don't get a check engine light, you ain't getting a code. Simple as that. So they're not diagnosing anything. So for him to say that back to the cops, then it's almost like he was helping cover for it only being used as a tracker. And he's like, because he would have been able to spout off a code. Okay, let's go sniffing hair time. This guy's creeper. Where's the other creeper? Creeper, sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. I'm only kidding. It is good. The women are in charge here, and these guys are just kind of like watching, right? Two boss ladies, I guess. 3. And 2 creepers. And this guy, fucking nervous as hell. Pretty much done, I guess, guys. So we're going to finish this up. Look at that. Tonight, I'm going to do the Ivan Boyd. So I'm dying to do Ivan Boyd again. 2 hours long. Yeah, the fact that there was no air light is definitely suspicious. I mean, that's what they're for. I have mine, and it's nothing until you have an engine light. Really, you know. But also, I use mine. It Bluetooths to my. I can use it as a gate. You know, I can use it like as an RPM gauges and all that and stuff. There's a cool, but that's a different one. The diagnostic part of it, you wait until there's a code, and when the light comes on, you find out what it is, then you fix it or whatever, then you clear the code and drive for a bit. It's got a cycle, warm, cold, drive. You need to drive like 50 miles an hour for a certain amount of time, back down. And once it runs through it, it decides if you fixed it, and if not, then the engine light will come back on, kind of thing. So you can clear the codes, but it'll keep coming back if you don't fix it.
Okay, Mr. Bush, we have a couple questions from the jurors. The first is, did Dale ever give you his own or business card to pay for a GPS device.
No, we did not.
How did it end up on invoice for company?
I was reimbursed via cash, so I don't know how an invoice would be submitted.
Okay. Would the purchase show Amazon on credit card statement?
Yes.
It-
On his.
It was on my personal account, so it'd be on my card statement, correct?
Anything?
Oh, wait. It doesn't say Amazon. Sometimes it says AMZN or something. I'm only kidding.
Further at this point, Ms. Wise?
Did you provide Bill with a receipt to get reimbursed, or how did you get reimbursed?
Yeah, that's true, Rebby. Like, oop, as if it's like a expense for the company. So that would be bad. It's almost like he's writing it off as if it's an expense.
I just told him the amount it was.
Okay. Nothing further.
Ms. Vinsky, anything else?
But I mean, how simple. So maybe Dale's a little. I mean, if these are all in the, I don't know. It's pretty simple to make an Amazon account, right, and order your own shit. But the trail cam, I don't know. Why would you put a trail cam in your house? You've got 3 or 4 trail cams in your house. Would she be walking? All these people are walking around. Nobody would see it. That sounds dumb. So maybe he is dumb. This is, I don't know. Like you get like a hidden cam. Like, go on Amazon, type in hidden camera. You can probably get them for a smoke alarm or a plug or something dumb like that. That would be something you'd use to trail cam.
No.
Oh, I thought my Amazon stuff was here already. Somebody else across the street.
Nothing further.
Okay. Can we excuse Mr. Bush from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are free to go, or if you want to be in the courtroom, you can stay in the courtroom at this point.
Mr. Beard. I think we're probably done, right, guys? This one I'll watch later tonight. Not this guy's born, the IT tech guy. This one I'll watch tonight. We should probably just go back through it in order if you guys are bored. I don't know. I really like to read these though, because I like to read them. This one here too. We should probably just go back through it in order if you guys want. I don't know. You guys be the judge. I'm not going to do it now for sure, but kind of like jumping all over again, because I guess I feel like each one of these means more now, knowing the people. Knowing these people, like that guy, knowing this guy, but this guy knowing him, like watching him teleport around on the camera means so much more now. Knowing this guy gets arrested. She's the masseuse. This guy's part 2 to Boyd. Oh my God. So Ivan Boyd has a part 1 and 2. 1 hour and 58. Oh my God. Zach is the. Wow. Ted's live. 270 people watching Ted. There was a lot of cops in this. And a Secret Service agent. Or maybe we could watch the original testimony, but it's probably the same thing, right? It's almost like Zach wore the same shirt to this one, the one that was years ago. He wore a light colored shirt. And here's the Hardy. Oh God. This guy, it's going to mean so much more now that I know all these other things about him. This guy. Holy fuck, that's loud. I got my earphones cranked though too.
Do you swear or
See,
affirm
in the
to tell
beginning,
the truth and nothing but the truth under
Exactly.
like like I thought he was really, like he definitely loved D or whatever. I don't know, but turns out this guy's. I don't know. I think he fooled me. He's like a deal maker and getting all in there, and I think there's more. I think I misjudged this guy. So I almost took him as like right here. The whole he was definitely hurt and like an older brother, a father figure, but he near the end he got kind of out of back to his real character, more or less like extremely defiant and pissed, like almost like he's gonna throttle Dale, and just those other transactions about the plot, the acres, and inserting himself. Like, was the record of D actually mad at him for that?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
And then he lied to the media about him being the one who suggested the tank to law enforcement. That was a little suspicious. Hey, Becky B, good morning. Did I miss anyone? Rabbi, did I say hi, Rabbi? Brother-in-law was increasing his wealth for sure. And that's not him though, right? Is he the brother? No, he's Dee's older brother. The brother-in-law? Which one was he? Man, there's a lot of characters here. Brother-in-law. Because these are like all cops. There's a whole lot of cops sticked up in this, man. And this girl, I think there's more to her than we really paid attention to. Because she's basically watching over Zach and the truckers and finding them having spent money they shouldn't have, or maybe like not accounting, but book. I don't know what it was called again, Mimi. She was like Zach would pay the bills and she would kind of make sure he's doing it, like watching over them. But I mean, could she be juggling any money around? And Zach, it sounds like maybe everyone was dipping into this money. Maybe Dee found out about it or was okay with it. And then I didn't see. It's going to turn out, I think she's nefarious, and it's going to turn out she's going to be the sweetest one. And I think the brother was sweetest and he's going to be the nefarious, Sometimes you get it so wrong. She was Dee's secretary, but was she the secretary? But also like not bookkeeper, but what Mimi knows what it is, right? Secretary, okay. But also like if Zach made the payments on the credit cards, she would kind of make sure everything's up and up and up. Like she would keep eye on the truckers and make sure what they were doing. They were recording, like the stuff they were buying was actually what they needed or got. Comparing, just kind of, there was a whole lot of cops. It's like fucking 10 different cops, a Secret Service agent, FBI guy. The Ziegler was a cop for the phone stuff. This is from the police. She is. Spurrier. This guy here. He's fucking sus. So he reacts to the verdict. I want to see some of him in the beginning. Like in the beginning before when he warned, or he said he lied to the media and stuff. I want him in the old stuff. I'm going to search him. Warner, D. Warner, and I look for the older videos of this guy. Because they said, he says that he's the one who he tells media that he told the cops about the tank, to look in the tanks or whatever. I gotta grab my keyboard because I missed a D. That's D. But turns out the cop says he was lying. Now, why would he lie about that? And how could he lie about that if it's before people? Depends on when he said it to the media. If he said it like way before it was known that she was in a tank, then it really couldn't have been much of a lie. Or he was getting leaked info and stuff too. This guy's, 2 years ago, So what are we looking for? So it's 2026. So I'd like to see 3 or 4 years ago. Jaron, ooh, Jaron's charges drops. 9 months ago. Let's quickly see this.
And we start with breaking news.
This is the Prince of Michigan, Jaron. 200 people at his wedding. This girl wouldn't even talk to him at the high school. Now there's 200 people at his wedding, and she's getting married.
As we come on the air now at 6.
Some charges have been dropped in the Dee Warner murder case. Court records confirm Jaron Warner is no longer facing charges of accessory and evidence tampering after a court decision today. Police arrested Jaron in March as a suspected accomplice.
So what was the court? Did he go to court? And is a court decision?
The death of his stepmother. Dee went missing in 2021.
Authorities later found her body sealed inside a fertilizer tank on her husband Dale Warner's property. Dale still faces.
Oh. I don't know. Court decision. Just to let him off. Check out the interview room. Well, I can't do it on air probably, right? If it's a YouTube channel.
Murder.
It's got to be from a news station, like a news mainstream media types, or like court stuff. But I want all these little ones on Jaron. I should play all these little Jaron ones. Because, man, why? So what do they let this guy off for? Like, why? Why do you let him off? Why do you let this guy off? Oh, fucking Jaron. Why are you letting Jaron off? And I want old ones of this guy. Old stuff, like before. I want to see him saying to the media that I bet you they've scrubbed that, right? Fuck. Because they said he lied to the media. Shouldn't we be able to find that? He's lied to the media. And then the cop says on the stand that he said to the media, but he recommended the tanks to law enforcement. Yet, turns out he lied to the media. So where is him lying? Here, no, 1 year ago? That's not far enough back, right? 1 day after the remains. Maybe he does. That's 31 minutes. 1 day after the remains were found. Maybe he does spill the beans there. One day ago. There's got to be more of him. Like old stuff, right? It sounds like he jumped in, like pushing for rewards and all that. How did Detective know? Oh, Gisela covered this a year ago. Oh my God, she asked that question. How did detectives know where to look for Dee Warner? Oh my God. I wish I could watch that. I will watch that later. What made them check the tanks? Good question, young lady. Oh, I wish I could watch that. She's cute. She has a nice voice. Like her accent. Oh my God, how did they know? So she was onto it a long time ago. I want some old stuff. Where's the old stuff? Where's this guy's first appearance? Here's Hawkins. Mimi. Here's Mimi's buddy. I'm just kidding. He's like the sweetest guy. Seemed like. This is my and he's going to turn out he's probably the one who did it. I'm not kidding. He seemed pretty honest and innocent. I don't know. So hard to tell, right? Sometimes you nail it and sometimes it's like you get it so wrong. I want some of that brother from years ago jumping in the media and what did he say? I want to hear him lie to the media. It's probably that one where it's right after the body was found. It's got to be. It's so long. Has to be. Has to be. I wonder if there's a quick snippet of. So I'll check on that one, but I won't watch that whole because there's probably like snippets of that one of a year ago. Where was it? Where was that? Where the fuck did that go? 1 day ago. Oh, here it is. This one here. This looks like the day after they found the body. Check it out. But I'll this fucking Jaron.
Charges in the case. Dee Warner's family members tell WTOL 11 they are aware the charges have been dropped, and right now they are trying to find out why. We got an update tonight on the
So Dee's family wants to know why. Charges
murder case of Dee
She's all right. Eh?
Warner.
Her family.
This fucking tie does not go. What? These two shouldn't be together, should they? Like, this tie shouldn't be with this coat, right? This dress could be anywhere it wants.
Family is reacting tonight to charges against her stepson, Jaron Warner, being dropped. He was charged with accessory after the fact and evidence tampering, accused of.
I don't know, man. When I see that, it's kind of like I'm so lucky I'm getting away with this. Something.
Helping his dad,
Like, oh, I'll never do that again.
Dale Warner, after Dee's murder. According to the court document we obtained, the Lenawee County Prosecutor's Office asked for the charges to be dismissed because a necessary witness could not be located.
Yeah, the
What? So they asked for the because a witness couldn't be located? When did that happen before, too? That's like all too convenient. I'm thinking of Delphi when they wanted, like they couldn't get that guy out of the cell. That's different. The Baston guy or whoever. Yeah. They couldn't get someone out of their cell, the Baston, to come and testify in Richard's defense, even though he was, the other prisoner guy.
Prosecution said it may refile the charges if that witness is found. Now, according to the document,
They can't find a witness. Is it the cop? Is it the cop? Is that the witness? The cop that skipped the state?
Michigan State Police
There we go. Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry. I don't know what was on there. So I put this other Bluetooth headset on. I'll never use it again. This happened twice, and it's never happened before. It's only when I had this other Bluetooth headset on. Ooh, I got to share my screen again, then. That's weird. Share screen. That's weird. Oh, that's fucking weird. It's never done that before, and it's happened twice tonight.
a profile. 11 Investigates talked to Dee's nephew today, who says the family is frustrated by what it calls a mistake and a lack of transparency by the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. The family, it's hard when we feel, I don't know what the right words are.
Do you guys hear me in this okay? Let me know. Give me a thumbs up if you hear both this video and me.
Basically, it was enlightening to know that we were moving forward in the case and that the people that had done Dee wrong were being charged responsibly. And now it feels like we've gone backwards again.
Jaron Warner's attorney also releasing a statement today. It reads in part, quote, the criminal case filed against our client, Jaron Warner, was dismissed by the Lenawee County Prosecutor's Office yesterday. Generally speaking, we welcome dismissals, but this one leaves a sour taste. Jaron Warner.
What? Generally, the criminal case was filed against a client, Jaron Warner. Was dismissed by the Lenawee Prosecutor. Generally speaking, we welcome dismissals, but this one leaves a sour taste. Jaron Warner should never have been charged in the first place. Oh, they're so sorry they even charged him. Wow, he got a great deal. What? Like, how is this wow? They're going a step above to clear him. Whoa, that's next level. Usually. So not only did they let him out, like what? So is this cop getting in trouble for wrongfully arresting somebody? Like, what a bunch of bullshit. This is next level.
Should have never been charged in the first place. He committed no crime, however. Because he was charged, we were looking forward to testing the state's case and exposing that there was no basis to accuse or charge him with.
Wait, so who got in trouble then? Did Officer Longlegs get in trouble then for charging this guy so wrongfully? What a bunch of crap. Fucking, he was in his car, that whole performance of him calling his lawyer and his wife, and Daddy Longlegs, the 6'7" cop, is he in trouble then? So wrongfully accusing this and arresting this Prince Jaron after having 200 people come to his wedding?
The dismissal, we have now been deprived of that opportunity, end quote. You can read the full statement on our website right now.
Dale Warner is due back at court on May 30th. He has been charged with D's.
So they're pretty adamant he should have never even been charged. What a great deal he got. Wow. I wonder what he told them. Probably about the tank, because they're like, well, we never would have known that. Or, I don't know.
Murder.
What could possibly be? How could you sit there and, like, he shook him down, like, in that car, the body cam videos, he's like, Jaron. They could still, but I mean, if they could find cause, they had him fucking handcuffed in a car answering questions with his lawyer. That's not, what are they arresting him for without cause? They had cause. They had major cause. He was threatening him with tampering with evidence after the fact of finding a body. What did he tamper with? And now they're like, what? Cause? The cause was they fucking 5 guys looked like they were going to Iraq war, went and arrested this guy at the farm. We're going to watch that next. Not all of it. There's a short body cam video.
He's been in the Lenawee County Jail since.
Look at this guy. This is the 6'7" guy. The cleanup guy. Did he mess up so bad? Look, what kind of trouble did he get reprimanded for arresting this innocent Prince Jaron? That's fine. You can disagree. So what was Jaron arrested for then? Tell me, critter. Here, watch. What was Jaron arrested for? So this was just an accident? This was all a mistake. Prince Jaron. Look at this.
Dale Warner will go on trial on September 2nd for the
four Iraqi veterans and a boatload of cops with machine guns went and arrested this fucking guy. What?
Murder of his wife, Dee Warner.
The Lenawee County woman went missing on April 25th, 2021, and her body was found inside of an anhydrous tank in August of last year.
Yeah, Dee's family always believed that Dale did not act alone.
I hear you say that, Mimi, but dismissed without prejudice? Like, they kind of said, no. They said they were completely mistaken. He should never have been charged.
Alone, that someone, at least at the
Brian
very
Duggar.
least,
Oh, is this
helped
guy?
him to
Sorry.
cover it up. And now
thought they were
we
talking
know
about
the
the
police
Duggar.
believe his son, Jaron, helped
Okay,
his
so this
father.
guy was
Lead
released.
investigator
and they
Brian Duggar
fucking
is
made a
joining
big
us tonight and
mistake.
has an update. Brian?
Total
Yeah, while
mistake.
we don't know exactly what police believe Jaron did, we do know he's been charged with tampering with evidence and accessory after the fact to a felony. And now, for the first time, we're getting a look.
This guy has the worst voice for an I've ever heard. What is he doing here? He should be at a rodeo where their kids are riding pigs around a fucking dog track. Listen to this voice.
Look at how that arrest took place on March 1st.
We're likely going to have to hang out for a minute.
On March 1st, Michigan
Okay,
State.
so this is a mistake. This is a mistake. No reason. We had literally no reason to arrest this guy. Look at Rambo, Chuck Norris, fucking Steven Seagal's here. It's fucking 4 other cops. It's fucking, they grab him. Oops. No reason at all to
Police
do this.
and Lenawee County law enforcement gathered on the farm
We
of
take it
Dale
back.
and Dee Warner. Their
Mistake.
target was Jaron Warner, who was appointed guardian of Dale and Dee's young daughter in late 2020.
So he was a guardian of their daughter.
23, and the family continues to live on that farm.
Here he is.
Just after 9:30 in the morning,
Oops.
Jaron's pickup rolls up to the crowd.
We got
of law
this so wrong here. What?
Hey, Jaron.
They're fucking ready to jump him. This guy's, they're moving in.
Yeah, change up a little bit.
Oops.
Is here with you? Okay. We got a warrant for your arrest, buddy. Put your hands behind your back. Are you serious?
Like, this is a pretty big hoopla. This isn't just 1 or 2 cops picking up a guy. This is a hoopla. And that's all a mistake. No, it was so wrong.
Are you serious? I'll explain
Look at,
everything to you.
look at this. There's fucking 7, 8 cops there. And they got fucking machine guns in their car ready to go.
Just give us a minute, okay?
And minutes later, on the ride to the Lenawee County Jail,
He stops out here and does a bunch of dumb phone calls.
an investigator lays out the reason for the arrest.
After we found the body, you know, you probably hate me, and that's fine. I don't blame you, but I've always been truthful with you. And I told you that day that you knew certain things about that tank and that it was the right thing to do to talk to me about it, right?
Dee Warner's body was found inside an anhydrous tank on Dale Warner's property off of Paragon Road in Lenawee County.
And don't forget that Jaron went up and talked to Greca, who took his body cam off to talk to Jaron, because Jaron obviously spilled the beans, and he probably told him about this. And oh, man, and then Greca doesn't think Dale did it; it was innocent. And then the prosecution and Dee's brother and his investigator chased that Greca around for 8 months, and Greca ends up like Click, luckily not dead like Ferenczi, because he skipped the state running from the prosecutor because he thought this Dale was either had innocent or had nothing to do with it or something. And then, like, man, like Greca had to take his body cam off to talk to Jaron.
It was welded shut after her body was placed inside.
You took actions after the homicide that you.
But did they though? Well, who said that was a lie? What was a lie? What was a lie? They used this kid to get his dad and trying to force a confession. But the day before this, he came up to the cop and the cop took his body cam off to talk to him. What do we think was told to him then? And then this happens? They're shaking him down? Like, you don't just do all this for nothing. There's way more to this.
Known, likely, that it was after a crime occurred.
And then again, if they're not, this is, I mean, you do this to somebody when you know something. Do we think he really possibly they didn't know nothing about this guy? We got to find out what was said to that Greca, because there's audio of it when he takes that body cam off and is sitting outside his They talk outside the car. The body cam's still running, and they say they pick up the audio. And then there's we can't listen to it, but then the jury gets to listen to it with headphones or something. There is a transcript of it.
I've been truthful with you. Your dad has put you in really spots throughout this.
Like, this feels like a whole charade. Your dad has put you in, like, it's like this is just a performance, a script they're playing because he's agreed to turn state's witness or something, and they're just doing this to act like they really tried to arrest him or something. I don't know. Like, when they're when the informant gets arrested too, that then they kind of, when they're both separated, then it's like, okay, then we let you go, right? Because they would, if then everyone would know he's the snitch or he's the one who came forward if they didn't do this and this is all before they get to arrest him. They're doing this and they stop outside the police station and do this in the car, right? They don't go into the cop shop. They do this out in the car. This guy's the cleanup guy, man. Greca's running for his life because he thinks this guy's involved. Oh, there's more to this.
Unfortunately, you continue to let him to do that.
During the nearly 20.
That was a whole performance for this camera. Your dad put you in this position, not, like.
20-minute ride to the station, police allowed Jaron to call his wife and his lawyer, Colin Daniels.
Hey, Colin.
Like, how many times do you see him in the car before you go in for booking to do all this same stuff? Get your lawyer out in the car. Cop sits in the back seat to pose his body cam to this guy. This is a performance. Takes his phone out, unlocks it with his face. He's going in to get booked. What are we doing all this for? This is a performance.
It's Jaron.
Okay, so I was just on the phone with Colin, you're on speaker with the police, just so you know, but
Yeah, you're on speaker. Yeah. Why don't you get him in a room and walk away and let him do this, and you won't have to warn him? Why not? When does a cop stand there with him and baby him around with his lawyer? They would say, here's a phone. We're going to leave. You got 5, here's the, if you don't have a lawyer, you've got a book. There's a page of 10 that are available. Keep calling until one answers or something. And then we're going to book you. And we don't even see him get booked. Like, what? It's almost like this is a performance, and then they just let him go because.
okay, who am I talking to? I just wanted you to know that we're here before you start.
You think they can just intimidate people with no probable cause? You think they can go through this whole thing? You can't just threaten serious charges if you don't have something on him. That's not how this works. And if it does, who got punished? Like this, if it's such a mistake and they had nothing on him, the lawyer's not protesting it. There's some serious charges. You can't just do that for no reason. You can't just shake down someone without some probable cause to fall back on. You
Saying
can't.
anything, that's all.
You think they do it all the time without probable cause? You think so? At the very least, when they pull you over, they'll be able to fall back on your license plate light was out. Anything dumb. What's that? There's got to be some. This is a big deal here. Those are some serious felony charges. There's more. You can say that all you want. You think they can just fake do this and without anything on this guy? Critter? You think they can do that without anything on him to do this in his car and his lawyer? They put him up on a couple felony charges here. You can't just throw that around without nothing. They have something on him. Big. That's a big charge. Then he would, yeah. Which he's not going to do. You know that, Mimi, right? You know he ain't throwing. He could, yeah, because that would be such a wrong thing to do. Yet, where's that civil case? You'll never see it because he's fucking lucky. That face, that look on his face, he's fucking lucky he got out of this. Look at that look. Something's up.
A warrant for accessory after the fact and tampering with evidence.
Accessory after the fact and tampering after the fact. What was it again? And that's after they found a body.
After the fact and tampering with evidence.
Accessory after the fact and tampering of evidence after they found a dead body. You don't just get to throw that around at people without something.
Where are you guys currently?
Like they would maybe do this shakedown with somebody in a room that's there voluntarily and can get up and walk out at any time, but not in cuffs, not about to go in and get booked. Like in Richard Allen's case, he would not have he would just be able to get up and walk out. They would do that shakedown. You don't get thrown in cuffs and felony charges. That's not the shakedown. No way. You think they can do anything they want? No, Critter. I disagree with you. They don't go this far. They would lie and do it in the interrogation room, but he would be able to get up and walk out. You don't just get the fake charges and arrest people for fake stuff. They have something to do this. The liability for this guy, they wouldn't put him in cuffs. He's going in to get booked. This isn't a shakedown. They have something on him. To those big charges, this guy's not making a mistake like that.
We're currently sitting outside the Lenawee County Jail.
And Daniels warns Jaron against talking to police.
So, Jaron, obviously, I don't want you making any statements. Right. So, Lieutenant, he's not going to be making any statements. Understood. Yes, sir.
Daniels then expresses irritation about when the arrest actually took place.
Was there a reason that you guys had to pick him up on a Saturday? We got the warrant authorized and made the arrest, sir. That's just how it happened.
Like to get a warrant authorized?
Was the warrant authorized? Yesterday. Okay.
Did you just say what liability? Civil rights violations. You think you could just start slapping people in cuffs without probable cause? Oh my God. You need to watch more YouTube with me, Critter. There's a civil rights. What liability? Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, again, if they asked him to come in voluntarily and put him in a room, you know, this is basically extortion if they did what you're saying. You know that, right? They can't extort you. They can't hold you hostage. The way this works is they would give him a chance to, like that whole Jerry Holman, you can get up and walk out anytime. You're free to go. But once you're charged, he's threatened to charge him. They got warrants. He's in cuffs. He's going in to get booked. This is not how this happens. Lots of them, Critter. Very many. You think this is the process that they do to shake people down? You're mistaken. This isn't how it works. The way they shake you down is you're free to go. Jerry Holman, you're free to go. The door's open at any time. You're here voluntarily talking to me. Then they do the shakedown. You don't kidnap somebody, put him in handcuffs. He's up on 2 huge felony charges here. And they've got a huge warrant for his arrest. There's probable cause up the wazoo to get him here. Then it just disappears. This isn't the shakedown part. That's long gone.
Do you guys know when he's going to be arraigned? I'm not certain if a magistrate.
He's going in for arraignment. The magistrate's coming in tonight or tomorrow. He's got a court case.
Will arraign him today at the jail, or if he'll have to wait till Monday. I am not certain on that.
We now know Jaron was arraigned on Monday, March 3rd.
Many. 10 million, 20 people, they win it all the time. What are you talking about? Oh, Critter. Have more coffee, please.
Pleaded not guilty. His next court appearance will be May 16th. 3 separate body cam videos can now be seen on the WTUL YouTube channel. Reporting in studio, this is Brian Duggar.
And then, oops, it's all a mistake. 3 different. I'm not watching that whole thing again, but that's not the shakedown phase. Shakedown phase doesn't happen in cuffs. That would be like extortion and kidnapping. Like they got, he's in court. Fuck.
Our other top story tonight, prosecutors say Dale Warner murdered his wife and had help from his son to cover up the crime.
So they say he helped cover it up. This is a big deal. You think they get nothing on him to get to this stage?
They both appeared before a judge.
Imagine the hundreds you're talking about is only two. I don't have to imagine anything. I'm not sure you're going, Critter. I don't think you're seeing what's happening on the screen here. The fucking prosecutors are in court with. You think they get to the stage of having nothing on this guy? Come on.
Judge for a key hearing. You know,
did you hear about those charges? The main prosecutors are here. He's in court in front of a judge. This isn't a mistake where you have nothing on somebody.
And had help from his son to cover up the crime. Today, both appeared before a judge for a key hearing. You know, today, Dale Warner and his son, Jerron, appeared in court close to 4 years after Dee Warner was reported missing.
Dale is expected to stand trial in September while his son awaits a preliminary hearing. Let's get to Victor Williams. He's live here in the studio to help us get caught up on what happened today. Victor.
Yeah, Damon and Kimberly, back in August, Dee Warner's remains were found inside of this building in a tank just like this one on the property of her husband, Dale Warner, 3 years after she went missing. Today, it's her husband and her stepson who are actually both facing charges related to her death. Both hearings were very short with not much happening, but it was interesting to see both of these men in court on the exact same.
Like the shakedown fees, this is not the shakedown phase. That's long gone. This fucking guy's in this. They're alleging coke. It's like, I mean, this isn't the part where you start pitting each other against each other. That's in the interview rooms and before they, this is serious. He's in serious. And all of a sudden it just disappears. Come on.
Day. People versus Jaron Warner. Father and son appearing in court just hours. Of
course, it's the same judge. I hear too. Everyone in the same. I don't know if it's the same defense, but it's two of the prosecutors, and I hear the judge's voice.
Part in the death of Dee Warner. The newest arrest and set of charges are against 28-year-old Jaron Dale Warner, who's accused of tampering with evidence and accessory after the fact to a felony. Today was his probable cause conference where he briefly physically appeared in the courtroom with grieving family members watching on in the crowd. Right now, he's out on a $125,000 bond, but he's due back.
The judge put a $125,000 bond on him? That's a big deal, right?
In court on April the 4th.
Many are settled out of court. You're talking about the civil rights liability, like the wrongful. Well, that's different. We're talking about this here. This is. Then he's out on. The prosecutor wouldn't take it this far without something good on him. But they would let it go to get something better on him, right? That's what they trade up for the big fish type deal and all that. But at this stage, they got them both. They wouldn't get the judge has just issued a $125,000 bond on that guy with a couple. They got something on Jaron.
Just hours later, his father, Dale Warner, virtually appeared in court stone-faced, where his attorney filed a motion to quash the bind-over and dismiss the new charge of tampering with evidence, arguing it was never presented what evidence exactly the prosecution is talking about.
One thing that is omitted from any portion of the examination is the government addressing count 2. So we don't know what the government's position is on what evidence was tampered with. Now they can come forth and say, well, this is our theory. This is the evidence that we met. But they never even raised it at the exam.
The prosecution retorting with this since Dee's body was later found in an anhydrous tank on Dell's property after the initial set of charges were filed.
Her body.
Like you see the spray, they have to clean these tanks up, I guess. This isn't even the right one. This is 36, right? But these are just when they drive, they're spraying, right? And then the stuff they get worn out. They have to clean them up and repaint them and be able to reuse them again. It's the whole process, right? But to get that guy that far, they got something on him.
Her body was never recovered. Her cell phone was never recovered. Obviously, those items were.
What? They don't have her body yet?
Were taken off of the property by Mr. Warner. That can be presumed by the court based on the fact that
They were taken off the property by Mr. Warner, she's alleged?
he was bound over as to count 1 homicide.
Instead of an outcome being made today, the judge will be.
So this is the whole thing where this is all happening before they found the body. But they were just talking about the tanks.
Making his decision at a later time.
I'll take this under advisement and issue a written opinion as soon as I possibly can.
Now we will have that decision from the judge on if that motion will be granted or not. But once again, Jaron Del Warner is due back in court in just 25 days on April the 4th.
This has been going on 4 years. Must be so hard for the family.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw a lot of them in court, in the courtroom, seeing everyone involved, all of them just.
Jaron. What more on Jaron? I don't need the body cam stuff. Jaron. This guy's important. Jaron. Anyways, maybe we should shut her down. One more little Jaron peek. I'm so interested in this guy. He's not at trial, right? Like accessory after the fact, all this shit, and he doesn't have to testify at the trial, right? They must have had it so wrong. Man. Jaron, where are you? Come on, give me some Jaron. What's his name? Jaron. What kind of name is that? Jaron. Jaron Dale Warner. His middle name's Dale. Jaron Warner. I'm just gonna see. I want old stuff. Charges dropped. We've watched that. 1 year ago. Pleads not guilty to accessory. This is new. So this is one of the earlier ones, right?
Now, this morning in a Lenawee County District Court, Jaron Warner pleaded not guilty.
What's her name? She's all right.
To charges related to the death of his stepmother, Dee Warner. The family has always believed that Dale Warner had help in carrying out the killing of his wife. And
They always believed that. Why? Why did they believe it? It has something to do with him talking to Greco without a body cam. Come on, they just don't believe it this far. The shakedown phase is the interrogation room, kind of psyching him out, bluffing, and
the judicial process will play out over the next several months, but the arrest of Jaron has created more trauma for the Warner family. Lead investigator Brian Duggar has more tonight. Brian?
Yeah, Dale and Dee Warner each had children from previous marriages, but they had one daughter together, and she is now 13 years old. But on September 24th, 2023, more than 2 years after Dee's disappearance, Dale appointed his son, Jaron, as the girl's guardian. And
September, he gets the guardianship in September. But that phone call, was that August 17th, the jail phone call? Or was that 2025, August 17th? Because I remember the phone call was August 17th, and we did think, because in the phone call, he says something about the cops were here yesterday. And that's probably when Greco took his body cam off. Oh, that's what I wanted. Next time we see that body cam video of Greco removing his cam, I guarantee it's the August 16th, 2023. Because their phone call was the 17th. And then he's all of a sudden scot-free getting custody of the daughter. Their youngest daughter, guardianship or something.
March of 2024, an appellate court affirmed the probate court's decision to make Jaron the temporary guardian. For more than a year, he has played that role and has actually been staying at the family's Lenawee County farm. Now, with Jaron's arrest on Saturday night, family members are forced once again to figure out what's best for the young girl.
For this poor little girl, it's been a very difficult time for her these last 3 years. And now that even more, we thought it had kind of settled down with everybody being in the place where they were. And now all of a sudden we've got him being arrested, and it just kind of opens up the wound again for her. And so we want to make sure she's comfortable and well taken care of. And so we're
So she'll be Jaren's half sister, right? Like not like him, because it's Dale and Dee's daughter, but Dee was his step kind of. But
working on that.
So Jaren Warner is expected back in court on Monday. To see our extensive coverage on this case, go to WTUL.com and our free WTUL 11 Plus streaming app. Reporting in studio, this is Brian Duggar.
Brian Duggar, the tack dog. What is going on with this Jaren? There's got to be more here. Tight-lipped on the evidence 2 years ago. We're tight-lipped.
Murder charges against the husband of missing Lenawee County woman Dee Warner. Michigan State Police remaining pretty tight-lipped about what evidence moved them toward filing those murder charges against her husband, Dale Warner. The arrest coming some 2.5 years after the 52-year-old woman vanished in Lenawee County. I-Team reporter Sean Haggerty on the story from the start, joining us live with everything happening in this case. He leads off our team coverage tonight. Sean?
The Michigan State Police, have been actually dedicating singular detectives to this case only, making it their primary focus. That work culminating in these charges. Dale Warner was in court today on those charges of murder and tampering with evidence. His wife, Dee, disappeared in April of 2021.
Was it Dale that was charged with tampering with evidence? Or tampering with evidence?
Today on those charges of murder and tampering with evidence. His wife, Dee, disappeared in April of 2021. Dale's lawyers admitted in court today that Dale's known for quite some time that he has been a suspect in the disappearance of his wife. At this point, police have not recovered Dee's body, which will make the prosecution a tricky one, as is so much in this case, which included investigators searching numerous properties, thousands of acres, drainage culverts. But what exactly put this case far enough?
Like if they were onto this tank, what are they doing all this digging for? This tank. Somebody told after they did all this, I feel that Jaren, when they rushed in, caved or choked and told them about this tank, because they're never finding her in there. What are they gonna do? Get all those tanks x-rayed and just did they get it on the first shot? The first one they looked in, or did they peek in every single? Can they peek in them without cutting them open? They just look at a bad weld and say, there's a body in there. Somebody told them about this tank, and it turns out the Hardys in the news bragging about telling them to look in the tanks. Like they were surprised maybe they didn't find her earlier or something. It's like, tell them, let's make an anonymous tip. Or he says, why would he lie to the media and say that I told the cops that? Why?
Now to bring those charges along, even Dee's family is not being told.
Fucking excavate this guy.
It's been a very difficult road to get where we're at, and unfortunately a long way to go yet.
What was the key piece of evidence that you've now discovered that you can go forward with the charge?
We're not ready to put out what we have there. It's not my place to do that. That's something that the prosecutor will put out when they present their case.
But don't they have to tell the public about the?
Gonzalez saying the totality of evidence was eventually presented to the prosecutor's office, who saw enough to go ahead with those charges. Dale's lawyers tried to get him out of jail today on a bond. Find out where that
Well, forget Dale. I want to know about Jaron, right?
fight landed tonight in Action News at 6 o'clock. Lee?
All right, Sean, thank you. And friends and family of Dee Warner, we're in the courtroom this morning watching the man accused of killing her face a judge for the first time. We talked with some of those family members after the arraignment. 13 Action News reporter Carly Petrus back in Lenawee County tonight. She's live with what those family members had to say. Carly.
Lee, a mix of emotion here at the Lenawee County Courthouse today. Many of Dee Warner's family members say they're excited for this new development in the case, but they say it's a long time coming. Many of them also know it's going to be a long and difficult road ahead. They say it could be years before a conviction. Family friend Catherine Adams says being in the courtroom today with Dale Warner's family as well as Dee Warner's family was difficult. Both sides have been friends for a while.
We knew pretty early on that there was foul play just because this was so much, not like Dee to disappear like like Dale's family had implicated. It was good to see the wheels of justice turning finally after 2.5 years.
And like Adam says, those wheels of justice will continue to turn, and we're gonna keep you updated on that. Lee.
All right, welcome back. We want to continue to update some breaking news that you first learned here on WTOL 11 at 4 o'clock. During that newscast, there has been an arrest made in the murder of Deanne Warner. Michigan State Police will not say who has been arrested and charged until they are arraigned tomorrow. However, multiple members of Dee's family have told us that Dee's husband, Dale, is the only one they arrested and charged. Now, we spoke just...
When was this? So he was 2 years ago on November 21st, 2023. So here's that guy's private investigator. That's the first time I've seen him. Why does he lie to the media?
Moments ago with Dee's brother, who says he was happy to hear about the arrest today and he knows there is more to come.
It's been a long haul. There's been a lot of effort put out by lots of people, and this is certainly a positive step that we've been waiting for a long time. As you well recognize, it is not the end step. The end step will be conviction, trial, and there's a lot of work to do going forward with that. Will be conviction.
Christy Gerland will be
trial,
speaking with more family members about this breaking news shortly. She will have much more coming up also tonight at 11. And coming up tonight at 6, hear more from Greg Hardy about how they learned about today. Also
Dee
tonight
Warner's
at 11.
body
And
has
coming
officially been found and identified, discovered at the property of her husband. It took 3.5 years of searching, not only to find Dee, but for answers surrounding her disappearance. Tonight, we'll tell you more about one of the driving forces behind finding her. This picture appears to show Dale Warner watching as crews searched and dug across the street from where Dee's body would eventually be found.
It was the first day or two that we started looking at sites, got confronted by Dale Warner.
The first face private investigator Billy Little Jr. saw. The last face police believe Dee Warner saw, now front and center.
He went from 0 to 60 in a split second. And we're out in the field, Greg Hardy said, and all the time he knew him, he'd never seen that behavior out of him before. But he got lit up pretty quick, pretty aggressive. In fact, I thought we were going to fight.
A first interaction that left a long impression.
This is that private investigator saying that.
Dee's brother, Greg Hardy, asked Little to help find his missing sister.
And I said, look, be careful inviting me in because I go wherever the evidence leads me. I'm not
This guy's sketchy.
distracted by somebody paying me how much I will or won't make off of this case.
He wasn't distracted by money because he hopped on the case for free. Little says he knew from the start this likely wouldn't be just a missing person case, but looking for remains.
Family members tried to get a pattern for who she was, the kind of stuff she ordinarily did, and see if this was anything that was out of character for her.
Work that would turn from days to weeks to years until
There has been no plea deals with Dale Warner. The detectives were just reviewing evidence that they had. going over maybe some tips or some leads that had come in previously, and decided, yeah, this might be someplace that we want to check out again in case we overlook something.
Something right in front of them, something that would turn the case upside down. Human remains.
This took 3 years too long.
Creating a list of questions. Why was Dee dead? How was she killed? And who would be found guilty? With accusations of an abusive marriage in the Warner house, all eyes would turn to that man in the field day one.
But it's pretty common for women not to report it.
It being domestic violence, cases Little says he deals with often.
What advice would you give people that maybe don't know about domestic violence relationships?
So they were out
And what
going-
advice would you give people that are in them and are afraid to
telling
leave?
everyone's
The
domestic
most
violence,
dangerous
right?
time for
I'm not saying it wasn't, but what is he going on? He's now giving a whole thing about domestic violence.
a woman is when she tells her husband, it's over, I'm leaving. That's the most dangerous time. And if you've decided that,
Like what domestic violence was he specifically talking about with Dale and Dee, right? Like, was it this is, I mean, I'm sure that what he's talking about here is like real domestic violence. Like, I'm not saying hers wasn't, but it doesn't sound like he would have any proof at this point to be saying all this. Dale had never been charged with it, right? Or not to say people. How does he know about what's going on here? Because up until she goes missing, the guy who hired him was like Dale. And if Dale was domestic violencing his young sister, would he like him? I find it hard to believe. Maybe he didn't know about it, but then how does this guy know about it? And oh God, then everything starts happening after that guy thinks he killed his sister, and I don't know. This guy's talking about like somebody who's been charged with some serious crimes for domestic violence. At this time, he doesn't know nothing. This is years ago.
like she had decided that. There was no reason for her to be there.
Little says if you are in an abusive relationship, there's no conversation to be had, just an exit plan to be made.
If you are going to go and confront him, which I think is a horrible idea, there's some things you can do to protect yourself.
Parker Hardy.
You can keep your phone on, in your pocket or whatever, and have somebody listening close by. You can do it in a public place. You can do it with other witnesses around.
Little says there are still questions to be answered in Dee Warner's story, and he, like many of us, are waiting as the trial plays out.
If you missed our special earlier tonight, Hidden in Plain Sight, the disappearance and discovery of Dee Warner, you can find it on our WTOL 11 YouTube page and our website.
Unfortunately, in the world we're living in currently, and we have always lived in, something like this could happen again in Lenawee County. And I remember you had mentioned before the case was turned over to Michigan State Police that you had a lot of frustration with the sheriff's office. Do you feel that after this case, they've improved enough to handle something like this in the future if it were to happen again?
Well, thank you for asking that, because actually you got me back on script after I've kind of simmered my emotion down, okay? And I wanted to say something when I was congratulating some public people and thanking them at least. Deputy Hall, who is a Lenawee County Sheriff's deputy, still to my knowledge. I don't know him personally, but it was revealed in court documents, as many of you know, who watched the hearings, the civil hearings, and watched the declaration of death hearing. He was the first guy to interview Warner, okay? And as you may know, and I'm sure you do, that the body cam footage of the interview with Warner was played in court, so it's public record. In addition, I had the opportunity, I believe it's public record, but I had the opportunity to see his report, his written report to his.
He believes it's public record? He's looking at reports. Yeah, there was something about this guy getting some inside, I don't know,
superiors on the day that he interviewed him on body cam. he deserves way more credit than the rest of the people there at that department, because he is the only person who his gut feeling, if he reported in writing, was suspicious of what he was seeing and hearing from Warner. Had that been followed up maybe more severely, we might have an earlier outcome. It would be the same outcome, but we might have an earlier outcome and maybe 3 years less of pain, okay? But those people, he deserves some credit. If I were a sheriff for a day, I would promote him and I would demote several others. That's just how I feel about it.
Where's that long interview? I was going to hear.
Thank you all for coming, trying to get the information correct. I'd like to state a couple things to start with. One, we certainly have positively identified my sister. There's no variance in it's 100%, so there's nothing to not accept as fact. There's a little misunderstanding regarding some comments that have been made about the cause of death. There is one. I'm not going to be talking about it. That's up to the authorities to discuss that issue, and I'm sure they will be. This has been as you know, a damn long effort. The issue has been a lot of hard work by authorities, by my family, by hundreds and hundreds of people. You know, the old story goes, the harder you work, the luckier you get. And there's certainly been a little luck here. And it's so damn lucky, I'm not sure there wasn't some divine interference, but we'll see, okay? The point of it is we've gotten here with having found her body. It's bittersweet at best, but it is certainly needed. And it was honestly unexpected after 3.5 years. But again, we got lucky with maybe some divine interference that maybe helped us. All during this period of time, the centerpiece of what we've done has been based on truth. Sorry. It's been based on finding the truth, getting the facts, and then striving for justice. And that's what we really accomplished here. We got the last leg to get done, and that's the justice part. But we have stuck to the truth. We've stuck to the facts. And although we've been criticized up and down and around by lots of people, we've only functioned with those two factors, and then we're expecting to get justice, and I believe we will. There's so many people that deserve credit. The Justice for D group. I'm sorry. I wasn't planning on doing that. These people have been beyond anything loyal, fought hard, given up time, money, everything for the cause they believe in. There's been thousands of people who have sent prayers and good wishes, people we know, people we don't know, people we feel like we know, and also very grateful for them. And they've certainly helped. Of course, most of all, my family and friends, my immediate family, my wife Shelley, my son Parker have probably some of you have picked up what a cantankerous guy I am, so they deserve all the thanks for that. Tolerating me has been, excuse me, a lot of work. There's been extended family. Catherine Adams over here has certainly been an extended family member. She has worked tirelessly, not only with the Justice for D group, but I can't tell you how many times I've asked her to do things and there's never been any hesitation. And for that, we appreciate it. Another real close person in this for my sister, and not been talked about much, is what was her assistant at the office. And Stephanie Vogel has stood by my sister from the very beginning, stayed at the office, fought for her, put up with Warner when she was still there, and she carried on, and to this day. So, and she's given up a lot with her family because of this, and it's been horrendous on her. So, thanks to her. You all know, you've heard, it's in the press.
Like for this Dale guy, I'm not defending him, saying he's not, couldn't be the guy, but the way that prosecutor laid out their case, it wasn't that way. It just doesn't feel right. So again, it's almost like they know something they can't say and they're just okay with arresting him because, I don't know, but the way she printed it out, like he's just 631, 641, 642, 643, and not showing any of it is very suspicious to me. Like if she just showed it, she has it all on video, but then she decides to show it, piece it together, and tell you about it. And she could literally show you, and not 641, 642, 643, all those, not one of them show what she's saying. That doesn't make you guys suspicious with that prosecutor at the end there. That's great. I don't know. Just asking questions here.
A number of times. The guy that's been special in this has been Billy Little and his buddy Chris McDowell. He was the first here as a professional when we had no professional standing by us. And he gave us courage. He gave us knowledge. He's an experienced guy in this thing. We had no experience. And he deserves special attention because of what he did for us and what he did for this cause.
So also somewhere in here is probably where he tells the media that he's the one who recommended to law enforcement so they look in the tanks or something. And that's where the cop tells him that he lied to the media. But what if that's not the case? How would he have known they were in the tanks? And I don't know. Good guess. Like they're saying because he's shuffling these tanks all around, but that's what he does. That's literally, he's doing it when they're there on the drone. He's got to grab them here, move this whole tank. That's the whole business. That whole, like they're filling these tanks up and they're coming in to farmers and dropping them off and getting fresh tank. I mean, it's like a fast fill service station. You saying he's shuffling tanks around? Yeah, they got empty ones. They got the commissioned ones. They got to clean them and get them repainted and restickered and get them out on those trailers and get them out to this. They got a barn. They got to call it the spray barn. Then they act like he's defending a tank by spraying a hose. If he did it, it's not the way they said it happened.
His friend Chris McDowell is behind the scenes. You're not seeing much of him, but his psychological analysis, because he was a psychological analysis person for the LA Police Department, has been very important to us. One moment, please. Sorry, I dropped my own notes.
Honestly, this guy's a bit of a hot mess too, right? Nicole would call him a hot. I just took a bite of pizza, sorry. Nicole would call him a hot mess.
There's been so many tips that have been given by people in the community just to try to help, and they've been very, very good, and some of them have been very, very important in this investigation. I'd like to point them out as having been a special part of this. And then, we have the criminal side to face yet. We faced a horrible situation on the civil side, but where we had to fight Warner every step of the way.
So was that trial when he was in the orange jumpsuit a civil one, or was it? I should probably watch it.
from not only taking my sister's life, but trying to take financially everything away from her. And as you probably mentioned,
So at this time, he's in the media saying he took his sister's life, but this is years ago, right? Before he's convicted of anything. So can you just run around a year, August 22nd of 2024? Can you just go on the media and say that about somebody before they're convicted? I don't know. This guy's looking for some liability here.
many of you have been there, you've sat through it, you know how miserable it's been, but I'd like to give a thank you to Catherine Sulla as a judge.
Was that blonde judge with the puffy lips?
I don't know her personally, but she sat there for hours listening to lies and deceit from not only Warner, but his lawyers, trying to take everything there was financially away from my sister. And that's horrendous. And I'd like to commend her as a judge. She put up with it, tolerated it, and sorted it out. And I believe was extremely just. And I don't think there's anyone disagree with that. So for her, I thank you. And Judge Firzauer, who presided over the preliminary hearing, which is obviously history now, came in as a visiting judge when other judges.
That's the judge with the duck lips. The second one.
Judges weren't able to hear it or couldn't hear it or didn't want to hear it. And sorted out so many different factors from just a total mirage of facts, of untrue facts and deceit, and gave a judgment that was allowing or bound Mr. Warner over for trial. That's without the information we had now. So for that, we appreciate her judicial behavior and her professionalism. And again, I don't know her either, never met her. Kind of wrap this up. It was certainly tough for the family to face my sister's remains in a man-made tomb done by Dale Warner, who was a very evil piece of human debris. And if you didn't like that, you wouldn't want to know what I really want to call him. So he viciously killed my sister with no remorse, continued to have no remorse, damaged his family, damaged the community, and most importantly, he fed his own daughter terrible lies about her sisters, their family. And I don't know, for me, that's almost up in there with killing someone when you do that to a little girl intentionally. Knowingly what he did, he continued to do that. That's unexcusable. And that's what gets him to the highest level of evil. And I certainly hope that he faces the absolute maximum penalty under the law after he's had a fair and just trial, if that's what he chooses. With that, I'd like to conclude by thanking you for coming. My niece, Raquel, is here. I'd like her to be able to address you, please, if you don't mind. Raquel, please.
Where the fuck are they? In someone's kitchen? I thought they were like out at the town square. Is this someone's kitchen? Where the fuck are they? Holy shit. Is this guy's kitchen? I swear to God, I thought they were outside at the town square. Holy fuck. Is this guy's kitchen counter?
Just say a few things.
My microwave was here. The sink,
On
kitchen
behalf
sink.
of my
The
siblings,
fuck. I fucking feel like we're in a gymnasium here. Like a fucking. This is a kitchen. My whole house could fit in this kitchen.
we just want to thank everybody for the continued support. We cannot begin to thank you
The sound it makes, it's like they're in an auditorium. I thought they were like in the Madison Square Gardens.
guys enough for sticking by our
This
side,
guy's kitchen.
believing in us when we didn't want to believe in ourselves anymore. We just
Fuck.
couldn't begin to thank you guys enough.
This is a goddamn Taj Mahal. Oh my God.
If you have questions, we're happy to field them. I'm not sure that you would after this.
Yes. What do you put on these countertops? All you can eat buffet for 600 people? God damn counters. What the fuck? Look at this guy's counter. Back it out. Oh. God. Oh, here they show it again eventually. Fucking countertops. You drive a car up there.
Well, it's a precarious chapter, obviously. We certainly don't know. The police have certainly not shared all the evidence with me or any of us.
Like I swear to God, that this lighting, and I just thought they were like outside, maybe under the front of a building in like the town square. I swear to God, dude, I just didn't. When they zoomed out, it was this guy's kitchen sink and a microwave.
I know they're steadfast in the quantity of their evidence. We have the evidence that we know, which was contributing to a potential wrongful death suit, was contributing to a no-body homicide. I think it should be I'm anxious if they want to have a trial, and I fully suspect they will. And if they do, bring it on. More than ready.
So at this point, they don't know about the body, right? No body homicide. Oh, so this is like the day after. Sorry. They find out just yesterday. What was this date again? I've got to pay better attention to these dates. August 22nd. So August 21st. It is wild because August 17th is when all this body cams. That's fucking close. August 17th is the day they make that phone call to Jaron. Jaron makes that phone call to Dale. August 16th, in the phone call, Jaron's saying, and that's when they have that probable cause, or the cop calls Jaron to shake him down, and then to tell him about a tank. But Jaron doesn't know about a body when he calls him on the 17th. And this is like, they're finally announcing the body on the 22nd, like a couple of days after that. I bet the 16th is the day that Greca takes his body cam off. I gotta find that out.
I would love for the public to be able to know everything that I know about this horrendous situation. This is totally premeditated, in my opinion. To kill your wife in
9,000 square foot house. A millionaire? Does she share that with you, Dewey? I hope she's taking care of it. Wow. It's 9,000 square feet. Holy shit.
We're in a steel tube to attempt to hide her forever from not only the public and other, but
like at what point does he's got to in this tell his lie that the cop said he was lying about, that he's the one who told them that she was in the tank or something, or to look into the tanks. I got to hear that. It's got to be in here.
maybe from some of his family members who may or may not have knowledge. That's insane. I mean, that's a huge, very, very evil person to do that. I mean, you obviously have no remorse if you can do that. So I think it'll be a pretty strong trial, and I can't wait.
Give me a sense of the emotion you felt when you got the notification.
Well, as you can see, I have a hard time dealing with my emotion. To start with, we were together. The officer was very courteous to us, Sergeant Dreyer, to come here privately at 8:30 Friday night. with some early images. And so the family was called in, and it's very respectful of them to do that. And our motion was very high.
So 8:30 Friday night, the family knows. And Jaron calls the next day. And Jaron's not in jail. So does Jaron know about the body? He just said 8:30 Friday night. Jaron calls on the Saturday to Dale in jail. The Friday night will be the 16th of 2024. So Jaron's not in jail. The whole family knows about the body. They say when Jaron calls this phone call to Dale in jail, that Jaron doesn't know about the body.
It was just disbelief. It was.
So he just said on the Friday night they were told about the body.
I guess you.
Yeah,
I
I'm
hate to
looking at
say
my
it this way,
calendar
but
now.
There's some joy and relief that after all that effort and all that
2024.
time and all that attempt to deceive us, I think it was.
This is on August 22nd.
Those were the big emotions that popped out.
One more question for me. You waited for years, but there are families out there that are still waiting, and they have waited for 4, 5, 6 years. What message do you want to give them to not give up on their plans?
Well, that's a very good question, and I know people often say.
Friday was the 16th, and the 17th was the Saturday. So they knew on the Friday night, and Jaron calls the next day, and they're saying Jaron doesn't know about this body, and this whole family knows on the Friday night. So Jaron doesn't find out about it, right?
It's a very good question, but
That's got to be like a lie there, right? The cops on the stand saying that Jaron doesn't know about the body when he calls Dale. That he wants to hear their natural call. So I guess is the family, I guess only their side of the family? But he just said they knew on the night. And basically the young daughter's in the custody of Jaron, no? At this point? Because when they arrest him, they take, I don't know, they got to find custody for her again or something?
that really is a very good.
So if Jaron has custody of the young daughter, they must not hate him, right? I don't even know.
Question. It's something that has been top of mind for us, quite frankly, and something we'd like to continue to try to support. It is the first of all, I think you just can't ever give up. The odds are stacked against you. In my opinion, the system is not as friendly to the victims as it should be by any stretch of the imagination.
So the cop says that the phone call on the 17th, Jaron didn't know about the body. He never told him. But this guy says on the 16th, the family, unless nobody told Jaron about it, right? Where was Jaron? Was he in jail at that point? Or was it not yet? Jaron wasn't arrested. But the first time he was arrested? No. Jaron was arrested in 2025, May, right? So Jaron's out at this time. And on the 16th, that Friday also, because the cop Drew says he called Jaron the day before and just told him about a tank. And then Friday night, the whole family knows about the tank and the bodies in the tank. And then Saturday, Jaron must have not got any information from any of them because he's calling Dale that Saturday, 17th. So Jaron could have very easily known about this body from other people. I'm not saying that means anything. I don't know.
The lack of willingness to corroborate some things at some point in an investigation become very important. Some corroboration was very important in moving this one forward. And so for those people, don't give up. You got to keep reaching for resources. We've had all kinds of time in the steep climb that we've had where we would hit feels like a cement wall and almost push us back down. And then we come up with a new idea and rekindle it and start back up that mountain again. And so they have to do that. And for some of them, we're lucky. We have resources. We have tenacity. We have a hard-headed asshole like me. It was a community, we're 20,000 strong that we know of, okay? And then there's all the people who aren't involved with something like that. I can't tell you how many retired police officers, retired investigators, over the course of 3.5 years have voluntarily called me, who I don't even know, and try to add something to keep us going. Because with the information put out on the press, thank you very much, other people saw it, and then they build on that, and they tried to help, and they did help. It wasn't trying. But they took the first step to call or do something to be a good human being. I'll give you one other example, which was due to the press. There's a lady who was a government employee, whose name I will not mention, who was a tip, who actually exposed the fact that Dale Warner, Mark Weisberg, his accomplice, forged my sister's name and used her ID to actually extract $1.5 million from all of you taxpayers. And then he put it in the bank and transferred it into his own name. Okay, that was proven. This isn't something I'm just talking about. That's not alleged. It's factual. And it's because a lady who didn't even know us, who works for the federal government, felt there was dishonesty taking place here, and she called and gave us that information.
What is he saying there? Somebody called him and told him about what? That Dale forged? How would they be able to tell that to him if that's extracted from like a police interview or something? That interview, I got to start writing these dates down if I'm going to make sense of this. I'm going to do better writing dates down. Oh, I'm going to get a piece of paper, do the old school writing it down. Sounds like there's something he shouldn't be able to get told.
That's the kind of thing that people need to use to advance their cause. Proven. This isn't something I'm just talking. To actually extract $1.5 million from all of you taxpayers. The fact that Dale Warner, I'll give you one other example, which was due to the press. There's a lady who was a government employee, whose name I will not mention, who was a tip, who actually exposed the fact that Dale Warner, Mark Weisberg, his accomplice, forged my sister's name and used her ID to actually extract $1.5 million from all of you taxpayers. And then he put it in the bank and transferred it into his own name. Okay, that was proven. This isn't something I'm just talking about. That's not alleged. It's factual. And it's because a lady who didn't even know us, who works for the federal government, felt there was dishonesty taking place here, and she called and gave us that information. That's the kind of thing that people need to use to advance their cause.
We know also that we had your suspicions about the tank for a while. How does it feel now that they finally took a look inside of this result home?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of that.
We know you had your suspicions about the tank for a while when she was found.
Yeah.
But how does it feel to be able to look and now this is the result when she was found?
That's part of really good police work, and people, we talked about just a minute ago, staying with it. My son noticed this tank. I noticed the tank, because remember, we were integrally involved with my sister's operation. It wasn't like my land borders them, right? So when we saw that, we were suspicious only because, to start with, at the time, we weren't very far down the road, 2 days into this. The thing that made us stick in our brain to remember it was the fact that it was so out of character for Warner to be doing what he was doing. And had we not known him personally and known his habits, which obviously the investigators wouldn't know, right? But we knew those habits, we knew those traits that he showed, and we kept it in our brains for 3.5 years. And we did mention it to the authorities, and but then when it.
So he knew of the tank way before. 3.5, like from the beginning, he's known about this tank, right? The police didn't tell him.
When other information corroborated something to make us think.
So then why would they be out there digging out the excavators and all that?
About that, we then took a deep dive. It was kind of a desperation dive, quite frankly. I mean, here we are 3.5 years, probably spent well over $1 million in taxpayer money looking for my sister, plus what we've spent privately. And so we're getting desperate. The circle's getting smaller. And so we've alleviated so many things. It made us think about that. And then when they were able to corroborate our thoughts, that's what led to this, and it was very productive, obviously.
Unfortunately, the world we're living in currently, and we have all
Corroborate our thoughts. So you thought of a tank before because of the way he was acting with tanks? And the police corroborate.
lived in, something like this could happen again in Lenawee County. And I remember you had mentioned before the case was turned over to Michigan State Police that you had a lot of frustration with the sheriff's office. Do you feel that after this case they've improved enough to handle something like this in the future if it were to happen again?
Well, thank you for asking that, because actually you got me back on script after I've kind of simmered my emotion down, okay? And I wanted to say something when I was congratulating some public people and thanking them at least. Deputy Hall, who is a Lenawee County Sheriff's deputy, still to my knowledge. I don't know him personally, but it was revealed in court documents, as many of you know, who watched the hearings, the civil hearings, and watched the declaration of death hearing. He was the first guy to interview Warner, okay? And as you may know, and I'm sure you do, that the body cam footage of the interview with Warner was played in court. So it's public record. And watched the declaration of death hearing. He was the first guy to interview Warner, okay? And as you may know, and I'm sure you do, that the body. Well, thank you for asking that, because actually you got me back on script after I've kind of simmered my emotion down, okay? And I wanted to say something when I was congratulating some public people and thanking them at least. Deputy Hall, who is a Lenawee County Sheriff's deputy, still to my knowledge. I don't know him personally, but it was revealed in court documents, as many of you know, who watched the hearings, the civil hearings, and watched the declaration of death hearing. He was the first guy to interview Warner, okay? And as you may know, and I'm sure you do, that the body cam footage of the interview with Warner was played in court. So it's public record. In addition, I had the opportunity, I believe it's public record, but I had the opportunity to see his report, his written report to his superiors on the day that he interviewed him on body cam. He deserves way more credit than the rest of the people there at that department, because he is the only person who his gut feeling, if he reported in writing, was suspicious of what he was seeing and hearing from Warner. Had that been followed up maybe more severely, we might have an earlier outcome. It would be the same outcome, but we might have an earlier outcome and maybe 3 years less of pain, okay? But those people, he deserves some credit. If I were a sheriff for a day, I would promote him and I would demote several others. That's just how I feel about it. Anyone else? Yes.
So, you had,
This fucking guy's countertop. Looks like a bowling alley. A lane, like a lane, 5-pin. Holy fuck. This can't be his kitchen. Although I feel it is. Fucking gigantic kitchen deserves a bigger microwave than that.
I'm sorry.
Yes, we do. We do plan on having a family burial service at her gravesite.
As many of you know, we had a formal celebration after we received the declaration of death judgment from the court, and it was a great celebration. And lots of people had nice, funny stories to tell about Dee. And but now that we have this, we have a marker for it.
What the hell is that? You guys, if you put links, tell us what it is so I don't have to click on it to find out. Why are you doing that, Dee Dee? Nut. You got to put what it is. You guys are nuts. So I got to click to see what your links are? Tell us.
And a grave site that's next to my mother and father here in the Franklin Township Cemetery.
When is it? When are you having a live stream? Why don't you tell people about it? Did you advertise? Did you promote it? Did you post it? What? When? Tonight? What time? Well, I got a bunch of alerts. Did I get an alert for that? When? Watch us on a whole pro cam. What time? Tonight? Why are you so secretive? Oh, you should when you post a link like that, you should put like, I'm going on Peggy's tonight at this time in East Central, any one of the 4 mountains time zones. So curious now. What time?
Sorry.
Is Peggy going live on her channel? Is she allowed to yet? Oh yeah, she's got 100. Yeah, she's got like 100 something. Oh no, is this? Yeah, she's got 100 and something, right? Or did she start another one? I can't even keep track.
Yeah, it's what a ride. Okay, her spirit has help me. Her spirit's gone a long ways.
I know you said it was a relief earlier, but is this finally closure for your family?
Well, it's closure on finding her remains and being able to say the final farewell and put her in truly the proper resting place. It's horrendous to think about a human being doing what he did to another human being for their final resting place. I mean, that's just absolutely beyond horrendous. And
it's today at noon.
It puts that closure on, but we remember we still have.
Why would you tell people what time? Hello. I just come back to say goodbye if anyone's still here. My computer froze, so fuck it. All right. I think I'm here. I'm not even going to check. I'll finish all that up after. I don't feel like restoring all this. That fucking, I mean, again, just, I won't say this, Dale. It just didn't happen this way. So it's interesting to me. So I got to look into some more of this. Hey, what's up, Becky B? You guys, Dee Dee and Peggy are doing a live at noon today. If you guys know about that, make sure Dee Dee posted it above. So that looks very good because I'll be going to sleep soon. So you guys, it's like noon East today. So 11 Central, 10 Mountain, 9 Pacific, AM. Like now, like in a bit. She put the link above. Yeah, the story's interesting. So I mean, everyone's so insistent that this guy's completely abusive and all that stuff, and there's just way more to this. I mean, if he did it, it just did not happen. It's just the only what's got me irking is this that prosecutor going on about 641 and not showing us. 642 I could show you but choose not to. 643 I could still show you and I choose not to. You don't even show any of it. He's walking away from this goddamn welder that he literally the minute before places there on camera. Like, show it. Why would they do that? That really is suspicious to me. Like, why? Like, she's saying it. 641, he's driving by a camera. I could show you, but I choose to show you some tree limbs. 642, he's picking it out of the bucket, wheeling this welder in on camera. I could show you, but I choose just to tell you. 643, he's wheeling it. He's walking away from this welder. He just wheeled there and just drove by a camera. I didn't show you. Walked in a door. I couldn't show you. And then literally can't even show us in 643 about him walking away from this welder because it's a little curve it would show. He's like 10, 20 feet away from it, walking straight where he could have literally been walking from way below the screen. Like, it just, that irked me so bad is what I'm looking into. So if everyone's okay with that, it's just she obviously pieced that together and just it's not what's happening. What she's saying. Forget the timestamps don't match. Go with what she's saying. 641. I drove past the fucking camera and I'm going to get shown a tree branch. 642. I walk in a door dragging a goddamn yellow tank and blue welder. I can't show you that, although the camera's right there the whole time. 643. He's walking. He places that there, parks it or whatever, the torch, the welder, and walks away from it, and there's a camera on there because this is video she's showing you, but she can't even show you that part. He's like 10, 15 feet away from this welder walking straight, like implying that he could have just, like she's chopping it up and just making this, like, why? Show it. Just show it. 642, him walking in that door. Like she says it happens. The camera's there. It doesn't happen on camera. Happens in her fucking brain. Just really irked me out. So if people have problem questioning that, well, too bad, because even if I saw the guy do it, I'd wonder why she's doing that. Why are you doing that? It's gobbledygook. It's fucking time. These screenshots of videos saying something's happened and then choosing not to show the video of it happening when they have the video. Because the screenshot they're telling you it's happening is a screenshot of a video of it happening. But the screenshot doesn't, it's just not acceptable. It's such a low standard. We're doomed. We're doomed. This is accepted by people. All right. So have a good day. Make sure you, wherever that link is, there's a link up above here. Dee Dee just put it in and took off and didn't tell anybody what it was for. There's a link up above here. So Peggy and them are going at noon. If you guys are ever dropping links, it'd be good if you tell people what the link's for, because that's not how you promote. So anyway, have a good day, and I'll see you whenever. Bye.